Alo, salut, sunt eu, un haiduc și te rog, iubirea mea primește fericirea. Alo, alo, sunt eu, Picasso, ți-am dat bip și sunt voinic, dar să știi, nu-ți cer nimic. Vrei să pleci, dar numai ei, numai ei, numai ei, chipul tău și dragostea din tei, mi-amintesc de ochii tăi, ei. Vrei să pleci, dar numai ei, numai ei, numai ei, chipul tău și dragostea din tei, mi-amintesc de ochii tăi, ei. Te sun să-ți spun ce simt acum.
Good afternoon, good evening, and good morning. Hello, everybody. How's everybody doing? Stick to the rules and everything will be happy. This isn't a drama channel or a debating channel. The rules are in the description, and I also put a few on the screen. So, more than welcome to come join me on the panel. I'm bored, got nothing to talk about, so more than welcome to come join me. So please, come join me. I'm going to play some music till someone comes on. Give me a second. Have a chill time. Anyone wants to talk, they're more than welcome to come up and talk.
My heart rages around like an ocean in my head, because there are so many things that I left unsaid. I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that it's not reality. If you are echoing around inside My heart rages around like an ocean in my head. I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that it's not reality. If you are echoing around inside these parallel dimensions all alone, no, I'll find you in my dreams. I'll find you in my I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that it's not reality.
The night has come, it's cold and losing my control. Your light is gone, and lonely darkness fill my soul. I wish that you could save me from my isolation. It's way too complicated. Let's stop this conversation. Let's stop this conversation. We got no relation. I have come, I'm losing my control.
You're always welcome to come up, anyone who wants to join. Night has come, it's cold and losing my control. Your light is gone, lonely darkness fill my soul. I wish that you could save me from my isolation. It's way too complicated. Let's stop this conversation. Let's stop this conversation. We got no relation. No relation. We got no relation. No relation. It's crazy. It goes like this. You could save me. My isolation. You can't. Start this conversation. We got no relation.
good fight. I live my life searching for the light, been learning to fight through the darkness. I'll get this right, we were born to shine and we still got time, it's not hopeless. Don't look now, here comes that awful feeling, my walls are caving in. Heaven help, I can see my ghost on the ceiling. Let me breathe again, 'cause I just wanna live my life. I'm never backing down, I swear I'm gonna fight the good fight. Just wanna get it right, I'm ready for it now. You know I'm gonna fight the good fight. You know I'm gonna fight the good fight. You know I'm gonna fight the good fight. Yeah, I've lost my crown, but no, I will not bow. You know I'm here right now for the long run. Yeah, you see me down, but you know I'll never drown. You know I'll get back up on it somehow. Don't look now, here comes that awful feeling. My walls are caving in. Heaven help, I can see my ghost on the ceiling. Let me breathe again, 'cause I just wanna live my life. I'm never backing down, I swear I'm gonna fight the good fight. Just wanna get it right, I'm ready for it now. You know I'm gonna fight the good fight. Fight the good fight, fight the good fight.
Oh, June, I'm only playing music because someone comes on. I can't stop it.
I'm standing on the edge of a cliff. Realize there must be more to life than this. Reaching for the stars, traveling so far, like a dragonfly. Just grab my hand from heaven's send. With me tonight, I'm on the road. forget the past. But what counts is our brand new start. Even if it hurts me or I get scared, just come take this risk now. We'll be prepared. I run away. I run away. Reaching for the stars, traveling so far, like a dragonfly. Keep the secrets there, keep them everywhere. Just you and I run away. I run away. I was angry before, but I circled the drain in my mind. I can't find. Don't let the sun go down. Don't let the sun go down. I was angry before, but I circled the drain in my mind. I can't find. Don't let the sun go Don't let the sun go down. Don't let the sun go Hold tight, I've been right where you're standing. Just hold tight to me. The world tries to pick you and leave you lonely, but there's light you see. 'Cause now I know we are God. Thinking bullets, thinking right, thinking throw our bones away. Call me by another name, but I'm a champion.
Big up Yeti. I'm bored. I want to talk to people.
Trying to keep my head above, but the water keeps on rising, pulling on my knees for sense. I can live and feel like dying, but there's some.
I'm bored. I want to talk to people. I'm so fucking bored. Nothing to do.
Cold eyes staring right back at me, but they won't see me cry. This fight wasn't made for everybody. We're different, you and I. Don't you cry? We are thinking about it, thinking about it, thinking go on goes away. Call me by another name, but I'm a champion. You're ready to explore. I'm feeling fine and I'm longing for us to begin. Just like a supernova. Let's go.
Anyone want to come up for a chat? I'm more than welcome for a chat. Anyone want to chat? I'm happy for having a chat for anyone if I want it. I don't vote for no any fucker. I don't even care anymore. Come on, come up, someone. Please.
I can feel I'm changing. I don't know if I'll ever go back. All the ways that you make me build me up on the things I lack. I don't ever wanna lose you now. 'Cause I don't think I'll make it here now. 'Cause it's you and only you. 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 I don't know where the time goes, just flies when I hold you close. In my arms with your eyes closed, for the first time I've got hope. I don't ever wanna lose you now. I don't think I'll make it here now. I don't ever wanna lose you now. I don't think I'll make it here now. 'Cause it's you and only you. 'Cause it's you and only you. 'Cause it's you and only you. Because it's you and only you.
I took our love and I put it on ice. This bed is cold and it don't feel right. Ain't nobody else who loves me like that. You love me like that, no. You give me space and I'll give you the sky. Yeah, you got me thinking we could try. Ain't nobody else who love me like that. You love me like that. When I said it's over, thought I really meant that. Now I'm wanting you back.
But I'm so fucking bored.
Ain't nobody like us, now I know. So come on and love me like you did before. Tell me I'm worth fighting for. Show me that there's something more. We can do better. Brick by brick we built these walls, but tonight we'll watch them fall. So love me like you did before. We can do better. We can do better. Only you know my dark desire. Ain't nobody else who love me like that. You love me like that. When I said it's over, thought I really meant that. No one wanted you back, so just hold me closer. Ain't nobody like us, now I know. So come on and
I suggest you staying where you are, Yeti.
tell me I'm worth fighting
You'll be a lot better off where you are, Yeti. The UK is fucked, Ireland's fucked, Northern Ireland's fucked, Wales, Scotland. Every country that's around the United Kingdom is fucked. I'm bored.
I was in the firelight, living in my head. Sun came in, I'll close the blinds, could feel it in the air. This is just a waste of time, no one really cares. But then you came across my mind, got me out of there. So I went down to the river, swam till the panic was over. Yes, I went down to the river, watched all the heavy rain. I watched all the heavy
Bro, that's not the problem. It's Muslims that are the problem, bro. Or sweetheart, whatever. They're the ones who are the problem.
feeling all the noise in here.
And the fact that our government controls all of those areas.
And take me out to the waves, 'cause I feel like a waste of space.
Personally, I would love to get the fuck out of the UK and literally just nuke the entire fucking area.
Like you want me there. So I went down to the river.
Sorry, not area, the entire fucking country.
Yes, I went down to the river, watched all the heavy rain. I watched all the heavy
I wouldn't have a clue, but I know for a fact that every single country that's around the UK is currently chasing migrants out of their towns and villages and cities, chasing the fuckers out. The UK ain't, because we're all too many washed down. We're too washed down, too much of a pussy. We should be banning Islam in every single fucking country. Any Muslims that come in get deported back to where they come from. Fuck them.
empty hearts and neon lights. They're playing with my mind. Gotta get out of here tonight. Oh, I wanna run off and fly. And I'll tell myself it's fine to be alone. Just to find somewhere.
I don't think so. They've been fighting for several thousand years, so I don't think so.
The more I swim, the more I'm sinking. Take me to a world of silver. No more heartbreaks, tears, painkillers. Take me somewhere unfamiliar. Bring me back to where we started out. Get me out of now.
I don't do religion shit, so.
Get me out of now. To where we started out. La 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 la. Oh, oh. Get me out of broken hearts and starting fights, turning truth to lies. Gotta get up, stop wasting time. Yeah, I wanna run off and fly. And I'll tell myself it's fine to be alone, just to find somewhere that finally feels like home. Oh, oh, oh.
Too much drama in real life. That's why it pisses me off. And when I go on people's channels, I just fucking ignore it.
The more I swim, the more I'm thinking. Take me to a world of silver.
I don't pay attention to the drama politics going on everyone's channel, RLM's, fucking Bulba's channel. I don't care about any of that shit. I just stick to seeing drama.
Get me out of now. To where we started out. Get me out of now. To where we started out. Oh no.
Me, I'm considering going back to fucking bed because I'm bored as fuck.
I'm not gonna give up on you. To fill the space between us. Yeah, I'm gonna be there for you. I'm not gonna give up. I'm not gonna give up on you. I'm not gonna give up. I'm not gonna give up on you.
Didn't like that tune.
Why are we scared of the unknown and not the past? Look for distractions so we can get it off our minds. It's hard to stand when we don't feel strong. But look around, we are never alone. It's hard to stand when we don't feel strong. But look around, we are never alone. Don't give up, it's not the end. This could be the best that's ever been. Don't give up, it's not the end. Just give it time, it'll be alright again. Just give it time, it'll be alright again.
God, I'm fucking bored.
It'll be alright again. We got a fire
Where the fuck is
inside
everybody?
our soul that don't go out. We're beautiful people that can't quit pressing on. It's hard to stand when we don't feel strong. But look around, we are never alone. It's hard to stand when we don't feel strong. But look around.
As I said, dude, I don't follow scripture, I don't follow the Bible, it means nothing to me. I don't do that shit over here. Sorry.
Don't give up, it's not the end. Just give me time, it'll be alright. Just give me time, it'll be alright. It'll be alright again. It'll be alright again.
Yeah, no, I don't.
Even now, you're coming up to me, fire lighting up the sky. Feel the ground shaking underneath, trying to
I believe I used to, but I stopped at a certain age. Things happened in my life and I lost my faith in the flat, so.
Can't stop me now. I got no rival. I'ma fight my
Joe and Danica, here's the question. Was it smart for Pauline Hanson to meet with Tommy Robinson? Or do you think this is a decision she'll come to regret? What do you say?
I don't have a problem with her doing having a chat with Tommy Robinson or going out to Luton. They went to Luton, which I believe is Tommy Robinson's hometown, and he showed her how, he described it as the Islamification of Luton. Now, I'm not saying that Tommy Robinson is a great person by no means.
Robinson
You've
is
explained his
doing the
criminal
fucking
history.
world
He's
a
got a criminal
favour.
history. What he did to that 15-year-old Syrian boy, and actually Tommy Robinson ended up in jail over it, was absolutely abhorrent. However, you don't have to agree with Tommy Robinson. Like him or loathe him, he is a polarising figure right now in the UK when it comes to mass migration, when it comes to Islam.
He's in America too. A lot of people know him.
He has a massive following, and there would be a percentage of the One
And
Nation
every single
nation
Muslim
base
knows him as
that
well,
would
and they all
agree
fucking
with
hate
Tommy
him.
Robinson's commentary on such issues. Pauline Hanson is playing to her base. Pauline Hanson knows who's going to get her the clicks and the views that she needs to build up a social media presence. And I said this last week on this show, the way that Pauline Hanson has used social media for her UK trip, I think has actually been very smart. She's got here the behind the scenes footage of her and Tommy Robinson. She does a lot of talking in
be 30, 40 jobs.
No, don't remember.
Yeah? Come on, what are you going to do?
You little fucking tomato. You
Look at you. Where are you from? Where are you from?
From fucking
Dirty
Planet Earth.
Muslim.
Where are you from?
Where are you from? Where are you from?
I'm from Luton, mate. My town. We're in Luton, my hometown. Yeah. Do you know what I just said? Because the lads just pulled up who work there. I've done my community service in there.
Are you serious?
I was washing plates in the golf club.
So what's it like for you to be back here?
Tommy
love
Robinson, brilliant guy.
I used to want to always fight for Luton. Luton has shaped who I am. Luton's part of my identity. So today, but this has been a long time.
Burn that shop to the ground.
I haven't gone through town. So today, Pauline Hanson's over. She's leading the polls. She's destined to be the next leader of Australia. So she's foreseeing a lot of the problems in the UK that are on their way to Australia. So she's come over. I'm going to show her my hometown. We're going to go for a drive through the Muslim area. We're going to look at how Islamified it has become. I'll talk how quickly that's happened, how many mosques there are, how it's all changed. And then we're going to go for a walk through the town centre.
How excited are you
there was originally 3
travelling
or 4
around
mosques
Luton?
in Luton. Now there's 40.
Nice, easy question.
I don't know what to expect.
And Luton's
You're
tiny.
a dickhead, mate. You're lucky I don't knock you the fuck out right now, bro. You ain't wanted around here, bro. Fuck up, what you doing around here, you dickhead? Your town. Ain't your fucking town. We don't want you around here, bro. You're a racist, bro.
What have I said
You're
that's
a
racist?
racist, bro.
What have I said
You
that's
look,
racist?
you got big grin on your face.
What?
You're lucky I
What?
don't knock that
You
fucking
go
grin
knock
off
out
your
it.
face, you
Do it
pussy,
then.
bro.
Do it then.
You're a pussy,
Do it
I've
then.
already smacked you
Do
one
it
time
then.
before. You don't
When did you
remember?
smack me
You don't
before?
remember?
No,
You
don't.
don't
No.
remember? Yeah?
Oh, what are you gonna do?
Red, you little fucking tomato. You
Look at you.
pussy.
Where are you from?
You know what?
Where are you from?
From fucking planet Earth, you
Where you
dickhead. Where
from?
you from? Where you from?
I'm from Luton, mate. My town.
Yeah?
So my council
Tommy
opened a shop
Robinson is a
to
decent
convert the
guy.
whole town to Islam.
He just points
My
out
council.
the fact that
The Labour Council went to the opening of
the hypocrisy of fucking Islam, their religion, how much of that is bad for the entire fucking planet and the world. Look at what's happening to my country. Yeah, their prophet's a fucking pedophile. Sorry, PDF. But they call for the deaths of Jews, Christians, Catholics, Buddhists, non-Muslims, anyone. They class us all as cattle. They want us all beheaded. I hate them. I hate them all. Yeah. We've got grooming gangs. We've got fucking multiple Muslims that are trying to fucking sue the government and the fucking police and Home Office when they came to the UK because they said they're doing what is a religious right. What's a religious right? Raping a fucking what's it called? A 12-year-old fucking white girl. How is that their fucking religious right? That's fucking disgusting.
shop, celebrated the opening of this shop. This shop was opened 2013. And they had to close it. So when they were opening it, I done digging on Yusuf Bonner was the manager's name. And I've got videos of him saying he won't rest until Islam is brought into every home in Luton. And then I set up her Islamic profile and started messaging the group.
Yeah. In their own religion, that link I just sent you, dude, that's actually to Tommy Robinson's page. In their own religion, I can't remember if it's in the Hadith or the Quran. Yeah, I can't remember the names of the other books. I don't care. But in one of their books, it actually turns around and says that they are allowed to lie about their own religion. Yeah, to better their religion. They are allowed to lie. So when they say it's a religion of peace, that's bullshit. Yeah, I've got a friend who's a Muslim. I still don't fucking trust him. This guy I've known for over 10 years. All right? He's helped my family out. He's helped me out in the past. He's helped my cousin out when my auntie passed away. He helped out with the funeral arrangements and shit like that. He helped out trying to get my cousin's son back put to him, which it worked. So, yeah. I like the guy. I still don't trust him just because he is a Muslim.
To be a Muslim, and I've got proof that Abdul Rahim Green was one of the main people behind this shop.
No filming in it today, bro.
Can we ask some questions?
No, not today, bro.
We can't ask questions?
Sorry, not today.
What about if there's a politician that likes to ask questions?
And he's white.
Not today. Sorry.
No questions? No questions.
See, they really don't like him.
This is Discover Islam, so we went to ask questions. They don't want to answer questions. This is a jihadi centre, yeah? Are you from Luton?
No, I'm from Luton. Yeah.
Born in Luton?
No, I'm not born in here.
Where are you born?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm born in Guinea.
In Guinea? How long you been in Luton?
Luton.
Yeah.
5 years.
5 years?
Yeah.
Did you come on a boat?
Yeah.
This is where our biggest problem. So the terrorist group used to have a pace table here every Saturday. So there'd be 30, 40 jihadis here every Saturday just recruiting. What do you think of the demographic?
I'm gobsmacked because I wouldn't think that I was in England.
Yeah. How are we, lads? Hello, boys. How you doing? Are you Deliveroo? Do you deliver food? Where are you from, bruv? Has Luton changed for the better or the worse?
Absolutely for the worst.
For the worse. What's Luton like to live in?
To be honest, it's a bit crowded.
A bit crowded.
How long have you been here, living in Luton? When did you come to Britain?
2010.
Have you seen the change here in Luton over that period of time since you've been here?
To be honest, it's just getting worse and worse.
What's it like in Luton?
Shithole.
Shit.
To get to this stage, do you blame your governments for allowing it to get to
Of
this
course,
stage?
of course.
Where you from?
I'm from Pakistan, Bobby, yeah.
How long you been here, bro?
14 years, you can say.
Legally.
Legally, yeah.
Right, bruv, how are you?
How are you, man?
I'm all right, man. How are you?
Thank you.
Of course not, bruv. And these are our diversity barriers, okay? If we didn't have Islam, we simply wouldn't have these, okay? These will pop back up any minute, right? Because these are to stop cars ramming all the people.
Well, I've just moved out of Luton, basically.
Everyone has.
I definitely don't want Australia to become like this. So anyway, this is not Great Britain to me, and that's why I'm going to protect Australia.
And this is the first time that Tommy has actually done this for many years. And it was great for Tommy to be out on the streets amongst the people he loved. And we can see how much he was greeted positively by so many people here who recognize the great work he has done. But yes, let's agree there were a few people here who disagree with Tommy. They believe he's a racist. But the important part is they were allowed to justify why they believe he's a racist. And we can see from the footage that none of them could.
See what I mean? It's fucking disgusting what's going on. Yeah? I've got fucking loads of shit on my fucking Facebook about Muslims. It's fucking disgusting. Give me a minute, I'm trying to find something. There you are. The leader of the Rochdale grooming gang. There. I know it is.
Complete disaster. The leader of the Rochdale grooming gang, Shabir Ahmed, was released from prison early and avoided deportation to Pakistan. He was sentenced to 19 years for the systematic rape and trafficking of young girls, yet he is back on British streets. The UK didn't deport him. Instead, he gets supervised housing while his victims live in trauma. The real horror is that while this man roams free, more lives are at risk. Deport this monster and protect the innocent.
We would like to ask to subscribe to our channel for daily news like this, the ones mass media does not report.
You know what I mean? It's fucking disgusting what's going on in my country, and it's coming to the US, and you Americans don't believe this shit. There's this one of them cooking a fucking dog. Yeah, Muslims caught actually cooking a fucking dog. Yeah, I know, Yana. There you are. Here's one. This is a Muslim person, a Muslim who actually cooked a fucking dog. Somalian.
I believe that Somalians cooked the dog up here, three of them. This lad's opening it up now. See what's going on.
Fucking disgusting. As much as
Oh
I
my
don't
God.
like dogs, I don't.
What is it?
I don't wish harm to dogs.
Huh? Fuck hell. Looks like a dog, doesn't it?
Yeah, I gotta turn it off.
Holy shit.
Sorry. Turn it off. That's fucking disgusting. That is fucking disgusting and disturbing. Yeah, I know what you mean about we're having to pay for their housing. We've got brand new houses that are worth about £250,000 each. And they're all getting housed, but they're not giving the housing to people who actually fucking need it, who are actually born in this country and who fought for this country. Yeah, we got homeless vets on the fucking street. Right? We got homeless vets on the fucking street. And they're giving these fucking brand new builds, 150 new houses that are $250,000 each. And they're fucking giving them to the fucking illegals. Yeah? Trying to find a lot. Give me a minute.
Okay, you need to listen to this. The mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, is building 40,000 council homes exclusively for the Muslimics. Well, according to far-right Twitter, that is.
Sadiq Khan, a new proposal to build 40,000 new council homes, specifically prioritised for Muslims, under the Muslim housing plan. They're to be built near mosques and halal shops.
Now, I'm no supporter of Sadiq, but here is what he actually said.
Is the issue of housing. And so we need to build far more homes in our city because, you know, often people from minority communities want to live near a mosque, near halal food, and they're priced out because there's not enough houses. So we're going to build at least 40,000 council homes, at least 6,000 rent control homes.
So this fake news headline that Sadiq is making these council homes for Muslims has gone viral on far-right pages on Twitter and Facebook, who in total have a cumulative of about 5 GCSEs between the lot. Well, it turns out it's an old clip from May of last year. So the far-right took this story, they reshared it more than 20,000 times, viewed it millions of times over, and it unsurprisingly turned out to be an utter fantasy. Invented by some nutter grasping at straws, or really anything at this point, to stoke further division and unrest here in the UK. Bullshit. But sadly, it's too late.
Bullshit. That is absolute bullshit. It's the truth. Let me see if I can find a clip somewhere else. Give me a sec. There you are. I don't like this guy, but he is telling the truth.
Brand new £250,000 homes. That is what you get if you break into Britain illegally. Incredibly, there's a beautiful housing estate in Shropshire full of new homes worth £250,000 each. Guess who's going to be living there? People who broke into Britain illegally. Guess who's going to be paying for it? You, the British taxpayer. I speak to people all the time. I get messages and emails all the time from people who say, Zia, I don't know why I bother. I don't know why I bother. I work hard, I play by the rules, I pay my taxes, and I get absolutely nothing. And yet, if you break into Britain illegally, you get to go and live in a brand new £250,000 home beyond the reach of so many British people who have worked hard and paid their taxes and played by the rules. And here's another important point. In Shropshire, it was in 2021, it was a Tory-controlled Shropshire Council that made Shropshire a county of sanctuary. Now, under this awful Labour government, we're seeing even more travesties, even more unfairness. We've had enough of it. We have simply had enough of it. If you break into Britain illegally, you should be detained and deported back to the country from which you came. You should not have your asylum case
Commonwealth don't mean shit in the
because
UK,
you broke the rules and you came here without the permission of the British people. And what is certainly the case is that British people should not have to pay for you to live here for the rest of your life. If you break into Britain illegally under a reform government, you'll be detained and sent back to the country from which you came. A reform government and Nigel Farage as Prime Minister will put British people first.
Get that right. Nigel Farage ain't going to do shit because Nigel Farage is a two-faced little cunt. Rupert Lowe, on the other hand, I will support Rupert Lowe all the way. Yeah, but it's not as bad as it is in Australia, sweetheart. Yes, it's bad, but it's not that bad. Because of the bloody king, wherever Commonwealth, I don't care. Sweetheart, I hope the king dies. I hope the king goes and hangs himself. I don't give a fuck about our fucking royal family bullshit. I don't give a fuck about our government. I don't give a fuck about my country. My king can go fuck himself and that fucking hideous fucking wife of his. I'm gonna drop that for a second. I'm just gonna find another video. Oh, you are? Here's one. You're gonna like this one, guys.
Just when I thought I couldn't be any more fucking pissed off with the police, literally, a man went to go rescue his daughter from being raped and groomed, and the police arrested the father and left the victim with a rapist. Watch this and click fucking share. What a joke.
Father went to try and rescue his daughter from being abused in a flat. Instead of arresting the men who were raping his daughter, they arrested the father.
Jack's daughter, Elizabeth, was being held in an abuse den for 10 weeks by gangs of men who were exploiting her. Jack knew about this. So on one occasion, when he was trying to free Elizabeth from that flat, Jack says he was arrested twice. The first time, they de-arrested him at a nearby estate where he lived and said, don't go back. But of course he did, because it's his daughter. The second time, they say he was arrested again, this time because he was more irate.
The authorities deliberately, not accidentally, deliberately, knowingly covered up these crimes, and not a single person, not even one, has been prosecuted for the offence of misconduct in public office or held to account.
Oh yeah, you heard it right. 10 fucking weeks of being raped by multiple men. Oh yeah, and if you listened again to the end of it, they literally said that the police did fuck all. This is why that rape gang inquiry, where they were saying they was having cop nights, fucking speaks volumes, because you can tell they're all complicit and involved. Oh, and I'm not inciting anything, so don't fucking hit me with that bullshit again. Just when I thought...
I know what you mean, Yano. False. Hold on, I'm trying to find something else. There was one what's his name? Fucking Sadiq Hunt. He was caught out. Where is it? Here he is. Come on, internet, you piece of shit. Oh, here you go. Take a look at this one.
Ooh, it's looking like it's over for Khan, and the Met Chief Police evidence uncovered by the Express reveals that Suck Dick Khan and the Metropolitan Police have covered up for the grooming gangs in London. Oh, Islamophobia, Islamophobia. No, it's not. It's all lies. I hope you fucking go to jail. You horrible, scruffy, sleazy, knob scoffer. Ooh, it's looking like it's over for Khan, and the Met Chief Police.
He's a fucking little fucking weasel. How's it good content? I'm just putting the truth out there, what's going on in my country. Hi, babe. Yeah? I'm currently doing a live. You want to say hello?
No.
Big up, Mariah. Much love, Mariah. There you are. Hold on. Even though I don't like the BBC, fuck it, I don't give a shit. Mariah says hello, babe. Mariah says hello. She's in the chat.
Oh, hello.
Say it a bit louder. No? Oh, fuck you then. Dirty little bitch. I love you though. Yeah. Here you are, guys.
A machete on display in broad daylight.
I just got a shop with samurai swords in that.
You're watching extreme violence on our high streets. This was a daytime brawl.
You got a crowbar?
Barbers fighting over territory.
Get it, man, get it!
To on-street beatings. This is kebab shop turf wars. For the first time, we've heard the stories of dozens of trading standards officers facing death threats and abuse.
And he said, we're going to kill you and we will burn down your house.
This is Mandy's story. She was investigating a UK-wide Kurdish crime gang selling illegal cigarettes through mini-marts.
A male voice shouting, swearing on the phone, do you know you deal with? You need to stop. If you don't, we're going to kill your husband, we're going to kill you, and we will burn down your house.
She was also followed home and confronted.
He then started to make threats that he knows where I live, and if I don't give the cash that I seize from him, he's going to make my address and personal telephone number known to everybody. Bear in mind, he was a failed asylum seeker, not permitted to work.
She says the intimidation escalated. Her car was rammed. This was the CCTV. The damage cost thousands.
So we've decided to sell our house. And this was supposed to be my forever home, because I immigrated from South Africa to get away from that fear in your own home. And now I'm back at that in this country, and I didn't expect that.
We've been told about repeated death threats, with one mini-mart worker shouting, I will kill you, to trading standards. Also, a female officer was threatened with rape on the high street. Another was forced to watch pornography, while one was poked in the breast. And weapons have been found in shops, axes, bats and blades. There was even a report of a gun being discovered. In response, the government says violence and abuse against public officials will not be tolerated, and it will act against criminal businesses.
Bollocks. I'm not just repeating what I just said. I forgot I was on mute. Bollocks. Fucking UK is screwed. Where are we? Fucking internet is so slow. No. Because it's all one-sided with them. They only look after them and lefties. They couldn't give a flying fuck about us fools. Literally, they couldn't give a fuck about us. And this lady here, babe, is from Australia. Yeah, they couldn't give a shit about us fools. But it's just my country's fucked. Everything is just fucked. What am I looking for? Trying to find something. Yeah, some of them do, like Rupert Lowe. There's only a few of them that do. But they're always ignored or turned down or basically told to shut the fuck up. Yeah. But the MP and all that sort of shit, they can go fuck themselves. Yeah. PM, Prime Minister. Who is the fucking new Prime Minister anyway? Because Adolf Starmer stepped down. Who's the new Prime Minister? What? Who's the new Prime Minister? Do you know that Keir Starmer stepped down a few weeks back?
Finally.
Yeah.
So is that just something that's going over the internet? Because for a while it's going around saying that Prince William is now the king for a while as well.
Nah, bullshit.
But I don't believe that.
Andy Burnham, no. Who the fuck is the new Prime Minister?
There,
Yeah, but how long ago was that?
5 days ago.
Oh, was it? Andy Burnham, the new Prime Minister. Yeah, fuck that. Yeah, Andy Burnham can go fuck himself. Yeah, I don't stand for no fucker in my country, to be honest with you. As I said, my country ain't worth fighting for. Have a look at this one.
King Charles, you've claimed, is a Muslim.
No.
Or you think he's a Muslim?
I've been told
I don't want to misquote, by
off
the way.
camera that people have said they believe that he is.
Okay.
He's compromised big time.
He has to be.
He's compromised. You only have to go back, look through history.
Muslim.
Halal in the Duchy 2010, you've got him taking money from Qataris, Saudis. You've got him as the patron for the Islamic Centre in Oxford. He has watered down over time his alignment with Christianity. So
no, he ain't.
I'm not saying he's on a prayer mat 5 times a day, but he is not advocating for the Christian faith. He is not advocating for Christianity. He is not defending Christianity.
He's defender of the faith, isn't he?
And he's defender of the faith.
Apparently. King Charles,
King Charles is a big-eared fucking twat, an ugly fuck. Actually, no, she wasn't. She was against Adolf. And she stayed in power till her dying breath. to stop these fuckers from trying to take over our country. But she died, King Charles stepped in, and all the Muslims started coming in more and more. So, yeah. There you are. This is fucking funny. It's funny, but it's also stupid because Sadiq kind of shows you how fucking stupid that fucking dirty little Muslim really is.
Exactly how much clearer do you want me to be? So I asked you this question last week and you found every which way but not to answer it. Just how many grooming gangs have we got in London?
So the situation in London in relation to young people being groomed is different to the parts of the country. So what we have in London is young people being groomed, use your words, not mine.
And this is our little weasel-faced fucking mayor of London.
In relation to...
Okay, let me make it clear. Sorry, I wasn't clear enough. I was told I shouldn't be saying rape gangs. They are rape gangs. I'm talking about rape gangs. I'm not talking about country lines. But to go back, nobody likes me saying rape gangs, although they are rape gangs, grooming gangs that I would call rape gangs. Tell me about them. How many of those have we got? Not country lines, those particular groups.
To avoid any misunderstanding, can she define what she means by that?
Yes, if you look at what's gone on in Rotherham, in where there are people taking young girls, grooming them for sex, that is what I'm talking about.
We know in London there are issues about exploitation of young people, but they're not as defined by the member in her definition of what those types of gangs are.
So are you saying we haven't got the same sort of gangs that are in Rotherham, Bradford and lots of other places in the country?
Just for you misunderstanding, what does she mean by that?
You know full well what I mean by that. It's all over the television. You know exactly what I mean by that. These gangs of people that are grooming young girls for sex. Do we actually have those in London?
I denied it.
Today we need to give a full answer. Can she be clear what she means by that? I'm not clear what she means.
How much clearer do you want me to be? Look at the gangs that they've uncovered in other parts of the country. Do we have those gangs in London? It's a simple question. The answer is very simple. It's yes or no. I'm not asking you where those gangs are because the police might not want them to be disclosed. I'm asking you, do we have those sort of gangs in London?
I'm not sure why she's so nervous to say what she means. What do you mean?
No. I'm saying exactly what I mean. I'm saying, have we got any of those grooming gangs in London?
I'm unclear, Chair, what is meant by the question. If she could spell it out, I can answer.
I've just spelt it out. Are you not listening? It's the sort of gangs that groom young girls at a young age for sex. Exactly how much clearer do you want me to be?
So we do have issues in London with young girls being groomed for county lines. Some of those girls are used for sex. And that's one of the reasons why I've set up things like the Lighthouse, funded by City Hall, why we've set up 4 hubs that help survivors of child sexual
you're more than
abuse,
welcome to come up,
why
sorry,
we're investing in London's Violence and Exploitation Support Service, why I commissioned the HMI to look into the issue of child exploitation, why the Met Police Service now employs 1,200 child protection officers.
Yep.
While we have
he denies it. He's been denying it for fucking over 20 years now. So, well, over 15 years.
I just asked a yes/no question. So, approximately how many of these gangs that I am talking about, that I do not know why you don't understand the sort of gangs I'm talking about, exactly, or approximately, I should say, to give you leeway, approximately how many of those gangs have we got in London? Because the public is very, very rightfully concerned about this and concerned about these young women.
Well, I'm still none the wiser why she's so nervous about saying what she means. But in London, we have V100, which are the 100 most prolific.
We all know this, sweetheart.
People the police target. That number goes up and down. So 1 month the V100 may be 120 people, or 1 month there may be 80 people, and each BCU has a localized V number. So when I was in Croydon a few weeks ago, the V number wasn't 100, it was a bit below. But as they reminded me, people can sometimes go in
Okay.
that list or out that list.
Thank you, Chairman. I was very clear in what I was talking about. I just don't understand what it is that the Mayor wants me to say that's any different. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
That is one dirty ass packy Muslim. In their eyes, yeah. The police covered it up, social services covered it up. It's just absolutely fucked. I hate my country. I'm ashamed of it. I'm ashamed of being British. Oh shit, hold on. UK survivor. I've got one for you. Let's see if we can change it for a shorter one.
Welcome back to Katie Pavlich tonight. Well, for years, many Western nations have allowed millions of third world immigrants to cross their borders, including many who have no interest in assimilating into Western culture. They bring their own set of beliefs with no regard for the rule of law in their new homeland. We see this every day in America, and DHS is working hard to capture the worst of the worst, like sex traffickers, child molesters, murderers, and more. But these same types of people have infiltrated the United Kingdom, making this an important warning to everyone across the pond. A recent report by a member of
What have
Parliament
I been
called
trying to
the
warn
Rape
America?
Inquiry exposes grooming gangs and the sexual exploitation of
Fucking
young
Americans
British
have got their
girls,
fucking heads up their
mainly by
ass.
Muslim
Fucking
Pakistani men.
arrogant
The report
fucking
tells the story
bastard.
of girls who were pumped with alcohol and drugs, repeatedly raped, trafficked, and tortured. It claims those in charge allowed these gangs to operate for allegedly several decades because it was deemed racist to call them out. The report estimates that the number of victims could be as high as 250,000 young girls. Now, one of those survivors is calling for accountability and looking to make a change so no survivor ever feels silence again and to prevent future victims. Earlier, I got to speak with Sammy Woodhouse about her experience and her role in helping oversee the rape gang inquiry. Thank you so much for being here today, Samantha. It's great to see you. So we're going to get into
One
some
of the
details
girls
of
who
this
was groomed
horrific
by the
report,
Muslims.
but you, of course, brought it to fruition, did a lot of the work on it because you unfortunately have experience of many of the victims in the report. Can you tell us about how you were groomed at age 14 and how it started?
Yeah, of course. So I met Arshad Hussain just after my 14th birthday on my local shop. He was 24 years old. He was known to police and social care at that time for being a very dangerous man. I wasn't the first child he exploited, and I certainly weren't the last. But I was abused for 2 years mentally, sexually, and physically. I was also exploited to commit crime as well. I was missing from home for days, weeks, and months at a time, and I missed out on a lot of my education as well. I became pregnant twice, first when I was 14, and I was forced to have an abortion, but I was allowed to keep my second child. And I gave birth to him just after my 16th birthday. But within those 2 years, I was beaten, I was raped, I was abducted, and unfortunately,
She was a fucking
I
baby
saw a
herself
lot
and
of
they fucking
professionals do a
raped
lot of
her
bad
and fucking
things.
got her
You know, these were
pregnant.
people that were paid to protect me and other children. They didn't. I saw police officers pass on information. They bought drugs from him. A Labour politician called Jahangir Akhtar was also related to him, and a police officer called PC Hassan Ali made a no prosecution deal with him. And what that meant was, on an occasion when I was abducted, they said to him, if you hand Sammy over at a petrol station, we will allow you to walk free. And that's exactly what happened. And that's how I actually exposed the Rotherham child abuse scandal. I named that Labour politician, the police officer, and the rapist involved. It commissioned a report called the Alexis J report, which showed that there was 1,400 children, just like myself, that was groomed, abused, raped, tortured, trafficked, criminalised, impregnated, murdered. and that the professionals turned a blind eye because majority of the offenders were Pakistani Muslim men. But it also opened the criminal investigation, which led to my rapist being put to jail for 35 years, which is now known as the biggest investigation in our British history. But that's where my activism started. I've been an activist now for 14 years. Raising awareness, changing policy, laws, securing funding for victims. And that's how I met Rupert Lowe and worked on the inquiry.
Right. So there's been a number of these horrific incidents. There is the report that is most recent is the Rape Gang Inquiry Report, which you were instrumental in getting the inquiry.
This shit's been going on
getting it
for
into the hands
nearly
of MP Rupert
fucking
Lowe, who helped
years.
to get it
And our government
publicized. It's now
allowed
been
this shit
translated
to
into
happen.
a number of different European
Covered it up.
languages, so people
Social
understand the
services,
gravity of it.
police.
It alleges that
They're all fucking disgusting.
250,000 young British working class girls were sexually abused, groomed, trafficked by, as you said, Muslim Pakistani men who were allowed into the country going back to the 1950s. So tell us about this inquiry.
Okay, it's going
and
longer than
where
I
it
was.
goes from
Than I
here,
thought.
because this has happened before, and it, as you just explained, blind eye was turned by the
fucking
police,
sick.
by people in power, by elected officials. And now we are here with this horrendous report.
Right,
That
do you
when
remember
read
what I
through
said the other
details,
day? What happened just up the road?
It's a complete betrayal of the British people and their daughters by the government.
It is, absolutely. Now, this inquiry is the first of its kind in regards to it being a public-funded inquiry. So MP Rupert Lowe set up this inquiry because the government refused to. We had people such as Elon Musk highlighting this. So Rupert set up the inquiry, 20,000 people within our country donated and made sure this inquiry could happen. I think we're now on we've raised about £700,000. We had 2 weeks hearings in London where we saw survivors, family members and whistleblowers testify. Our report has just been published. We've
Thousand tools and
already
Mariah, you're more than
opened
welcome to pop up.
criminal
Anyone's more
investigations
than
because of
welcome
our
to pop up. It's an
inquiry.
open
We've
panel.
also started legal action against dozens of services such as the police forces and the council to ensure that victims get compensated because their life has just been absolutely destroyed. And we're going to go on, or at least Rupert is, he's going to use his parliamentary privilege to name people involved and bring private prosecutions. So our work is far from over. We've got a lot to do, but we're very determined to keep pushing forward. And no doubt our government will make this very difficult for us.
The report found 250,000 victims. How did you get to that number?
Well, that would be a very low number, in my opinion. Now, I don't know if you're aware of a solicitor called David Greenwood. He was actually my solicitor, but he released a dossier saying that 72,000 cases just in Bradford alone. So, unfortunately, we'll never know the true number because our government haven't been keeping the data. They've not even been collecting the data of the race and the religion of perpetrators. So what we've done is we've looked at the data throughout different towns, and that's how we've been able to come up with the estimate. But as I say, in my opinion, there will be a lot more victims. Now, what you've got to remember when those reports have been coming out, such as the Alexis J report, they've only been going back to like the 1990s. We've gone back to 1950s. So can you imagine the absolute scale?
This was 3 weeks ago.
Of what's been happening.
Well, the inquiry report is available for everybody to read themselves, and everybody should to see what has happened. And we look forward to seeing what happens in the future. Thank you, Sammy Woodhouse, for being here tonight and discussing this horrific situation with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download.
See what I mean? You Americans ain't got a fucking clue what's coming to you. All right? You let these fuckers in your country, all right, and they get into fucking power. Look at fucking New York and Manhattan, Manhattan or something like that. Whatever it is. Multiple places in America. They're already there. Just wait. Just give it time. They will take over and they'll start doing the same shit that they're doing here. I ain't fucking kidding you. I still want to move to the United States. Yeah, I'm not putting that on. That's like fucking talk TV. London. Hey, I'll take a look at this one.
Whitechapel in East London. A hardline vigilante group is trying to impose Sharia law on unsuspecting members of the public.
Muslim area, okay? Alcohol, bad. This is a Muslim area.
It's not just drinkers being targeted.
Yeah, you're gay, mate. Get out of here, mate. Get out of here, you fag.
And women wearing skirts above the knee are also being harassed.
To not dress like that in Muslim area.
Only a handful of men are involved in the self-styled patrols. 5 have been arrested on suspicion of harassment.
I hate Muslims.
Joined others who
I
haven't been
require
picked
them all
up by
dead.
the police. These men claim they're simply tackling drunken behaviour where
Sorry,
alcohol's
I want them
already
dead.
banned from the streets. But they do share many of the same hardline beliefs as those arrested.
Alcohol is causing so much problems in the area. In fact, it's blighting the area. It causes crime. It causes
no, it's not. It's you
misbehaving
fucking
and drunken
guys going around with
behaviour.
fucking machetes, fucking pistol backs, fucking pipes, knives, everything.
Impose Sharia law in a part of London.
I'm not
It's
here
only
to
you
condemn
guys who
those
go around
laws.
blowing
What
yourselves
I'm here
up.
to say is
Fucking
that there's a problem.
throwing
Those
Akbar
doing
and
these
boom.
patrols are reveling in the media spotlight, but actually the number of people involved is very, very small. The vast majority of Muslim people living in this part of East London want nothing to do with vigilantes whatsoever. At the local mosque, Muslim leaders are appalled and have condemned the patrols, which they say are stirring up hatred.
And it's done a huge amount of damage to the Muslim community, and it's no doubt going to increase Islamophobia.
Police patrols in the area have been stepped up as the authorities take a tough line.
We will not accept such behaviour. It's unacceptable.
But Britain isn't the only country struggling to contain such behaviour. In Denmark, an Islamist from another so-called Muslim patrol stands menacingly outside a polling station, vowing to stop Muslims voting. In Belgium, these extremists want existing Sharia courts, which handle family matters, to be expanded to cover criminal matters, including un-Islamic behaviour in Muslim areas. And in Lerida, Spain, hardline Salafist groups have angered locals by demanding pet dogs are banned from public transport and Muslim neighbourhoods. Several dogs have been poisoned. Leading British Muslims like Baroness Varsi have warned their communities need to integrate better into wider society to stop extremism.
No, we don't want them to integrate.
In a speech
We
in
want them
November, she said,
deported.
"We've been treating our communities like foreign embassies, where rules
Oh,
from
fuck
abroad
off. Shemama Mahmood
apply
ain't
and
got
wider
fucking
society
shit. She's
keeps
stupid
well
ass
out of it."
fucking Muslim
And for too long,
herself.
cultural sensitivities have often led our leaders to become morally blind.
No Muslim should
But there
have
is
any
evidence
power
that the lack
at
of integration is partly because in many cities
They can all
across Europe,
fuck off.
white people are moving away from ethnically mixed neighborhoods.
Even without many whites consciously
Shit, I didn't mean to do that. Oh well. Anyway, you get the picture. Fucking Muslims. Anyway, it's one from fucking Ireland. Yeah? This one's fucking disgusting. After viewers discretion, alright? Do not show this to your kids because it is fucking disgusting. Ah shit, wrong tab.
I'm about to hop on a plane and fly overnight to Dublin, Ireland. The most atrocious thing has happened. The worst thing in the world, the worst thing imaginable has happened in Dublin.
This was last year.
A 10-year-old girl went missing from state care, and then she shows up and she's been raped, allegedly by a migrant staying at a government migrant hotel in Dublin, Ireland.
A 10-year-old child was raped on these grounds this morning. What do we want? Come on, Andrew.
The government bought a massive hotel called City West, the largest hotel in Ireland. They paid 150 million euros for it. That's like $250 million in Canada. It's a massive place, but they shut it down as a hotel and turned it into an urban refugee camp. 2,000 people, mainly single military-aged migrant men, most of whom threw their ID into the water before they came aboard. They're fake refugees. But more than that, they're violent. The crime rate of these men staying at this urban refugee camp.
As I've been saying, boats of migrant men,
are allowed out
legal age,
now, first of all, they're given
age,
a roof over their head and 3 meals a day, more than a lot of Irish
no women and children,
get,
just men.
They mill around by day. They go hang out in parks. They get drunk. They harass people on the street. They sit in the schoolyards of primary schools. It was only a matter of time before something horrific like this happened. Understand, this migrant hotel is right in the heart of Dublin. It's not in a faraway place. It's not on some island, and it is not enclosed by a prison wall. These men go into the community every day, 2,000 of them. Imagine a 2,000-man city planted in the heart of Dublin. The rage in Ireland is palpable online.
Yeah, I watched the live. It was fucking crazy.
We're flying overnight. We want to go and talk to the locals about this. How did this happen? Will it happen again? Will police and politicians ever take this seriously? Is this the tipping point, or will Ireland continue to be a mass immigration country? All the main political parties and all the regime media are fully in support of mass immigration. Ireland has a faster mass immigration program than anywhere else in the world. Maybe Canada has it worse, but in Ireland, it's more shocking because it's happened so suddenly. I want to cover what's going on, and I want to give people the other side of the story, not the state broadcaster RTE, not the politicians who cover it up. I want to talk to grassroots Irish people who have been warning about this. I'm flying overnight with our cameraman, Lincoln J. We'll land in the morning. We'll go straight to the City West Hotel. There is also going to be a protest at 7:30 p.m. Irish time. That's 2:30 p.m. East Coast, North America time. We will be there. If you can help us cover the economy class airfare to get over there, I'd be grateful. Go to migrantreports.com. That's also where we're going to put.
See what I mean? I see people came in and left and not cared about the actual truth of what's going on. This shit's coming to America, for fuck's sake. You guys don't see how bad it is over here. Everything I've been saying is a fucking truth. It's fucking disgusting and sickening. I'm trying to find something else quick. Now, Mariah, if you've got your kids around, do not show them this. This was part of one of the series that I was telling you about. Yeah, but think about it. Your guns will be taken. Your arms, your knives, pepper spray, all that sort of shit will be made illegal, sweetheart. All of that shit will be literally be made illegal in your own country. Here you are. Watch this, all right? This is the 3 girls that I've been on about, okay?
There's no such thing as a child prostitute.
What there is a child who's been abused.
The 9 men have been released on bail.
How many victims?
47. And when they went to the police, nothing was done about it.
No one bothered. What do you think that does to a kid? We treat them as human beings and we say we're sorry.
What is the point if a jury is not going to believe she's telling the truth? I watched her interviews and I believed her.
This program is also available.
Oh, fuck off, BBC iPlayer. See what I mean? Yeah. The 3 Girls 2017. It's on YouTube. There's documentaries of it. All types of shit. All true stuff. I don't want to fucking have another child fucking abused, but I can't do anything about it. Because my government and the police will arrest me for it. If I had my way, I'd probably kill the fucking Muslims. I don't give a shit. My mouse is about to die. Whoops. Mariah, come up, please, sweetheart. Be nice to talk to someone instead of just me talking to the screen and chat. You Americans don't seem to see. Yeah? You think, oh, we've got guns, we've got this, we've got that. You'll be banned. Literally, you will get arrested. They will ban the laws. Your amendment rights, your Fifth Amendment rights, all of your amendment rights will be gone. Your fucking everything will be gone. Just like mine. I have no rights. I shouldn't even be doing this shit, but I don't give a fuck. Yeah? My country's gone. You guys have still got a chance to be saved. Yeah, we've got countries around the United Kingdom, all around the United Kingdom, even in Ireland now, right? Chasing these dirty little bastards out of the country, out their fucking towns and villages and cities. Okay, and the police ain't doing. The police are fucking trying to stop them. Police ain't doing shit. Basically, yeah. Third person comes and lives. Fuck yeah, fuck that person. What else is it? You got. They're literally being chased because they're sick and tired of their children and their women getting abused by these dirty little immigrants. Sick and tired of it. They will ban your laws, sweetheart. Yeah? My country's become Islamic. Become a third world country. Alright? Alright? A lot of Americans, I'm not saying you, but 90% of Americans have got their fucking heads up their fucking arse. Alright? And I ain't gonna fucking lie, and I don't care. Yeah? Like art. This fucking dirty little nigger, man. Sorry, I shouldn't be saying that shit. I'm angry. Okay? This fucking dirty little cunt. He's got his head up his fucking arse. Well, it is sad. Yeah. But there's fuck all we can do about it. We've got the fucking some of the lefty army, which is what's left. And then we've got fucking the police lefty police against us. We've got lefties against us. We've got the government against us. And we've got the royals against us. We can't win. Yeah. And then we've got on top of that, the Muslims against us. The Muslims should not be in the police force. The Muslims should not be in power. The Muslims shouldn't be even in this fucking country. Islam should be banned. I'm just fed up with all this fucking bullshit that's going on in my country. Okay? I'm just sick and tired of all this bullshit. I'm just tired of all this shit. See if I can find another video. They say they've got a lack of a police force, yeah, but yet you got things like France, who own the beaches of where I live in New Haven. They protected the fucking French pieces of shit, and they've got enough police forces down there fucking protecting the beaches, and it's a fucking sandy beach. Why can't the New Haveners fucking go down and see the beach and go down and fucking enjoy themselves? There's no other beaches for miles that's got a sandy beach apart from Shoreham when the tide goes out. But it's just fucked. Yeah. There you are. Fuck it, I'm gonna play it. Use the discretion. Be careful. This is gonna be disgusting.
Don't cry. You are beautiful.
This night was way too young to understand why she got thrown into someone else's hands.
That's the three girls.
Strange
If you trust me,
I'll kill it.
That's three girls. Disgusting.
Trust me.
Should have done it school. Instead she did that.
You raped me.
Come on, Laura. You better tell her I'm going to her house now and I'm going to drag her out of there. And I'm going to kill her.
I'm not going with anyone. Here you are. You're with him?
It's fucking disgusting.
Where
the fuck are we? I can't walk no more.
As I said, use the discretion. It's fucking wrong. It's disgusting. It's sick. Muslims should be eradicated. That I stand by. Yeah, see people leave when I just talk. It's fucking disgusting what's going on. We want these fuckers gone. Ah, there you are. This bit's funny. Caught red-handed.
Absolutely disgusting. So a man confronted some women for throwing garbage in a river, and instead of any shame or apology, they got angry, irrationally angry at this man, and started speaking in a foreign language to him, and basically suggesting that they thought this was normal. Just take a watch.
People throwing their garbage out in the river. Why are you throwing garbage out in the river? No, I just saw you. I just saw you. You're plastic
They're throwing shit in the river, in our river.
Credit river. Only food. Oh, so you yourself and then threw your in the river? Oh my God. What is wrong with you guys? Yes, because you're going on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, everywhere.
It was poo they were throwing in the river. Is that what I'm getting here? Because I'm extremely confused, and I think...
Yeah, it's disgusting. These people are disgusting. Just look at their own country. Yeah, their own faith tells them to go and rape young women and get children, and murder fucking non-Christians, treat women like shit, treat gays like shit. It's fucking disgusting. They fucking treat their own country like shit, yet they don't dispose of it properly. They just chuck it on the street and leave it. They've got piles. I've seen people in their own country, in India, Pakistan. They've got massive piles of fucking rubbish stacked up outside their front door. And they just leave it there. They throw shit out in the fucking street. It's fucking disgusting. They've got fucking... No wonder they've got so many fucking diseases. I hate them. They're disgusting. They should be eradicated. And people, I wonder why I hate Muslims. Yeah, you wonder why I fucking call for the eradication every single one of them. I hate them. I think they're disgusting. I think their fucking religion is gross as fuck. How long was it? 7 days ago. Okay. That was 7 days ago. In the House of Commons. Burn the place down.
Katie Lamb.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To ask the Home Department if it will make a statement on whether the government is planning to change the law to deport Rochdale grooming gang leader Shabir.
Because they do it in their own country, love.
Thank you, Mr.
They
Speaker.
do it in their own country.
Mr. Speaker, I'll start with where any discussion of this nature must always start, and that's with the victims. Over the years, they were subjected to unspeakable crimes, exploited and abused by vile predators, and woefully let down by the agencies charged with protecting them. And I know the House will join me in saying they are in our thoughts today and always. The grooming gang scandal was and will forever be one of the darkest moments in our nation's history. And I know for those affected, it will have been unbelievable.
Yeah, but you fuckers allowed it to happen and covered it fucking up, you dirty little cunts.
Having been convicted in 2012, Shabir Ahmed has served the custodial element of his sentence. He is on the sex offenders register for life, ordered to stay away from his victims and banned from contacting any child or young person. As well as facing strict curfews and restriction zones, his every movement will be tracked. He will be required to
Oh, fuck's sake, I just hit my button on my mouse. It fucking made me go back. Fuck's sake. Sorry about that.
he can be immediately returned to prison. Shabir Ahmed held British citizenship at the time of these offences, and action was taken to deprive him of that right, reflecting the seriousness of his offences. Having arrived in the UK before 1971, he is exempt from deportation due to Section 7 of the Immigration Act. This Act preserved the rights of Commonwealth and Irish citizens who were already in the UK when the Act took effect on the 1st of January 1973. This is not a loophole, Mr. Speaker. The provisions of Section 7 were put in place to protect existing rights for an identified cadre of Commonwealth citizens, most notably the Windrush generation. But, Mr. Speaker, as you know, when a foreign national breaks the laws of this land, our first priority will always be to get them out of the UK. Under this government, removals of foreign national offenders are up 36%, with nearly 10,000 returns since we entered office. The fact that this has not, so far, been possible with an individual responsible for such heinous crimes as Shabir Ahmed is unacceptable. I can assure the House that we have not given up, and we will not. While the original intentions of the legislation in question mean we ought to proceed with care, the nature of the offending in this case demands that we explore all options, and that is what we're doing. And in the meantime, we will, of course, do everything in our power to keep the public safe.
Katie Lamb.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Shabir Ahmed has committed some of the most despicable crimes imaginable. As the ringleader of Rochdale grooming gang, he was responsible for grooming, trafficking, and raping children as young as 12 years old. He was jailed in 2012 for 30 counts of child rape. His victims were promised that when he got out of prison, he would be deported back to Pakistan. He has been released from prison, but now we are told that he will not be deported because of a provision in the 1971 Immigration Act. The idea that he might be allowed to stay in this country because of a clause in a decades-old law designed for a completely different time and context is not just absurd, but sickening. As recently as 2023, parole officers concluded that Ahmed poses, and I quote, a very high risk of serious harm to children. How can he possibly be allowed to walk
This
the
shit is
streets
fucking
again?
disgusting.
When the law produces an outcome which is so clearly so wrong, the law must be changed. And the government must now change this law to make sure that we can remove Ahmed. Members on this side of the House, including the Leader of the Opposition, have made clear that if the Home Secretary puts forward changes to the law which would allow us to deport Shabir Ahmed, we will support them. The Shadow Home Secretary has already drafted an amendment that the government could adopt.
We should be deporting every single fucking last stinking one of them. Don't matter if they're black, white, Chinese, Indian, Pakistani. Just deport the cunts. Or even if they're fucking ex-Muslim.
If so, then we will
Deport
be
them.
happy to support them. If it does not, people across this country will rightly ask, as they already are, whether this is a government that can really keep the British people safe.
No, you're not. You're not capable of
the
shit.
Honourable Lady's question and subsequent follow-up. I share her anger, and I share her concern too at the anger of the British people who rightly expect that when
No, you don't.
foreign
You work
offenders
for
break
Labour.
our
You're a
laws, they're removed from the
scumbag.
country. That's why we've made the removals to degrees that we have. I will look closely, as we always do, at all amendments and new clauses put forward by the opposition and all honourable and right honourable colleagues to legislation or other ideas as they come forward. As I say, in the context, I couldn't be clearer that all options are on the table at this stage. I might gently say there was, of course, a significant period of time between conviction and the change of government where these changes weren't brought forward, including by some of them some individuals that I expect to be co-signatories. Nevertheless, we are where we are, and the spirit in which she offers that support, I think, is welcome, and I think the public will want to see Parliament come together to make sure that in cases where people commit really serious crimes, we're able to remove them from the country.
Jim McMahon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Shabir Ahmed and his co-offenders committed grave crimes which shook and angered the country. His victims and survivors are foremost in our minds today, and they deserve justice. Now, there are two aspects to deportation. Firstly, getting our own legal house in order, and then secondly, securing an agreement with Pakistan. So on the first, once Shabir Ahmed was deprived of his British citizenship, it would have become apparent that the provisions in the Immigration Act 1971 did create a barrier to deportation. So can I ask, given where we are now, that all options are on the table, including on Monday, when the Immigration and Asylum Bill comes before the House? And secondly, can you update the House on what conversations are taking place with Pakistan?
We should be bringing a bill in to fucking shoot the cunts at the border.
I've known the honourable gentleman for a very, very long time indeed. I know on this issue and the protection of his constituents and Oldham, he is resolute and is fighting day by day, and his contribution is very much in the spirit of that. I can absolutely confirm with him that all options are on the table. I share his anger, the anger of his community on this issue. With regards to engagements with the government of Pakistan, that is something that I've done personally in recent months, and we do on a very frequent basis indeed. It is in all our interests for us to have excellent returns agreements with as many countries as possible that are functional as well, and that's the work that we do is all in line with that spirit.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My thoughts are with the victims and survivors who have
The scale of illegal immigration and its impact on our country is simply not understood in this Parliament, nor do most members even care.
This guy, I
British
fucking love
people are
him.
genuinely scared. Women are frightened to go into their towns alone. Parents are terrified to let their children walk to school. It's getting worse and worse and worse. The British people are not stupid. They can see their communities radically changing, and they can feel their streets
fucking love
becoming
this
more
guy.
unfamiliar, more dangerous, more menacing.
His name's Rupert Lowe,
All
by the way.
whilst the Home Office deliberately conceals the true extent of the change from our citizens. I am contacted by dozens and dozens of women who genuinely fear for their lives, and they feel ignored by this place, ignored by those who are supposed to represent and protect them, ignored and abandoned, thrown to the wolves in pursuit of some sick, multicultural experiment that is being forced on our people. one that has very real-world consequences. What happened just yesterday? 2 Afghan illegal migrants jailed for raping a schoolgirl. The footage exists. She filmed herself during the rape. Even the men's barrister warned it would lead to disorder if it was released, as it was so horrific. "You're going to rape me," the girl cried as she was dragged away. She screamed for help and begged not to be taken. One of the migrants gagged her with his hand. The Afghan men forced her to perform sex acts in a secluded area. She is heard screaming for help. She calls for her friends. She wants to go home. She's pleading for help from passers-by. None came. Can you imagine her horror, her fear, her desperation? Think if it was your daughter. How would that make you feel? Honestly, think about that. I will give way.
He is making a very powerful introduction to his
They're a
speech.
bunch
He
of
will
lefties. They
share
don't give a shit.
profound concerns regarding the scale of illegal migrants in the UK and their ability to arrive here and disappear. The case he speaks of yesterday, the most disturbing thing for me is that we are being gaslit by the media because these 2 Afghani boat arrivals were described as being from Leamington. They're not from Leamington. Would you agree with me that women and girls are less safe in this United Kingdom now today than they were 5 years ago because of this reason?
I thank the honourable member.
They are less safe. The more you fucking allow these little cunts to wander around, the more less safe it's going to
The
be.
girl was then pushed to her
retard
knees before being brutally raped. Another, one of too many. Last year, a 35-year-old Iranian small boat migrant raped a 15-year-old girl in an alleyway. He was known to police in Germany, where he was convicted of assault offences. He told the girl she could be his sex doll and that he wanted to, and I quote, fuck her, before dragging her down an alleyway, forcing her to her knees outside a secluded doorway, and then raping her. The poor girl's anguished mother later asked, why was he in this country? A question millions and millions of British people are asking. Why are they here? These are unimaginable horrors, but they are happening right across our country every day, brutally and relentlessly. This House may not like to hear this, but it must listen. It must understand, it must digest. This is a political choice, and it's one that this Parliament has made. These are men who should never have been in our country to begin with. They should have been detained, and they should have been deported, indiscriminately and without question. They weren't. They were housed, fed, and cared for at taxpayer expense, released onto our streets, allowed to roam freely. Thousands and thousands of them, unvetted foreign men from barbaric
Fucking
cultures
hate
no
Muslims.
place
I
in our
really do
communities.
hate them. They are
Words
disgusting.
cannot adequately describe my disgust for what has been forced onto the British people. Since being elected,
If I had my way and a
used
gun, I would
little
shoot every
influence I
single
have
one of them.
to try and uncover the impact of these migrants and just how severely the British people are suffering because of it. I've asked over 600 questions of the Home Office. I received very few answers, particularly when the question is regarding illegal migrants. No data, not centrally collected, and disproportionate costs are often cited. I thought perhaps incompetence, but evidence has come to my attention that proves that the Home Office has been misleading MPs. On January the 20th, I asked the Home Office this question. What information the department holds on the number of irregular migrants defined as absconders?
Oh, don't give way.
I will give way.
I'm extremely grateful to the Honourable Gentleman. I did give notice that I was going to intervene on him. It is inconceivable, isn't it, that Home Office ministers wouldn't know that? For when I was Home Office Minister, I've been asking my officials for exactly that kind of information. It's not just that the Honourable Gentleman didn't know it, It seems the ministers didn't either. I can't believe that, Deputy Speaker. It's inconceivable.
I thank the right honourable gentleman for his intervention and very helpful.
On that point.
Yeah.
Can I commend the Honourable Gentleman for Great Yarmouth for bringing this debate, and he has illustrated by the story that he has conferred and by the evidential base how bad things are. Madam Vice Speaker, I did a check beforehand. Data set from the Home Office shows that
Yeah,
as
you
of
go to the Home
October
Office and do whatever, and they basically tell you to shut the fuck up.
53,298 migrants who breached their immigration bail or absconded from detention, meaning their whereabouts are unknown. So does the honourable member agree that this only adds to the stress of our community, the health and housing systems, and that more must
in the grey, feet up, staring at the women behind the bar.
This is a girl who's working in a
As they
hotel,
handed out snacks to
working
the
to
asylum
protect them.
seekers living at this hotel, Deng Majek was fixated. The women felt intimidated enough to ask security at the Park Inn Hotel at Walsall to keep an eye on him. As they went outside for a break, he followed. And as they came back in, he knocked into Rhiannon White at the back. Later that night, Rhiannon was to become the victim of his vicious and frenzied attack.
Chav.
It left her 5-year-old son without his mum.
I had to explain to him that the person, he asked if Rhiannon was okay because he knew that we were at the hospital. Alex had to explain to him that her bad man had hurt her. So I initially explained to him that she had a poorly brain, and we tried really hard, and the doctors tried really hard, but they couldn't fix her brain. So she had to go to heaven. The scream that left that child that day will haunt me for the rest of my life.
After her late shift finished, Rhiannon made her way to the station alone. She's seen on her phone catching up with a friend as Majek follows her into the car park and then onto the platform. It was here that he stabbed Rhiannon 23 times with a screwdriver. Her friend, who was on the other end of the line, heard her screams and called police. Majek is seen walking away with the glow of Rhiannon's phone in his hand and then throwing it into the river nearby. He calmly wanders the streets, even stopping to buy beer. On his return to the hotel, he's filmed dancing with other residents as police arrive.
Very cold-blooded, in my opinion, very odd, having committed such a horrendous, horrific attack, savage, I would call it, how he could then behave the way he did afterwards in such a jovial way, dancing, I can't get my head around that.
Rhiannon, who died 3 days after the attack, told her family that she enjoyed her work and felt she was making a positive difference.
We promised her in the hospital we were going to live the way she wanted us to live. And we promised her justice. And that's exactly what we're doing. Life for a life. None of this deportation. I'm not against asylum seekers, whatever, but he's taken my daughter away. He doesn't deserve to be sent back to his own country. Serve his time here every day of his life.
Majek,
should be
who
sentenced
claims
to
to be
death.
19
Have the
and from
death penalty
Sudan,
back.
said that it wasn't him. The evidence showed very clearly that it was.
Just leave him there for now.
Rhiannon's family may never know why he took the life of a woman who they say saw the good in everyone. Lisa Dowd, Sky News, Wolverhampton.
This is Axel Ruder Cabana on July the 29th,
on his way to carry out a knife attack on a class full of young girls. At the bus stop,
For you guys who don't know, this is a guy who stabbed 3 girls, well, stabbed multiple people, injured multiple people, but actually killed 3 girls under the age of fucking 10 years old. This happened for about more than a year and a half ago.
he paces up and down while phoning for a taxi. On that 5-mile journey, he's silent until the very end. When he checks, he's at the right address. After he refused to pay, the taxi dash cam records him approaching the door of the dance studio, looking to find his way in. We know what happened next. Inside, 26 girls were enjoying a Taylor Swift dance event at the start of the summer holidays, an event that had sold out. The girls were at a table making friendship bracelets when, without a word, Ruda Cabana entered and grabbed the child nearest to him. He then moved on to a second and a third, lunging at them. Leanne Lucas, who was running the class that day, said she only realized what was happening when she felt a knife go into her back. Some people left the courtroom because the details of what happened here that day were so graphic. The court was played CCTV footage in which the screams of children can be heard. Leanne Lucas is seen trying to usher them to safety. One child tries to leave the building, but is pulled back in by Ruda Cabana. She was one of the injured. Deanna here, KC, said the injuries sustained by 2 of the children who died could only be described as sadistic in nature. B.B. King, Elsie Stancombe, and Alice Aguiar died in the attack. 8 other girls were injured. The court heard Ruda Cabana's only intention that day was to kill. After he was arrested, he told police, "It's a good thing those children are dead. I'm so glad. I'm so happy." Among the weapons at his home, police found a second knife, identical to the one used in the attack. They also found evidence of his obsession with violence. In the dock, Ruda Cabana began shouting that he was ill and needed to see a paramedic, with the families of the victims listening in court. When he refused to stop, the judge ordered him to be removed. We then heard from some of those whose lives have been changed by the events of that day, including one of the girls who was injured. "The beginning of my nightmare," she said, "started when I saw you. I thought you were playing a joke. I saw you in your green hoodie and face mask. The thing I remember most about you is your eyes. You looked possessed. You didn't look human." Leanne Lucas also addressed the court.
"I cannot give myself compassion or accept praise, as how can I live knowing I survived when children died? The trauma of being both a victim and a witness has been horrendous. The impact this has had on me can be summed up by one word: trauma. He targeted us because we were women and girls, vulnerable and easy prey."
There was a statement from the parents of Alice.
Alice was always a very kind girl who valued equality and fairness at the core. A world of possibilities awaited her, a best friend anyone could ask for. We were so lucky and privileged to have her. Every day felt like a gift. In a matter of minutes, our worlds were shattered and turned upside down by the devastating attack on our Alice, a pin drop that changed our lives forever. We kept our hopes up every second during Alice's 14-hour fight, but once she had lost her fight, we lost our lives.
And from Elsie's mum.
"You deliberately chose that place, fully aware that there would be no parents present, fully aware that girls were vulnerable and unable to protect themselves. We were robbed of the opportunity to protect our girls. What you did was not only cruel and pure evil, it was the act of a coward."
Ruda Cabana wasn't in court to hear any of that, or the judge sentence him.
The prosecution have made it clear that these proceedings were not acts of terrorism within the meaning of the terrorism legislation, because there is no evidence that Ruda Cabana's purpose was to advance political, religious, racial, or ideological cause. I must accept that conclusion. However, in my judgment, his culpability for this extreme level of violence is equivalent in its seriousness to terrorist murders, whatever his purpose. Whether his motivation was for terrorism or
It
not,
was fucking terrorism.
They found an Al Qaeda fucking manual in his fucking in his bedroom and a fucking tub of rice in poison.
That it must be viewed as being at the very extreme level of crime. His culpability and the harm he caused and intended were at the highest. I'm now going to sentence Axel Rudakabana, having explained my reasons. On counts 1 to 3 murder, I sentence him to custody for life with a minimum term which he must serve in custody of 52 years, less the time he's served already.
Police say they've never established
Okay, he
why
gets out in less
Rudakabana
time.
chose that venue, those girls, as his target.
He's just the most despicable.
We need to bring back the death penalty and start fucking killing them all.
Young person who's committed the most vile and violent acts that are going to have an impact on the victims and their families for the rest of their lives. Words almost fail
I'm going to end this
describe
soon.
him
Live.
in terms of just what a despicable person he is.
The judge said it is highly unlikely Rudakabana will ever be released, but so many questions remain, and all of it has come too late for the so many lives altered and the young lives lost. Greg Milam, Sky News, Southport.
See, I like that. No mention of the ricin found in his bedroom or the war book or war manual or well, terrorist manual on Al Qaeda. Yeah, I never found that book. That's funny. Oh, I found this funny. That was funny. Police officer fucking attacked with a crossbow. Meh. Fuck that shit, man. That was awesome, that was. This was literally the day after those fucking poor girls got murdered.
You're not getting a better view than this!
It was fucking crazy. If anyone wants to come up and chat, they're more than welcome to. Mariah? Yeah, I know, poor things. You're more than welcome to come up and chat if you want to it up. Please pop up. My wife's being boring.
This country, slow immigration down, deport loads of people, because if we don't, racism's going to rise, and we're all going to financially struggle and have all the same problems, except you ethnic people with colour are probably going to be affected by racism more, because the symptoms causing it to rise massively.
Yeah, but I'm a white woman from Oxford, right? I'm born and bred here.
Yeah.
And that's, I understand your anger and your fear and your issues, but what you...
What?
Even Ali Dar was looking at her like, what are you into ejecting for?
Read it, and I understand your anger and your fear and your issues, but what you don't realise, or what a lot of people don't seem to realise, is everyone's struggle with.
It's the billionaires' fault, but the billionaires are important.
No, but it's
Elon Musk, the billionaire.
Everything's very.
He's going in for banter. Elon Musk.
Big up, Jamie.
I've heard DP talking about
Right,
that
yeah.
with with other people now with Muslims, and he is good. He knows what he's talking about.
I think you have some genuine concerns. I don't want to label you anything because I think there are some. No, I used to bet. I know. Yeah. I think there are some genuine concerns that the British public have. So would you say if you walk down those roads and those drunk druggies were white men, would you still have the same concern? Well, yeah, but that has always been a problem, right? And that is our own problem to deal with. Yeah, every country has to deal with their own shitheads, right? Yeah, that's just a fact, isn't it? Okay, good. So we don't need to bring more in. Okay, good, perfect. So now when we're talking about shitheads.
He's got you here.
Okay, here. So the key here is this: that, for example, when we look at Tommy Robinson is doing selective outrage. So me as a Muslim, my religion teaches me that anyone that's perpetrating acts of violence or whatever is whatever, they should be dealt with severely. Yeah. A lot of the Arab countries are quite harsh with it. I believe in capital punishment. Yeah, I agree. There were those two homosexual men who adopted a. Get on board. Yeah, I'm done. In public, in public. I'll volunteer. I'll volunteer. Yeah.
In
so the
public,
thing is, the
I'll
there.
volunteer.
However, when we look at Tommy Robinson,
Tired of that. Well, panel's open. If anyone wants to join and talk, and I'll go for an extra hour, maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours. If someone wants to come up, here's the link, even though it's already pinned. Someone wants to come and talk, feel free. I've been going for nearly 2.5 hours. If no one comes up, I'm ending it at at 40 minutes, 2 hours and 40 minutes. So I am bored as fuck. Oh, what's going on in the world? Yeah. What's this all about? Let's find out. Whoops. Let's find out what this is about. I've not even seen this. I've not even seen this, so don't count me on it.
Now, it's one thing to be sober in life, but it's absolutely another thing to be able to thrive and be healthy and sound of mind and rational of thought and be somebody that your loved ones, your mothers and your kids are absolutely proud of.
We are following and filming. I saw some men in a park training, and I know that what they're doing was probably one of the most important things that this country needs, that every town and every community needs. So we sent cameras out with them. We've met them today, Duffy and Tom. We're just starting to follow, to tell, or they're telling their story. I'm not telling their story. They're going to tell their story to hopefully show a wider British public what these men are doing. Excited, lads?
Yeah, always excited.
You two are, when I see you talking, both of you, you are incredibly passionate about this issue. Why?
It means a lot to us, doesn't it? It means a lot to us, and I'm sure it means a lot to every other man that's watching this video. Right now, there is a man, and he's on his own. He's in silence, and he's convinced that no one cares if he lives or dies, wherever that man is, whoever he is, whatever background, and he's going to act on that statistically. So I think it's important what we're doing. It means a lot to us, as it means a lot to every man that's out there.
Yeah, and Tommy, the reason that we're passionate about it is because we know it works. We know what we do in the parks and in the fields works. It keeps men, not only keeps them from doing some harm to themselves, but it keeps them well, it keeps them happy, it keeps them thriving, making them better men, better fathers, better sons, and better partners. So that's why we're passionate. We know how good it is for us.
Yeah.
So why would we not be wanting it for every other man?
And listen, we've tried fucking other ways, every ways, and you know what we're doing there, it fucking complements everything else, doesn't it? Like it's special, and what's going on the field special. Up and down the country, when men are getting together, they're training, they're meeting each other. You said it perfectly. You know, you might meet another fella at the networking side of it that likes playing with kites. Yes, you know what I mean. You might meet someone, and then there's a tribe, there's a brotherhood bonded. Meet that fella. And,
Tell me, you've been through recovery. You're in recovery.
Yep.
To tell people who are struggling, what's the change been in your life since you've implemented these practices?
Yeah, okay. So, like Tom alluded to then, first of all, therapy, step work, fellowship, stuff like that. We're not taking anything at all away from that. That will keep you, it'll keep you well, it'll keep you sober. What we're doing is going to help you thrive. Now, it's one thing to be sober in life, but it's absolutely another thing to be able to thrive and be healthy and sound of mind and rational of thought and be somebody that your loved ones, your mothers and your kids are absolutely proud of. And that's what you're going to find in the Men's Social Network, Tommy. You're going to find a sense of purpose, and you're going to find that through being a service to other men.
You started on 7 people in the park. How many are you expecting this Saturday?
In excess of 100, and that's just the men. Because like we mentioned earlier on, Tommy, for the first time ever, the Men's Social Network is going to be open, and it's going to be completely open to these men's families, the kids, the mums, and everybody else. So we're expecting big numbers.
yeah, I hope so. It'd be funny if 9 rock up. But, no, we're praying, but we pray we'll see something special. And yeah, it's going to be a lot of fellas, but most importantly, a lot of fellas just feeling fucking great. And we already know, we can see it. We can see the way that we're going to feel, all of us walking off that field, walking onto that field. You visualize it right now, and it's, yeah.
Anyone looking to get involved in this, in the fitness you give, the leadership you give, where do they go?
They just turn up.
Have you got a website?
So, yeah, I have to try and plug it now. www.something the Men's Social Network. Search the Men's Social Network on Google. It will come up. If you want to come and meet us face to face, see what we're about, see who we are, just rock up, Roydon Park, CH48 1MP 0800 every Saturday. Come meet us and be a part of something that's bigger than yourself.
One more thing I just want to ask you both, just for my own mindset. You both have incredible leadership skills, yeah? What's your history?
I'm a former paratrooper in the British Army. And yeah, a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu purple belt, but before any of that,
British Army are now pussies.
That's what my foundation is built on now. Everything else is just a pillar on top of my foundation.
Yourself, Duffy?
Yeah, it's the same. I was in the army 6 years as a Royal Green Jacket, combat sports background. I'm a black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. And
which one's bigger, purple or black?
Black, obviously.
But the hey, but the
listen, I'll get it going on this gravel right now.
Hey, the paras are better than me.
The paras are an elite unit. But to finish answering your question,
who is the answer you two?
Yeah, so yeah, lifelong martial artist, competitor, coach, 6 years as a Royal Green Jacket in the British Army. That's my background.
Lads, wicked. I wish you every luck, man.
Yes, Tommy.
Have a great Saturday. It's been a pleasure. Cheers, boys. Did you contact them or did they contact you, Luke? Simple question, mate. Did they contact you or did you contact them? Then we know whether you're running a smear campaign. So, every time we've ever had a platform, any social media platform, PayPal, anything, the Metro newspaper attack us, and they're doing it again. So they've contacted my lawyers, solicitors. I hope you're well. I'm Luke, a reporter at Metro newspaper in the UK. We're getting in touch. We believe you represent Tommy Robinson. I'm getting in touch about how a new podcast on Spotify. We have heard from anti-racism groups and politicians who are critical of Spotify's decision to give him a platform and want to give him a chance to respond. This
Fuck
is
anti-racism groups are just the problem.
In the first podcast,
Part of
he
the
and his
problem.
guests talk about the rising immigration and birth rates from Muslims in the Western countries, as well as remigration. How dare we? You know what I mean? He also mentions that half of Somalia is coming to the UK. Well, they want to, yeah? Various groups, including Stand Up to Racism and Tell Mama, both frauds, as well as politicians such as Sarah Owen, Labour Party, opposing free speech, of course, have said it is wrong that he's allowed to express these views on this podcast. It's wrong that he has free speech. Nothing breaks any laws. One campaign group has noted that Spotify's own rules explicitly prohibit content that dehumanises or incites violence against marginalised communities. The only marginalised community right now is the white English community and the white British community. We're the marginalised ones. We're the ones under attack. We're the ones being raped and we're the ones being murdered. And we're talking up for them. They accuse him of promoting violence. When am I promoting violence? Promoting hatred and racism in what he says. And he should not be legitimised as a political figure. Some have called for Spotify to take down his podcast. Some have called, not them. So they launched this campaign. They will run this story and then Spotify will be bombarded. Once they go mainstream, the Metro, big newspaper, London, it will cause an avalanche of protests against Spotify. That's what this is. This is an organised attack by Luke Alsford. Luke Alsford, who of course, looks like this. Of course, that's Luke Alsford. I'm going to attack free speech, Luke Alsford. Yeah. So now we're going to ring Luke Alsford and see what he's got to say. Ask him a few questions. Put him in the hot spot for a minute. Look at him. Look. Typical journalist trying to shut down free speech.
Hi, hello. Who's this?
Hi, Luke. It's Tommy Robinson.
Oh, hi. Thanks for calling me. I appreciate it.
No problem.
Yeah, I mean,
I just want to have the opportunity, Luke, to answer your questions.
yeah, thank you. I mean, as I say, we just heard from some campaigners, anti-racism campaigners, about kind of your podcast and would say it's kind of fueling violence and sort of hatred towards communities. Yeah, what do you have to say in response?
Luke, have you watched the podcast?
I've listened to some of it. I haven't listened to all of it yet.
Well, maybe you should listen to it and watch it before you ask me questions, no? Because anything you've watched, is there anything that's fueling violence, inciting violence in any way, breaks any law?
Well, I think there's 2 points. Actually, to answer your question, they talk about in the interview. There is
At the end of all of it, he hadn't seen it.
To rise up the birth rates because of the high Muslim birth rates in the West. You're getting migration, which is controversial for anti-racism campaigners, and also you mentioned a comment about half of Somalia coming to the UK.
At the end of it,
so
all
I also think a lot of them are responding to obviously they have a general.
Luke, let me ask you the question again, Luke. Luke, is there anything, because you just mentioned that we're talking about high birth rates of Muslims compared to non-Muslims, that's a fact. So is there anything in that podcast which you can tell me now that is fueling violence or encouraging violence or inciting violence?
Anti-racism groups.
No, Luke. Forget the anti-racism groups. Let me tell you something. You quoted Tell Mama, right? You quoted Tell Mama, yeah? Tell Mama lost a legal pursuit in 2014 against Andrew Gilligan because they lied. They exaggerated anti-Muslim attacks. They exaggerated them, fact, right? They are not a legitimate source for you as a journalist to ring me up to quote them. What you're trying to do here as mainstream media, and for the Metro, you do this every time, you're trying to attack a platform that I have a platform on, i.e. Spotify. You want them to remove me. This is an attack on free speech. So I'll ask you again, as a journalist, Luke, from the Metro, is there anything that you watched in that video? Let's forget what the people who exaggerate hate crimes say. I'm asking you, as a journalist, you're educated, you've studied, is there anything said in that podcast that incites violence in any way?
First of all, I said that we're here to reflect what other people say. I don't want to, but she's calling to off Somalia. can be seen as inflammatory, and in a very tense environment. That is, like, these groups have argued that could fuel people to just
The guy's signal's weak as fuck.
attacks. Obviously, there's been a lot of very tense scenes in parts of the UK right now over race.
Luke, can I ask you a question, Luke? Luke, because you're not making Luke, if I described all the non-Muslims in my video as cattle, would that be dehumanizing? Because you mentioned in here, let me see where you mentioned it. You mentioned that
about where they class us
you mentioned that
cattle.
Spotify has a rule already that prohibits content that dehumanizes or incites violence. We've established you're not going to answer, but there's nothing that incites violence. If I described them all as cattle, would that be dehumanizing for them?
Yes.
Okay.
Say so.
Okay. Well, the Quran describes all non-Muslims as cattle. So would you agree that the Quran, based on your opinion, is dehumanizing towards non-Muslims? Luke.
It's not about my personal opinion. It's about,
well, it is about your personal opinion. You're a journalist, and you're trying to write a hit piece saying I'm dehumanising people. I'll give you a fact. Now, Sarah Owen MP, I guess she's Labour, right?
Yes.
That doesn't surprise me. A Labour MP who opposes free speech as well. You're a journalist. You've watched the interview. There's nothing dehumanising. There's nothing illegal, and there's nothing that's not factual. Okay? There's two people having a conversation. Do you believe in free speech or not? You.
I do believe in free speech, yes.
So why are you trying to shut down a platform for exercising free speech, of which we don't care? We don't care what Tell Mama say. I've established already that they fake hate crime statistics. That's a fact proven in a court of law. Yeah. So it doesn't matter what anyone else says. Why are you running a hit piece on a video which you know doesn't incite violence? Why are you doing that?
As I said, there's 2 points.
Yeah, there's two. No, there's 3 points to every argument. There's our point, there's the opposition's point, then there's your point, Luke. There's a man that's writing the bloody article. We've established that you think the Quran is dehumanising towards non-Muslims. You said it. You said if you describe someone as cattle as dehumanising, that's the Quran. Okay? That's how it talks about non-Muslims in the Quran. Cattle. Mehdi Hassan's actually famous quoted as saying this.
In this respect, the Quran describes the atheists as cattle. As cattle, as those who go with the crowd and do not stop and wonder about this world.
So we've established that's what you think. Now, you're a journalist. You said you believe in free speech. Do you believe I should have the right to a platform on Spotify? You, Luke, as a journalist that believes in free speech.
We've talked to groups who are concerned not just with the content, but the fact that you as a person are speaking on these platforms, and that's their. Would love to hear your response to that as well.
Luke, I'll happy. I'm going to give you a response right now because it's boring. My response to you is no matter what your newspaper do, because this is an attack on free speech, no matter what Sarah Owen MP for Labour has to say, Tell Mama or any of these government-funded NGO groups whose job is to criticise, dehumanise, deplatform and attack anyone who exercises their free speech, we're not going to stop our discussions and our talks. Whether that by on Spotify or on X. This is going on X as well. So it doesn't matter if you manage to get us deplatformed off of Spotify, because that's what you're doing. Yeah, you're not a journalist. You act as a propaganda hit piece. Okay, if you are a journalist, write in your report that comes out here that what I've said and give the quote of the Quran that dehumanises non-Muslims. And then call for anyone promoting Islam on Spotify to be banned because it's promoting dehumanising language against non-Muslims. You're not going to do that, are you?
Well, definitely fairly reflect what you've said in this conversation.
Okay, will you give the fact that Tell Mama in 2014, 100% lost a court case against Andrew Gilligan because they faked hate crime statistics, and that's who you're using as your legitimate source. And also, will you also write that you have watched the entirety of the video as a journalist and there's nothing illegal in there, nothing inciting violence in there, nothing? Or is this just going to be a smear piece to try and put pressure on Spotify to remove us?
Yeah, you cut out
okay
a little bit, but I will 100% listen to the whole pod because then we'll quote segments from it.
When you listen to the whole post, okay, yeah. Is there anything wrong with calling for remigration of criminals, illegal immigrants, and people who are a burden on the state? Is there anything wrong with that? Is it wrong with saying illegal immigrants should be remigrated to their countries?
it's not from my view. Some anti-racism groups would argue that is
Anti-racism groups. Look who are they funded by? I'll tell you what. You're a journalist. Have you done the investigation into who funds Stand Up to Racism?
Myself personally, no.
Do you think you should before you quote them? Before you quote them as a legitimate source, I'm asking you. You're the journalist here. If I was going to quote someone as a journalist, I'd investigate and look into who I'm quoting. I'm asking you. Were you aware Tell Mama had lost a court case for faking and exaggerating hate crime statistics? Were you aware of that?
So you would say that you would dispute any kind of group that is concerned about your presence on
people? No, people. I'm more concerned with you, the Metro newspaper, than these groups, because I know who funds these groups. I'm more concerned with why you, a journalist who believes in free speech, is attempting to run a smear campaign to have me removed off of Spotify. That's what I'm more concerned with. I know who Tell Mama are. I know who funds them. I know who Stand Up to Racism. I know who funds them. And I know the Labour Party and their opposition to free speech, whether it be under Andy Burnham or Keir Starmer. You, Luke, you're the journalist here. You're the journalist who believes in free speech.
We're not making any calls for you to be platformed. We're representing the views of some groups that we've spoken to who are concerned about your presence.
Can I ask you? Did you speak? Can I ask you? Remember, did I ask you? And this could end up in a legal suit. Did you contact Tell Mama, or did they contact you to ask for their opinion? I want to know, because I will contact lawyers about this. So, did you contact Tell Mama, or did Tell Mama contact you, the newspaper?
We've spoken to groups.
I'm asking you, who contacted who? You contact them, or they contact you?
I really appreciate
Luke, you contacted them, didn't you, Luke? Luke, you contacted them, didn't you? You're running a SMIT, so you've contacted groups to say negative. No, simple answer to the question. Did you contact Stand Up to Racism and Tell Mama, or did they contact you?
Some groups have been posting.
Did you contact them, or did they contact you, Luke? Simple question, mate. Did they contact you, or did you contact them? Then we know whether you're running a smear campaign and a bullshit story.
We're not running.
You've contacted them. So you've contacted them, you've seen them on Spotify, you've contacted groups that you know hate me in order to get some negative words, then you can run a big story in order to put pressure to deplatform me off of Spotify, right, Luke? Mr. I believe in free speech. Mr. I've investigated fuck all.
No, I'm giving you now. We want to give you the chance to respond to these comments.
And I'm responding. I'm responding to them. I've responded to what? You can't even answer a question. Did you contact Tell Mama, or did Tell Mama contact you? Simple question. Who contacted who, Luke?
We're not the ones. I'm not the one running this podcast.
You contacted them. So you're on the hit piece.
I'd love to be able to explain in my article from your point. I think it's so important that you should be able to speak about this. I'd love to be able to quote you on that.
But I'll tell you why, Luke. It's important. I'll tell you why, Luke. It's important that people like me are able to do this, because wankers like you don't. That's why, Luke. You're not the media anymore. Your readership, your viewership is not important anymore. Yeah, platforms like ours are. That's why you're a dying breed, mate. Yeah, so that's why it's important, because wankers like you and your newspaper don't cover the truth. So that leaves a market for me. In steps me and my media brand. Yeah, and you hate it because you can't control it. None of you can. Anyway, conversation over, Luke. Have a good day. I'll wait for your shit. Your fucking hit piece in the paper. Yeah. See you later.
Thank you.
That's it, you tell them. Get those fucking dirty little muzzies out of this country.
Mohammed Hazid from now Scotland, Glasgow, Neilston, a little village in Scotland. This guy goes by the name of Mohammed Hazid. He was charged for downloading indecent images of children, and he was sent back home, back to his house. And on his way there, of course, people were angry.
Hold on.
People
Hold on a minute. Pause that. The world would only be a lot more stable if we eradicate Muslims. Every single stinking Muslim, as I said before, doesn't matter if they're white, black, Asian, whatever, Chinese, whatever. If they are a Muslim, they need to be eradicated. Okay? Even ex-Muslims, because you can't fucking trust them. They are disgusting people. They will follow that religion so that they feel the right to be able to fuck young kids. It's the only reason they fucking join the fucking religion. It's disgusting. Okay? I don't want fuck all to do with that religion. I want that religion fucking gone. Wiped off the face of the earth. So, until they're fucking been eradicated, the world's going to still have problems. But until they've been eradicated, we're not going to be safe. And the world's definitely not going to be stable.
Course, thinking like, hey, you're not coming back to our town, and they wanted him gone. So protest kind of erupted near his house, and police had to evacuate his family. I say evacuate. Police had to remove his family from that area. Folks, this is some crazy stuff, man. I'm gonna play you these videos. And there was an article as well. Not to do with Mohammed Hazid, not to do what Mohammed did, but to tell the people, hey, stop protesting. Literally, this was from the Guardian. From the Guardians, they say police is warning people to stop turning up to protest, because apparently most of these protests that have been they are being orchestrated, and basically misinformation.
We want them out of the country. It's as simple as that.
The police were telling the people or warning the people to stop turning up to any protest they see they see advertised online, because
I've never been to a protest because I think they're a waste of time because they ain't going to do shit.
And
but
they're telling people to stop.
People, if you want to go to a fucking protest, go cause havoc.
So yeah, nothing to do with obviously the criminals, that these, the criminals are the reason why people actually turn up to protest. But no, the police is like, hey, don't come out. It might be fake, And it's crazy because when you see this, the police makes a statement telling the people to trust them rather than the people who are mobilizing the protest.
No one will ever trust the police in the United Kingdom. Fuck off.
Police.
No one trusts any police force in any country.
We might get back into that article, but let's talk about
corrupt
this
cunts.
video. Okay, so first I want to play you this.
Yeah,
This is
I've made
him
you a
coming
mod,
from
dude.
court with his family after being charged, and he plead not
Yes,
guilty.
I've made you a mod, dude.
Mohammed, stay away from children in Neilston, okay? Get yourself away from them. Your paradise. These are nonce. Better stay away from children in the village of Neilston. So that female there just attacked that female down there.
Right, so that's them coming from court and going back home. Now, this is home. Now, of course, a protest broke out straight away as soon as they got home. A protest broke out, and
fuck Muslims.
which
They
obviously
should be
involved the
destroyed.
police turning up, and apparently it was not safe for them to stay there. Now, I guess the police had to remove them from
And you
the
would
house.
think you Americans are safe. This shit's coming to you. You don't fucking believe me, but this shit's coming to you.
Usual suspects, innit?
All Muslims are disgusting.
I know you saying right things against the law. It's wrong, you've done there. You're just going for he's all right coming. He's not being done there at all. The teacher had us on them there. No.
Good job, boys.
Let me go.
Get to fuck you bastards.
Right, so that is him. That is his family being escorted out, being removed from the area in Nelston, in Scotland, folks. Glasgow, to be precise. Now, then of course that van was not big enough to fit everyone in, so they had to come back again to pick up the rest. Hey, it's a big family, man. It's a big family, bro. It's a big family. So he's obviously round two, I guess, second trip. So this is the main guy now coming out the house. So I think I don't know which van went first. I don't know if these are the first batch, but it looks like it's not that many people who came out. So I'm assuming this is the second batch of people. But yeah, let's watch this.
Just as bad as each other, every one of yous. Wrong yin, Mohammed. Mohammed, how do you feel, Peter?
Mohammed is their prophet.
Right, so that's the second clip. It's just insane. So they actually removed them from the house. So he will be in court he pleaded not guilty when he was in court, but he's been charged for that, and he's gonna appear in court again on the 23rd of September this year.
I wouldn't trust any Muslim at all.
Surprised that it's this year. Could have been like 2030 or something. Ridiculous date the way they do it. But yeah, that's the story about this. Then when you see the Guardian here, well, the Scottish police, it says here, Scottish police have told people to fact check online claims before going to protest after a crowd gathered outside two homes in Glasgow this week. In one case, as a result of mistakenly identity.
All male Muslims are
So
pedos.
they're trying to make a case saying, hey, you gotta fact check every post before you come outside angry, before you come outside to protest, because apparently your guys are lying. And then I don't know if it was here.
I trust no Muslims at all.
There's a point
Zero
where no, it was not here. So if you scroll a little bit down, there's a point where Scotland police basically tells the people to not trust the advertisers of the protest, but they should rather trust the police itself. So it's like, don't trust them.
No,
trust us. It's like, what?
What
are we doing?
Hold on.
It's like a way of mind.
Why should we trust the police when they covered up the grooming gangs for nearly since the 1950s? Why should we fucking trust the police, social services, or the government? They've done nothing but fuck us all over. Fuck off, you stupid fucking dirty government piece of shit. Yeah? The social services, I wouldn't trust them as far as I could throw them. They do nothing but fucking lie. They fucking screwed me over. Fuck social services, fuck the police. Alright? They do nothing but lie, make up false claims just to fucking nick you. Fuck off, police. I hope you all fucking die.
Marketing, to be fair, and of course, a lot of mainstream media have reported that. I guess it's speaking for the police. So I don't know if it was this one, but it was multiple article, folks. I got I don't know what. I got 3 articles here, so it must be the other one. It's just this, it's just a different way of writing. So here's another one. This was reported by the Daily Star.
But yeah, I wouldn't trust any of them fuckers as far as I could throw them. What's this? Holy shit, that's an hour long. Fuck that. But here's a video. You guys might enjoy. Well, might not, but it's also disgusting. So I'm going to leave it on for a little while.
I was 14.
How many abusers did you have?
Over 100. They get you that drunk, you pass out. I remember them 7 men taking it on turns with me. The ones that I'm scared of are the ones that I don't remember.
You got arrested for inciting sexual activity?
Yeah. I stood a trial with both the adults. And yeah, and I got sentenced with them and everything. I actually went to jail and put on a sex offenders register. I spent my 18th birthday in jail. I missed my auntie's funeral in jail. Lost a lot of my life. I lost my childhood, obviously, due to the abuse.
They have sacrificed children like Jade on the altar of political correctness.
It's not just the perpetrators that have done this to me. It's the police, it's social services, it's the court. People that sent me to jail, it's all of them.
Maggie Oliver and Jade, welcome to the show. Maggie, welcome back. You're, of course, the police whistleblower who's done excellent work exposing the grooming gangs. And Jade, you're someone who's a survivor. We want to talk to both of you about different aspects of this, but let's start with you, Jade. Just tell us your story and what happened to you, how it happened.
I was 14. It started when I was 14. My dad took me on a drug deal with him. That's where I met my main perpetrator. And then it just went from there. He would pick me up, take me to his house. It'll be all fun and games at first. It'll be I'll buy you cigarettes, I'll take you to school, I'll pick you up from school, I will buy you alcohol, let's come to a house party. It'll be absolutely the most, when you're in a care home and you've got no one, that was like the best thing ever. House parties, attention, alcohol, fags, music, it was all fun. And then it would last.
Fags for our American viewers.
Cigarettes, yeah. So it'd all be fun until they get you into this state where you trust them, and then they'll make you believe that it's okay to then sleep with their brother. If you love me, if you trust me, sleep with them. Oh, I bought you a bottle of alcohol. You've got to sleep with them, and it will just get worse and worse through that. Like, yeah, it'll just get worse. But it's not just with me. It weren't just that one group. Like, we'll walk down the road and it would be their Eid celebration, and they'll be driving around in hire cars. We'll be walking down the road and all you'd hear is them shouting your name walking up the road. And I've had situations where I've been invited to go to Asda to go shopping with them. I've said no, and they've gotten out the car and beaten me up. So it's like the next time they pull you up and say, Jade, get in a car, you're going to get in the car because you'll get beaten up otherwise. So that went really quick from meeting them.
So how long does this like love bombing bit last until they actually start being abused?
Literally, they'll be nice to you for about a month, and then
they know they can.
Yeah, they'll gain your trust. But and when you're, as I said, vulnerable girls, like I had a dad that didn't look after me and then went into care.
Yeah.
So it was, I craved that love and attention. Like when anyone would want to give me love and attention, I'd crave it. In a care home, they're not allowed to hug you and give you that affection in the care home when you're upset, because they don't want to be accused eventually of sexual abuse or anything from giving you affection. So you go out and you crave that affection.
Of course.
In a care home, I would say, for your American viewers, you know, it's when a child is taken out of the family and put into the care of the state, but the state doesn't care. And, you know, the staff there, even if you get a good member of staff, they are not allowed to hug one of the children. So, you know, a 12, 13-year-old child, 11-year-old child wants physical contact. And the predators, the child rapists, they know that these children are very vulnerable. And that's why they're targeted, like Jade was.
So there's going to be a lot of people who are listening to this, Jade, who's like, you've mentioned your father, but you haven't mentioned your mother.
Yeah.
Where was your mum in all of this?
My mum, she was in a domestic relationship and I didn't like her new partner. So, and I was a daddy's girl and I just craved my dad and wanted to go and live with my dad. Her thinking my dad was a good person for me to live with. Turns out he wasn't when I actually moved in with him.
And so then you're in a care home.
I put myself into care, yeah.
So you put yourself...
Yeah. I rang social services and said I couldn't live with my dad anymore. Can I go to care?
Okay.
And because I was on child protection living with my dad due to him being a heroin addict. So they just took me into care.
So it was a process of a month and you were 14 years old. And what effect did that have on you psychologically?
That is actually
and
a
physically?
natural can, dude.
At the time,
That's what our British son does.
At the time,
to
it was
us.
horrible because the first time I got sexually assaulted was in 2008. Me and my friend was in a house party. Both got abused. Both went to the police station. They took our DNA. They took DNA. They took our clothes, swabs, everything.
I'm gonna live in the UK for a few years.
My friend got bullied to drop in the charge.
Bullied by whom?
By the
perpetrator.
Yeah. Got bullied by him to drop the charge. So she dropped the charge, which then had all of ours had mine and hers dropped out due to insufficient evidence. Yeah. So then she ended up actually going to jail for lying to the court for being abused, and that was in 2008. And then my social worker took me into McDonald's and sat down and asked me if I was prostituting myself for drugs and alcohol.
14 years old.
14 years old, asked me if I was prostituting myself for drugs and alcohol. So when you go to the police and they don't believe you, and then social services blame you for being a prostitute, you start believing it. You start believing that yourself. So even though you're out there being abused and you know what you're going through ain't right, when nobody believes you, you don't cry out for help that much anymore. You just hold it. I've held it. I didn't ever go. I had 7 men in the taxi base take it in turns on me when I was that drunk throwing up in the toilet. I couldn't do anything about it. 7 men, and I couldn't ever tell anyone about it because no one believed me. There was a time I woke up in McDonald's, not in my clothes, knickers inside out, upside down, in my friend's clothes. I found my friend in a house in a bath wearing my clothes. And it's like, I don't know how I woke up in McDonald's. I don't know how I got undressed. I don't know how I got dressed in somebody else's clothes. So it makes you think, who dressed me? Who undressed me? That's how drunk they get you. They get you that drunk, you pass out, and then it's like, what's
Don't
happened?
forget all the drugs that
I
they
remember
give you,
them
love.
7 men taking it on turns on me. So it's the ones that I'm scared of are the ones that I don't remember.
Yeah.
And because they take you to hotel rooms, get you that drunk. I've woke up in a state naked that I ran straight out the hotel, running up the road naked out the hotel room trying to scream for help, and they jumped straight in the car and forced me in the car again.
And listening to this story, which is horrific, it makes me think, where were the people in the care home? Where were the people who were meant to be safeguarding? Because what people don't understand is that every single person who works with children, as I used to do as a teacher, you were taught about safeguarding. You were taught about how to spot signs if a child is being abused, either physically or sexually. How did this not get picked up?
I've just recently got my care files and it is appalling. It is actually disgusting what are in them files. I've gone into my care home with love bites all over my neck and stated that I got pinned down by a group of men. That's where I got it from. And they done nothing. They didn't call the police or anything. They just wrote it on a piece of paper and put it in my files. At the age of 15, I've come running home, saying that I've just had sex with a 21-year-old. They wrote it on a piece of paper and put it in a file, didn't call the police. I come home with a black eye, got beaten up.
See?
on the
Told
file.
you can't trust social services.
Literally,
They're all
I've got
fucked.
on the file literally one short statement. Jade has made an allegation against a drunk man. No further action. They never took any of us serious. And it was like, where because I was, in their eyes, the naughty child that kept running away from my care home. It was like, where because I kept running away and I kept going to it, it's like, that's what I wanted. I kept going back to him. No, it's not. If I didn't go back, I'd get a picture sent to my phone of my dad begging on the street, telling me they're going to kill my dad next time if I don't come. Or I'll get battered, as I said. They'll pull up beside me. If I don't get in the car, they'll come get out the car and beat me up. So it's like you had no choice.
Yeah. Did you ever try to, other than that one, the first time when you went to the police, did you ever, or did you just at that point decide there's no point?
No, I've done another one, and I got bullied by him and his wife. They drove me to the police station, and I got arrested for wasting police time.
You got arrested for wasting police time because you withdrew the allegation?
Because I withdrew the allegation. But I got bullied for about three months by him and his wife.
So these guys are married?
Yeah, married, kids.
What, does their wife know what's going on?
Well, yeah, I got bullied by one of them.
You got bullied by the wife?
Yeah, when I made an allegation of rape against the perpetrator, and he took me to his house, and him and his wife, they'll drive past me, they'll put me in a car. There was no choice, I had to withdraw it.
And you say bullied, and I think I know what you mean, but let's delve into it. What do you mean by the term bullied?
They'll intimidate me, they'll threaten me. Like, they'll drive past my school. They'll be waiting outside my school. When I come out of school, they'll be sitting there spying on me, driving behind me up the road. I'll get text messages to the point that it was like, I'm just going to do this. I'm just going to do this because even though my dad put me what he put me through, he's still my dad, and I'll do everything to protect him. I would never let anyone hurt my dad because I didn't follow through with what you want me to do.
And where were the teachers in all of this? Because they must have known. They would know. You would be a child at risk, as it's called. Well, during my time,
I
education.
went to a high Asian community school, which most of them don't believe it's true.
Say that again.
Us white girls, we used to get called the white hose. We used to get called. I don't know if I'm allowed to say this.
You're allowed to say anything you want.
We used to get called packy bashers by white people.
So you just so people understand.
Over here, right? Muslims call import fucking Muslims that are coming in abroad. They call them freshies. So basically, they'd get a fucking random white girl off the street to empty that dirty little cunt who is coming into my country, empty their fucking nutsacks into them. It's fucking disgusting. As I said, I want them all fucking destroyed.
If you complained about the fact that you were being sexually abused by a Pakistani man, you would be basically called racist, effectively. That's what they're saying, right?
Yeah, or we'll be the slags. We're the ones that got drunk and let it happen.
Right.
So that was the main one. We was drunk, we let it happen.
And with your school, you're saying because it was minority white, people like you wouldn't be taken seriously at all?
No.
Wow.
All family members.
What about teachers?
No one took anything serious.
Really?
Yeah, literally nobody took me serious at all. I got the blame for everything.
And actually, the key point is that Jade, another key point is that Jade was on the child protection register. So it's not just teachers were aware, social services were aware, the police were aware.
The police put me on police protection. The police themselves put me on police protection untold times for being high risk of sexual exploitation.
This was known by everybody officially, and Jade is
I've got it
one
all on
child
files, like high risk.
Thousands like Jade.
Just say that again, Maggie, because I might have got lost. And I think this is an important question for people watching this because your story is horrific. Like what you're telling us is just mind-boggling, and no one can imagine actually how terrible what it is. But you're saying this is actually normal.
You know, my journey of the past 20 years, I've lost count of the number of children like Jade who I have spoken to and that we in the foundation have tried to support. And what it shows is that this was not a mistake. This is systemic neglect of vulnerable children who have nobody fighting their corner.
Right.
Jade and thousands of other children were and are on what's called in England a child protection register. And that means that they are assessed as being at high risk. Now, it could be at risk of neglect, it could be at risk of violence, it could be at risk of sexual exploitation. Jade was on there for much of that, but the sexual exploitation was a key part that everybody knew was happening and nobody took any action.
And why not? If you're on this register, presumably that is done so that you're protected.
Supposed to be.
Right? So why did that not happen?
Because the system is fucked, basically.
Yeah.
They don't care. They do not care. They're literally, I believe they're all in it for themselves. They really don't care about us.
I mean, I always say...
I don't care about any women or
children
children.
like Jade have got nobody fighting their corner.
Who were born and raised here.
If this was Keir Starmer's daughter,
or not.
or it was Boris Johnson's daughter,
Muslims
do you
don't care.
honestly think we would have had
Posters, government
decades
or the police.
with
None of
children
them give a shit. Not even the
in
royal
care
family.
or
give
in
a shit
difficult
about the people who
home
live
lives being neglected in this way, that their rapists would not have been dealt with? They've made decisions because, you know, those in authority couldn't be asked to act. They wouldn't put the money into protecting. They wouldn't put them in a secure accommodation when men were picking them up outside the children's home to rape them on a daily basis. In England now, in the UK, it's very well known that this is true. It's a fact, and it's not an exaggeration. We've now got awareness, but children like Jade are living with the consequences of that neglect for the rest of their lives. And even now, we've got people in authority like Keir Starmer wriggling and saying, you know, people like me and like Jade, we're far-right extremists for daring to speak out. But it's children's lives that are destroyed. And, you know, Jade wasn't an isolated case and it wasn't a hidden abuse. It was known to everybody who legally had care of her.
I've had my leave and care worker even message me on Facebook recently saying that I should sue the local authorities because they neglected me.
Well, that sounds like the very minimum.
Yeah, that's the minimum, because I actually went to jail with perpetrators.
You went to jail?
I went to jail with perpetrators. Me and a girl from my care home, we went to a house party. We both got abused that night. Obviously, I don't go to the police because they don't believe me. She did. And me and 4 perpetrators got arrested. I
just want to clarify something. 2 weeks before that, Jade was a child.
So 18 days before I got arrested, I got put on police protection. So I got put on police protection for being high risk sexual exploitation. 18 days later, I got arrested for being a perpetrator. And I was 15 and then 16.
The only difference was her birthday came.
Yeah, so like after I turned 16, it was like all of me being a victim didn't matter. Didn't matter.
And what were you the perpetrator of? According
taking a girl out with me.
She wasn't a perpetrator.
Basically what they're saying is that I took a girl out to get abused.
Well, the way
so you were getting arrested because you and your friend went to a house party. By the way, for listeners, she's using inverted commas every time she says house party. And you then effectively got arrested for putting her in that position.
Yeah, it was called inciting sexual activity.
You got arrested for inciting sexual activity?
Yeah.
With 4 men?
Yeah.
So there's a 16-year-old gets arrested with 4...
With 4 adult men.
I think what I want to clarify is that the children are going to these sex parties every night. Children like Jade, and the way this kind of abuse happens is one child goes with another child, because actually, you know, the only chance Jade has of not getting raped is if there's another person there who will be raped. But they go together as friends. Nobody acts until while they're a victim as a child. But as soon as they become 16, there is a perception that then they are an adult, even though the law says they're a child up to the age of 18. And then by arresting Jade and prosecuting her, it means that all of that abuse and the investigation into what happened to her doesn't have to be dealt with. But the reality is that nothing happened between the day before her 16th birthday, nothing different.
Mm-hmm.
And the day after was exactly the same. But the element of not protecting her falls away. And then it's easy to treat a child as a perpetrator.
Do you know?
Does that make sense?
It makes complete sense. The thing to me that, again, as somebody who's worked with children, that makes this even more heinous is the fact that you went through these horrendous experiences when you were a child. And then the moment you became an adult, in inverted commas, an adult, which you weren't. I've taught 16-year-olds. 16-year-olds are not adults.
No,
and then they arrested you and charged you. So you not only were you a victim of these awful men, a victim of the system, you then became a victim of the criminal justice procedure. That to me is evil. It's evil. I mean, I can't even begin to comprehend what that must have been like.
It's been horrible. It's been when they arrested me in my statement, I said I didn't go no comment once. I named everyone that I could name. I stopped the interview and took them to the house that it happened in because they said it would go for me. Yeah, the 2 people that I did name didn't get charged. And they said to me that I would stand trial on my own because I was a juvenile. I stood trial with both the adults. And I got sentenced with them and everything. I actually went to jail and put on a sex offenders register.
How long were you in jail for?
They sentenced me to 2 years and I've done 14 months.
And
16 years old.
At 16, yeah.
And for those people who haven't got experience of the prison system, if you go in as a sex offender, you are the lowest of the low in prison, and you are actually in great physical danger.
Yeah, I got called a nonce near enough every day in there, and I was 17. Do you know? I spent my 18th birthday in jail. I missed my auntie's funeral in jail. Lost a lot of my life. I lost my childhood, obviously, due to the abuse. And then being in jail, I had to grow up because I was in there with brutal people, and me being classed as a nonce, it was something I had to do. I had to grow up. And then I'd become a mum really soon after I got out. So I haven't really...
I think it's really brave and important that you're coming and telling your story, Jade, because what happened to you is just completely awful. And I think the point that Maggie makes as well, which is people like you who are talking about this, being smeared and called all sorts of names when you're just telling the truth about what happened to you, is just so awful.
I can't even take my kids on a school trip because I'm classed as a sex offender.
I mean, it honestly breaks my heart that the country and those in power and influence allow this to happen to generations of children. That's what keeps me going.
And it's like 18 years I've been feeling this pain. And 18 years they've been laughing, walking down the street with their family.
And it's very important for people to realise as well, is that you got put in a youth offenders institution. And in many ways, people don't understand this. Those youth offenders institutions are actually worse than prison because there's far more violence in them. So you must have been terrified every single day of your life.
Yeah, I'd find girls in my cell reading my paperwork, threatening me when I go to chapel, that they were going to beat me up in chapel. Yeah. But I didn't do it. So I still walked out of my cell every day with my head held high. But it was a battle every day. Still is to this day.
And what about the perpetrators? Tell us a little bit about who they were and anything you want to share with us.
They were taxis.
Taxi drivers?
Taxi drivers, yeah. Majority of them were taxi drivers from all different bases in the same town. Yeah, it was run by the whole family, so it's just a family of abusers, really. They are every single one of them are British Pakistani men. And every single one of them are older than 20 when you're at the age of 14. I think my oldest would have been about in his 60s. They would bring their uncles over from Pakistan. I've got taken to Snappy Snaps to have a photo shoot with one of the uncles so he could take the pictures back to Pakistan and show everyone his English girlfriend.
And I think it's also important
Shit,
because
I
people
didn't know about that one.
associate
Holy
grooming gangs
crap.
with towns in the north. But you're not from the north, you're from High Wycombe.
Yeah.
When I think of High Wycombe, I think of Buckinghamshire. And for those people listening, Buckinghamshire is one of the wealthiest counties in the UK.
High Wycombe is absolutely vile. It is full of them. Since I've come out and spoken, I have had a good lot of girls
I
come
blame
shout out to me from High
the
Wycombe saying
Muslims
thank you to me
fucking
for sticking
taking
up for
over
them.
London.
Yeah, it is not a nice area at all.
And one of the things I wanted to ask you, we had another survivor called Dr. Ella Hill. I don't know if you're familiar with her. A long time ago. It's kind of how we first really became aware of this issue and why we've had a lot of people on to talk about it, because that's when we really understood the horrific nature of everything that was going on. One of the things that she talked about was that it's difficult to talk about because you get called all the names and whatever, but I think it's really important to talk about. She was talking about the fact that her abusers were very explicit in the fact that they were abusing her because of her race and because she wasn't Muslim, etc. Did you ever get anything like that? Or did they ever justify why they were doing it or explain to you why they were entitled to, or anything? Or was it just...
No, I wouldn't say they really... I'd get called a white slag all the time, or they would ring me up going,
They wouldn't
coming out, you
care.
white bitch.
Their
It was
religion.
always... The white would always get brought up into it.
Yeah.
But I never really... At that time, I didn't really see it as a race thing, but now, probably.
Well, I'm not trying to put words in your...
I know you're not, but I'm just saying it is. Majority of the people that I know that have been abused aren't Pakistani girls. Let's just put it that way.
But also it's the fact that they are using your race in that way implies that there's some kind of moral judgment that's being made. Well, like they're entitled to do that to you. Do you see what I'm...
Yeah. And it's more like even like their family members of things. It'll be because of how we dress. Well, if your girls ain't showing their skin the way they do, what's like gives you the right to abuse us because we show our skin?
Right.
That don't mean. Do you know what I mean? That's just because we don't wear the same clothes you do, don't mean that gives you the right to then abuse us.
Of course.
Yeah. And the thing that I always found horrifying about this, Jade, and you've touched on it a little bit, is the people who in that community who just condoned it, and not only condoned it, they covered it up.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just mind-boggling. Like you were saying, like wives would cover it up, girlfriends would cover it up.
Yeah, all of them. I don't know why or how they do it, but they're all just as bad as each other. It's actually disgusting. Even in the system, I had sex with this bloke before I got taken to the woods, and it was, do you know what I mean, in the middle of nowhere, and he took me into the middle of the woods. A week later, I see him walking down High Wycombe High Street in a PCSO uniform. Yeah, and then after, me and him clocked eyes, and then after, I never see him again. So I don't know if he got a transfer, don't know if he quit his job, but either people in the police.
I mean, for our people overseas viewers, a PCSO is a police community support officer. It's a level below a police officer.
But there's someone in authority that's supposed to be...
Yeah, so they all know about it.
Yeah.
The police are either getting paid off, or they've got them in their police force. Same as teachers in the school I was at. They're all related.
Was there anyone who tried to help?
No.
Not at all?
No.
Not in the police, not in social services,
No, the
not in
police sent
school?
me to jail and didn't believe me. Social services, all they done was write it on a piece of paper and didn't actually go to the police or do anything for me. The only thing that actually helped me, even though it's the worst experience of my life, the only thing that got me away from it all was going to jail, because it got me away from it. I was locked up, so they couldn't pick me up and I could run away with them. Do you know what I mean? It was...
That's what I was going to ask you. How did you eventually get out of it?
Going to jail.
Going to jail. And what happened when you came out?
I fell pregnant quite soon. So I managed to get away from it all because I had my baby.
And that's actually really typical. That many of the girls that that I've known over the past 15 years, 20 years, their escape route is when they get pregnant. And then they have a purpose. And it gives you a sense of belonging, and you can love your baby. It kind of removes the vulnerability. And the other side is that you are getting older. These gangs target very young children because by the time that child knows that they are being sexually abused and raped, they're already in too deep. They carry the shame. The authorities are not stepping in.
Yeah, once you get to a certain age, they're not interested in you.
Yeah.
If you're walking down the road wearing a school uniform or looking young and vulnerable, they'll scream and shout at you. As soon as you hit like 21 and actually got some age to you, then it is crazy. It is crazy the attention you get when you're 14 to the attention you get when you're an adult by these sort of people.
So they're deliberately targeting vulnerable children.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. So even after I was still living in High Wycombe with my babies, but I would walk past my rapists every day. They'll be walking out the shop going, "Hi, it's my Jade." And I'm like, I nearly killed myself. And that's why I moved out of Wycombe, because I couldn't physically walk past them every day. It took me to have 2 kids and nearly kill myself to get me away from them all. Because it was just traumatizing every day of my life. Walking to the shop, they'll drive past you, still preying on you, just traumatizing you every day.
I mean, for me, there's the abusers themselves, they need to be dealt with. But the neglect of the authorities, that for me is what's driven me. Because those in power, police, social services, they know what's going on. And by not acting, they're sentencing another child to what Jade went through.
Maggie, just explain that a little bit more. What do you mean when they say they know what's going on?
That these were not mistakes. These were systemic failures. And I believe fully from the top level of government that they were telling police forces not to do anything about these gangs. And nobody will convince me any different. This is decades of neglect. You only have to look back at, there are some people who have spoken out. I remember one of the first was Anne Cryer. She was an MP and was calling it out in Parliament about Pakistani abusers in Keighley in Yorkshire. She was accused of being a racist. She kind of was haunted out of Parliament. Nobody wanted to act.
But
so
they have been told not to fucking get involved with it.
Why? And
it shows it in one of the
generations of children to the trauma that Jade is just beginning to recover from. But you can see it will never go completely. But as a country, it's the duty of police and social workers to protect children.
How much of this do you think, Jade, you mentioned this, that you were like the problem child. You'd run away, you come from a difficult family background, etc. How much of this is just, it's easier to blame it on a problem child than to actually deal with the fact that there's a complex crime involving numerous people, etc. And it's just easier to just, you blame it on the kid and you kind of move on. Is that what was going on here as well?
Yeah, I don't think that that's possible now because the country now, I've been speaking about this for 15 years. The country, the public now know that this is a real problem and that it has been a systemic failure. So you can't blame children now for.
I've seen there's a place in the UK called Bell Hotel in Luton. And basically, an immigrant did basically the same sort of thing. And you got the lefty protesters standing outside the left-hand side of the hotel. And one of the guys, because I turned around and said, yeah, he raped this Muslim fucking in this hotel, raped a young girl. The police let him go, so he's still staying in the hotel. One of the right-wing protesters. And the lefty goes, oh, well, she's a little slut. I'm like, how the fuck is she a slut? She's 12 years old, for fuck's sake.
For their own abuse, but I've always felt you couldn't. But they got away with it for so long by hiding it, brushing it under the carpet. Children like Jade don't matter. And it's as though there was collusion from everybody in those positions. It's a lot cheaper to blame a child like Jade than it is to prosecute maybe how many abusers did you have?
Over 100.
You know, you prosecute 100 men. You've got complex investigations, you've got court costs, you've got lawyers, they're not going to do that if they can discredit Jade. Jade will never get justice for her abuse.
Because I'm a criminal now.
Yeah, she's been discredited. You know, if she ever went to court, they would say that she is not a credible witness, you know. So it's an
Have
easy...
any of the men who did this to you been prosecuted?
No.
None?
None. And do you know what the funny thing is now? The Thames Valley Police told the journalist that they had no acknowledgement of me. Thames Valley Police turned up on my door the other day, wanting my help to investigate child sexual exploitation between 2008 and 2011 when it was happening to me, because they have information that I've got information for them.
And that's because of the media work.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
Of course.
So this is why I'm wondering whether, I mean, maybe I'm being naive here, and you'll probably correct me, but is there maybe hope that with all the media attention now, actually, there will be some justice?
For Jade?
Yes.
I don't even want to go through it. I gave them DNA 18 years ago. I cannot now go through that for another 6 years for them to be sentenced for 4 years in jail, when I've done nearly 20 years of trauma, 20 years of waking up every day crying because of the abuse I went through.
I mean, what I would
Scared
say
to leave my house. I have anxiety. I can't leave my house. I have trouble with relationships because I don't trust anyone. I can't get into taxis on my own. Like, there's so much stuff that, yeah.
You probably just want to get on with your life.
Of course I do.
You got 3
Like,
kids.
I wanted to work with vulnerable kids, and I can't do that because of what I'm classed as now.
This is such an injustice on so many levels. It really is horrific. And it's disgusting that this has been allowed to go on for so long and to so many people.
And the worst thing is, it's not just me.
I know.
There's untold girls out there that are going through the exact same thing as me. And this is why we need to try and make change now, because I can't physically let another girl go through what I went through. I can't have another girl out there for another 18 years waking up crying every day because they feel like shit for what they've put you through. Because it's not just the perpetrators that have done this to me. It's the police, it's social services, it's the court. People that sent me to jail, it's all of them. CPS, everyone.
I mean, when I first met Jade, how many years ago was that?
2.
Yeah, in Euston Station. I mean, Jade's upset now. You couldn't speak, could you?
No.
You know, you carried all this guilt, all this shame, all this hiding from the world, wouldn't admit what had happened. And she came, I started a charity because of children like Jade. But to see her blossoming, and I know she's upset now, but to see her, to go from somebody who hid from the world to finding a voice, to recognizing, you know, from day one, I said to her, we all, you know, my team, you have done nothing wrong. This is not your fault. You have been failed. You believe that now, don't you?
Yeah.
But she's had 1.5 years of emotional support through the charity. We all believed in her. You've told your story to the Channel 4 documentary, and that journey of being believed and being supported has led to her recovery and now finding a voice and knowing she's done nothing wrong. But the state doesn't provide that support. Without us, Jade would still be where she was 2 years ago. And every child like Jade is in that place. You know, she's got a 7-year wait.
I've been trying to wait to get on a trauma course since I was 25. I'm now 32 and I still haven't been put on a trauma course. I started a trauma course in September because Maggie's managed to put me on it. NHS has not helped me at all with anything, with my mental health.
No. And
they don't do anything.
We're a charity, so we're not a state agency. We exist because of donations.
Maggie, tell everybody a bit about the charity.
It's there.
What's it called?
The Maggie Oliver Foundation. I mean,
The Maggie Oliver Foundation is absolutely amazing. I signed up to them 2 years ago.
The hospitals, the NHS, all that sort of shit, do not give a shit. Yeah? I had my firstborn taken away from me by social services. One on lies, and the fact that also my uncle was a fucking nonce. And because my mum had something to do with my uncle, I didn't want fuck all to do with him. I didn't want him anywhere near my daughter. And basically, social services used that against me.
and took my child away from me and lied about it. They said they were suggesting fucking put me on parenting courses. Never heard another word for it. Fuck social services. They're a bunch of lying fucking two-faced cunts. All right.
And if it weren't for me, I wouldn't be here now, like where I am at this point of my healing process now. I've had a year and a half of emotional support, 1 phone call every week. I've done a trauma-focused workshop. I'm now going on a 12-week trauma course. Like, the foundation is amazing. The best support I've had.
And you know, we give emotional support, but Jade's also being supported on the advocacy side, and she shared her story with Baroness Casey. You know, I brought a team of a group of 10 survivors together that she spoke to, and she delayed publication of her report to include their voices, because voices like Jade are hidden. The establishment do not want her to find a voice to share these experiences. But as a police officer, I have seen this repeatedly, and lives are destroyed, but they can recover. And in the absence of the state providing that, which they should be, you know, Jade's recovery should be a priority, not, you know, well, there's so many things that we as a country waste money on when children like Jade do not get the help that they need. So we're trying to make it better, because I do think that every victim, every child that's been through what Jade has been through can get better, but they can't do it on their own. So supporting individuals like Jade in the foundation is critical, but I want to change the system. And Jade is part of that work for change now, because I can't tell Jade's story. Your story is so important, but it's important that you tell it. My job is to join the dots and to show that Jade isn't one isolated story. She is one of thousands. And that's why we have to change the system.
It's really important that you're doing that, Maggie. The Maggie Oliver Foundation, I really encourage everybody to go and support it, because it's clearly making a massive difference. And Jade, just so you know, we have lots of people in the studio. Some of them are really famous and whatever. A lot of them come in super nervous. And for you to come and tell your story the way you're telling, it's really admirable. And thank you for doing that.
You.
Yeah. So Maggie, let's talk a little bit more about the thing that you talk about, which is, of course, that Jade is not the exception, unfortunately.
No.
Right. So is this still going on, first of all? Well, are there still grooming gangs in this country?
I mean, perhaps that's Jade, you know.
Would you tell me?
Yeah, 100%. 100% is
How
still
do you
going
know?
on. I met someone recently that has come over to me and asked me, because a girl has recently been arrested for the same thing I've been arrested for. There are girls still hiding in toilets, crying on the phone, crying to their school workers for help to get out of the situation. Like now.
This is going on right now.
There's girls reported missing right now. Guaranteed, locked in a house being abused. 100%, I know. 1,000,000%, I could put my life on it.
I mean, Jade was involved in the recent Channel 4 documentary, and that brings this problem right into the current time on cases that we're involved in the foundation. You know, cases that have been reopened because they were failed the first time around. You know, girls are waiting 6 years later. They've cooperated with the police 6 years ago. They're still waiting for their abusers to be charged. Their lives are on hold again. The police have actually done very little. I mean, I'm thinking of Chantel, for instance, because some of your listeners will have watched that documentary. You know, she identified some of her abusers 4 years ago. They're not even on police bail. They're out walking the streets. So I would say that we've got the authorities saying how, you know, I remember the chief constable saying, as sure as night follows day, if anybody came to us today, they would not be treated the way that Jade is. But that's not the reality of what we see in the foundation. I think there is now awareness throughout the whole country. There is outrage, there is awareness, and they're still talking the talk because they can't do anything else. But when it comes to walking the walk and putting the resources in and dealing with each individual victim who needs the help, it's still potluck in what you get. There is no right to have your case investigated properly. There's a lack of police experience, there's a lack of police numbers. We've got cases that are 4 and 5 years wait for a trial. So the system is on its knees. And I'm, myself, together with, victims and survivors like Jade, we're trying to push for the changes that are needed to prevent this continuing again and again and again.
You say there's outrage, and I think it's true, but whenever we have these conversations, I just think there's not enough outrage. I really don't.
Well, it's taken over my life, and hearing stories like this every day, somebody has to shout about it. And I think through those stories, very, very slowly, raising awareness is the first point in pushing for change.
There are definitely more survivors coming forward.
There are.
Which is what we
all the
needed.
time.
Because obviously one person coming to sing, you're not going to hear them. But when you've got a choir behind you, you can't not hear it. So I feel like the more survivors we're getting, the better. Because we have to be heard.
Yeah, I mean,
not all of us could be like lying or joke. We've got to be listened to at some point.
Yeah, I think people are listening to you, and I do think that the country hears that. What I don't see is a real determination from those at the top to bring change. They will talk the talk, and then as soon as the media spotlight turns away, they carry on and do nothing. So for me, my aim is to give survivors like Jade a platform, because their voices are what will educate people. But my priority is to force those in power to change. And I don't believe that will happen without personal accountability. I honestly and truthfully believe, Constantine, that if a chief constable finds themselves in a criminal court charged with misconduct in a public office, I think every single person in a high position today will look at their own position and think, that might be me in 10 years' time. I might be in prison for gross neglect of duty. And that's how I think we will see change. Because what happens now is when something happens, the whole of the machine gathers around the public institutions, because they're more concerned about reputational damage than they are in bringing change. So everything is geared, and this isn't me speculating. I know this because of what I've seen and what I've learned. Corruption is rife. The cover-ups go to the top of these institutions, and if you're at the bottom and you're moaning, they don't take it seriously. But the higher up you start to target, the more of a threat it is, and the establishment gathers around them. So it is a battle, but I do think it's one we have to win. I think we have to have personal accountability for these. These are not mistakes. This is systemic failure. It's neglect. It's deliberately turning away from generations of vulnerable children because they couldn't be asked. These kids didn't matter. They weren't going to spend the money. They are collateral damage. And that's where we need to see action. So we've become closer to that, I think, over the past.
But it's still
5
going on,
years.
and I still
But,
don't care.
When I look at the National Abuse Inquiry that we've had, it's called ICSA, Independent Inquiry into Child Sexual Abuse. That took 7 years, hundreds of millions of pounds, hundreds of victims, survivors like Jade, 20 recommendations 3 years ago. Not one of those has yet been implemented. They're sitting on a shelf in the Home Office gathering dust. What's the point in having a national inquiry when you don't implement those recommendations? So the foundation, my charity, we are taking the government to court under a judicial review to try to force them to implement those. Those recommendations don't go far enough, but they are a start. And if you know that, one of them is to have a children's minister. We don't have a children's minister in the cabinet to legally prevent pain compliance of children in care. Do you know that a child who's 13 can be pinned down and tortured if their staff consider that they are at risk? That's still not outlawed in law. So the judicial review will try to force the government to implement those 20 recommendations. We can't force them to, but what we can force them to do is to say, that they're not going to implement them. So rather than this smokescreen about pretending and kicking the ball further down the road so nothing happens, that's the first step. The second step, I'm involved in something called Action for Accountability, where there's a team of lawyers and barristers now looking at the evidence to see where there is evidence of gross criminal neglect, misconduct in a public office, where we can bring a private prosecution. Because quite honestly, the CPS will never prosecute a state body. They will never do that. So we have to be creative about how we push this ball further down the road. So I'm trying my best to, the foundation now is very well developed. We've got a fantastic team. So the individual help is there without me. My knowledge and expertise should go to that. So Baroness Casey, who came not only to speak to Jade, but we had a meeting, didn't we, in a room. She listened. Her report reflects their voices. She has also stated in that report, as a result of Jade's story, that she is going to be behind us and we're going to be behind her in making it impossible for an abuser who rapes a 13, 14-year-old child to not be charged with rape. So it would be a statutory offence of rape. If a 30-year-old man has sex with a 13-year-old, 14-year-old, 15-year-old child, they will not be able to argue that that child consented. And that's quite right. You know, but you remember when, I'm not going to go over old ground because I told this story when I was with you last time, but Jade kind of found out about me and the foundation through the drama Three Girls, because Jade could be Amber really without me. Amber would have gone to prison. But I knew the inside story. But on that case, there was also Ruby. You know, a fetus was found in the police property system. We had DNA. She was 12 years old when he started to rape her, 13 years old when she got pregnant. Even he was not charged with rape. He was charged with conspiracy to commit sexual activity with a child because they didn't want to have a debate in court about whether or not she consented. She couldn't consent. But if this law comes in, that man who was 43 years old, he was out of prison in 3 years. He was back in Rochdale and she bumped into him in the supermarket. That for me is horrific. That's not justice.
Hold on. Having sex with a minor is, even if, what? Consent or non-consent? Fuck off. If that was a white man doing that shit, that would literally be done for fucking underage sex shit. What the fuck? The police are fucked. The government are fucked. The whole system is screwed. Really is. Oh, that is fucking disgusting. Really is.
And that's not right. And so if this law, which actually that would give you such an enormous sense of pride for the rest of your life, that your case has affected the situation for every other child victim. And that's what has given Jade her voice. And that's what I want for every victim.
Yeah, that's what makes me want to carry on.
And that's why we're
I'll
a team.
scream and shout now to the day I die.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
So that is a really important, life-changing decision. We've still got to get the government to do that.
I know, right?
We will be fighting for that. And now it's in an official report. It gives it extra weight. I didn't need Baroness Casey to tell me that that's wrong. But the government do, apparently, because they don't listen to individuals. So those changes are really important. And my voice is best used in those platforms. But bringing survivors like Jade into those conversations so that you can share what happened to you. And there's lots of Jades, but you found your voice. Many are not as far along the road, are they, as you?
It shouldn't matter if it's
like with the
fucking
little bits of
consent or
story
not.
that I
They're
told you what I
underage.
went through and everything.
Still classed
That's
as
just like
statutory rape.
little dribs and drabs. I was getting abused for nearly 2 years, near enough every day, if not every day, every other week, every weekend. So it's like that was only happening. Like them scenarios happened near enough every day of my life for the 2 years of my life, shall I say?
And, I'm listening to this story, and it has real parallels with abusers like Jimmy Savile, abusers like Cyril Smith, who was a notorious paedophile. He was a Liberal Democrat in Rochdale, because they targeted children's homes.
Yeah.
So it's not just about grooming gangs. There is a pattern of how these type of abusers actually operate. If you could just go into that a little bit.
You're absolutely spot on, because paedophiles, child abusers, target vulnerable children. So wherever there are vulnerable children, you will find child abusers. So whether it's in, outside children's homes,
outside schools,
outside, they'll infiltrate kids clubs. They will target. But Jimmy Savile, he went into hospitals where there were disabled people. When I've been in the police, I've had allegations, been aware of allegations in mental health institutes, because nobody will believe that person in a mental health institute. So that's where the predators go. But I think I said to you before, Francis, that the criminal justice system, the law and prosecutions will never get rid of this. And I think it's really important that every individual who sees it takes responsibility for doing something about it. So if all those social workers or all the people in the children's home that knew what was happening had acted, they could have changed that. The police officers that you went to have a personal responsibility to act. It cost me my job
because they're all a part
I saw
of it.
this and I couldn't believe what I was seeing. But the further down this road I've got, the more horrified I've become about how people turn a blind eye and think it's not my responsibility. Well, if you care about children, it's all of our responsibilities. But we shouldn't have to give your job up.
Really turn a blind eye to fucking children?
And that's why
no,
I think the only way, I think you were
do
saying
something
before
about
about whistleblowers should be rewarded. That's never going to happen.
Yeah, we said that before we came on air. But it's
air.
something actually I heard somebody talk about that really resonated with me, which is the way to prevent things like this across all kinds of different areas of life, actually, is to incentivize whistleblowers with financial rewards. If you got £1 million for coming out and revealing this stuff was being covered, right? But not only would you be happy, the police would know, the authorities would know. They would know that if we're allowing things to happen that shouldn't be happening, someone is going to come forward because they're going to get a big payout.
The police ain't going to give a shit.
By the way, that's probably a hell of a lot cheaper than everything's going to happen now. I mean, not the money is the most important part of this, Jade, obviously, but you know what I'm saying, right? So there are solutions to this, but ultimately, I think you put your finger on it when you say that these institutions, they don't want screwed. They don't want this stuff to be unraveled in this way.
And what they do, they operate through the fear factor. And when I first saw what I saw, I actually naively thought it was one lazy officer who wasn't doing his job. And I didn't want to kind of mix anybody a bottle, if you like. But as I sat there at home thinking, what am I going to do? I was threatened. I thought I'd go to prison for speaking out. I was told that everything you only know because you're a police officer, you've signed the Official Secrets Act, you do not share it. I faced that fear and I went public, not because I had any big plan. I just wanted to be able to look myself in the mirror and know I'd done my best. So when my children switch the telly on 30 years later, and there's all this scandal about Rochdale, they're going to say, why did my mum not say anything? That's what drove me. But in order to speak out, I spent 2 years as a serving police officer facing my fear. And I accepted that I might go to prison. But I knew that I was telling the truth and I knew that I was doing the right thing. But most people, you've got a mortgage, you've got children, they can't take that risk. And they're never going to incentivize it. I took power away from them by resigning from the police. Then they had no hold over me. But I do believe that personal accountability, if we can make an example
it was the her who was in the video.
1, 2, 10 public servants will have the same effect.
Now I understand.
Maggie, and this is me being conspiratorial, but it seems to me that this is almost, when somebody has been diagnosed with cancer and it's too late, and they do the checks, and the cancer is spread everywhere. It seems to me that with this type of cases that you've been speaking about, Jade, and you've been talking about more broadly, does this go right the way to the top? Has this been a cover-up from the very, very, very top?
Yeah.
I believe so.
Yeah.
I 150%
Yes, it is.
believe so.
You're both nodding very. Why are you so convinced? I'm not disputing.
No,
I'm just
I just,
asking.
you know, at the beginning of this journey, I didn't believe that.
Police, the
But
government.
my journey of the past
a lot of
15
people all
years,
in on it.
the similarities
I wouldn't be
between every
surprised. Some of the
area in this country,
actually,
so
some of
whether
the
it's
fucking
Yorkshire or
cabinet
Manchester
politicians
or
themselves
Cumbria or
fucking
Thames
past
Valley,
themselves. Big up, Imperious.
they're identical. They are identical. And I do believe that it's been, I mean, I think I've referred several times to Nazir Afzal was the chief prosecutor on the Rochdale case. He's a spokesperson now who goes out and does a lot of interviews. He spoke publicly about a circular that was sent round from the Home Office, allegedly, in 2008 to every police force, telling them not to investigate these grooming gangs. He said that publicly. He has now withdrawn that. But I do not believe for one moment that he said that without having seen that circular. And I believe that he has now been silenced because he's been told to be silent. That would show that you can't find that circular anywhere. But I believe that this has been, I think that there was two factors that have fed into it. The fact that you girls didn't matter. And the second one was the racial dynamics of the abusers. And they didn't want to rock the multicultural boat. And the third part is the money. It's a lot cheaper to send Jade to prison than it is to investigate a whole very organised network of paedophiles. So those three things have meant it's convenient to throw kids like Jade on the bonfire. And who's going to say anything? And the reality is that other than a very small handful of people like Ann Cryer, like me, like Andrew Norfolk, most people have kept quiet about it. So actually it paid off. They have saved billions and billions of pounds. And they have sacrificed children like Jade on the altar of political correctness. So I think those days are done. You can't sweep it back under the carpet now. It's out there and nobody is going to be silenced. We're at the next step now where they're trying to pretend they're going to do something. Actually, they're not doing very much. And that's where the battle now lies.
Have you had any contact with the government?
I've talked to most of them. I've met Rishi Sunak, Suella Braverman, Priti Patel. They talk the talk, but they go off the call. They don't walk the walk.
What about the Labour government? Sorry, Francis. The current government. Have they been interested at all?
They've never rung me. There was a meeting, and actually, you know what? I don't buy into the bullshit anymore. I'm fed up of having pointless conversations with people. It's a waste of my time. I would rather focus my mind on action. I've been down that road. I've put my trust in these people, and I've wasted years doing it. I now look at, we were talking, weren't we, on the train. There's a lot of survivors have been to Parliament yesterday, the day before. I was in that place maybe 8, 9, 10 years ago. And I thought, oh, it's great. They're going to talk to me. They're going to do something. I don't need another inquiry to tell me what's wrong. But I respect that survivors want their voices heard. But I'm not needed in that conversation. My knowledge is needed on the next bit, which is forcing change. And they are not going to do it because they think it's the right thing to do. They're only going to do it if they are backed in a corner and there is no way where else to wriggle. So that's what I believe.
Isn't that appalling? Isn't that just appalling?
It's disgusting.
Girls have been raped and sexual abused on an industrial scale. And the only way they're going to get justice is if the politicians, in your words, get backed in a corner and there's no way to wriggle out of it.
That's true.
They don't care.
On my life, I honestly believe that is the truth. And this action for accountability, I think that is the only way. You find your own evidence, you bring a private prosecution, you show the country what they are capable of. And, you know, today we're having this conversation when we've just seen what they've done with all the Afghanistani, you know, lying and getting a super injunction. Look at the post office scandal. You know, all those people who went to prison and they pretended that the government pretended that there was nothing wrong. It was. I don't know how these people sleep in bed at night.
I don't either.
I don't get it.
And this is the thing, right? I think horrific as all of the things you described, I think we all accept the institutions make mistakes.
Yeah.
Problems happen. But it's the lying about it. It's the covering up. It's the pretending it didn't happen. It's the victimizing of the already victimized. That is just, I don't know. Has this changed your understanding of human nature? Do you like, because you want to live in a world where you think most people are decent, good people who are doing their best and the right thing. Do you still think that's true?
Fucking government.
I think ordinary people are generally decent. I believe that as people start to climb this slippery pole up the ladder of whether it's getting to chief constable or getting to be the prime minister or the home secretary, you are being tested at each step up that ladder. And you get to a point where you have to decide, am I going to go with what my conscience tells me is right? Or am I going to protect this organization? And if they can't protect the organization, they don't get to the top of that slippery pole. And that's what I honestly believe.
Do you know?
I feel like the further you get up that pole, the more corrupt it gets.
And I believe,
it's interesting you say
100%.
that. It's interesting you say that because I'm from Russia, as you know. And in Russia, no person at the top of the power dynamic is immune from being charged with like tax evasion or other crimes or whatever. Mostly because if you are allowed to get to that level, they know you've committed all those things already. So they've tested you for being liable to be exposed in this way. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I guess what you're saying is it's kind of like that in some ways.
I would put my life on it. And I have not the slightest doubt in my mind that that is true. And I've come to that conclusion through a lot of pain and a lot of depression, because it is. I wish I didn't know it. The other thing that is in my mind a lot now is there is an element of me that is a bit frightened, because you know, when you're not wrapped in any cages, nobody bothers about you. I found myself in a position where I want things to change for children.
We need them to change.
They have to change, but they're not willingly going to change it. And I want somebody else to pick up this mantle and fight this battle. But I don't see anybody else really. You know, my experience and my learning of 20 years doesn't come in 2 minutes. So we've got people now like Rupert Lowe, for instance, talking, but he hasn't got the knowledge. And I spoke to him in January. I think he's a decent guy. I think what he's saying is really connecting into the public psyche. But you need more than a desire to change things. You've got to have evidence. And you've got to have people who come to you because they trust you. So I think we're going in the right direction.
Yeah.
But all we can do is try. But I honestly believe that the system is corrupt. I mean, was it Dominic Cummings the other week who was talking about, you know, when Andrew Norfolk did the expose in, it was the end of 2010, because I was on the Rochdale job, that the cabinet tried to get that story blocked, didn't they? And the Dominic Cummings and some others were prepared to go to court to argue the toss that it was true, and that's the only reason they let the Times publish it. Problem is, it's taken Dominic Cummings 15 years to say that. He should have said that at the time, and that's what you don't get.
What do you think this case, Jade's story, tells us about the UK as a whole? Because I'm listening to it, and I'm going to be honest, it's not making me think good things about the country, the education system that I worked in for over a decade. I mean, what do you think it says about all of this?
It says a lot of corruptness, is what it says. Of everything. Joe, like, I have no words. I actually generally have no words.
I think we've lost our way. I think, you know, we've lost our way as a country. And I think that the country has woken up to that. I do. I honestly feel wherever I go,
This
many
country
people
don't mean
recognise me.
shit no more.
I have yet to have one
Not what-
conversation
it's
with
not what
somebody
it
who
stands for
comes up
anymore,
to me and
it's fuck.
says, "You're talking a load of bullshit." Not one person in 15 years. I think that the cat's out of the bag. I don't know how we're going to reverse all the damage that's been done.
I don't think you can, but
I
what
don't
you
know
can
how
do
to
is
do
what
it.
you are doing, which is try and make
Make
sure this doesn't
change.
happen to anyone else, number
Yeah.
one. But Maggie, talk to us about, you know, we have people who watch this show who may be able to do things about this in the future. What needs to happen? What needs to be done? What are the practical steps that can be done? To, number one, make sure this doesn't happen to any more children.
I think one of the first things, and I said it in an interview, I had a bit of a set to with somebody. I think this is a non-party political issue.
It should be.
Yes.
So they're like big kids in Parliament scoring points, and you know, they're like little kids in a bloody private school. They are running the country. You have got children's lives in your hands. So stop messing about. Accept that we are failing children and look at how we put it right, because you can do it. You know, all the money that has been wasted on COVID, you know, lining pockets of people and the cronies, if that had gone into child protection, into children's homes, into policing, you know, we're on our knees because nobody's invested in our public services. So we need investment in public services. But in this issue, we need cross-party collaboration with people, with survivors like Jade, with experts like me, who genuinely want to change things. What happens though is they listen, they don't really want to change it because they won't put the money in, and they hope it's going to go away, but it won't.
I believe where we're such a multicultural country, I feel like I don't want to do anything for the votes as well. So like where, because it's such a high, there's such a high percentage of Pakistani people in this country. I believe that they do it for the votes, and they don't want to be racist because they're not going to get the votes. That's what I personally believe, because if they started doing all these rape gangs, all these Pakistani rape gangs, all these Pakistanis ain't going to vote for them. So then they're not going to get the votes because there's a high percentage of that culture in this country.
I mean,
I personally believe that 100%.
I mean, I've tried to take this conversation further than just the grooming gangs, because
Majority of the
as
vote
we
went
see
to Labour was mainly
unprecedented
Pakistani
levels
men.
of immigration to this country,
90% of
the
it was
vast majority,
Pakistani
and
men.
it's a very
No one else would vote for the dirty
emotive subject.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see all these boats arriving and bringing all these young men in who don't share our values. They are actually of the mindset of Jay's rapists. They're not educated. They don't speak the language. They are being put in hotels all around the country.
They have different beliefs in their country.
Yeah, they believe that
They believe, some of them believe that if a girl starts their period at the age of 9, that it's okay to then marry them off. And that they're old enough to have sex at the age of 9. No, you're not. That's absolutely disgusting.
Yeah,
In
Mohammed.
this country at 16, and even that is still
Married at
young.
age
It should be
of
18.
Yeah, so those attitudes and those belief systems and different cultures, we can't allow those to flourish in the UK.
No,
we can't. But we have to have the conversations to work out how we're going to address it.
We all know that there's bad in everyone. We all know that there's white paedophiles. We all know that there's black paedophiles, Chinese paedophiles. Like, they're everywhere. Wherever you go, you're going to get a paedophile. What we're trying to say as survivors of rape gangs is that we all got abused by that one thing. It's not a racial thing at all. I've got my children. I've got 2 children that are caught Pakistani. So it's not a race thing at all.
I'm so glad you said that.
It is who we got abused by.
Yeah.
How can I be racist when I've got Pakistani children?
Yeah.
No, I'm so glad.
I mean, it's definitely not a race thing. It's a factual thing of.
Well, it's really important.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm so glad you said that, Jade, because you're right that we live in a very multicultural, or what I don't like the term multicultural society. We live in a multi-ethnic society.
Yeah.
There are many different people from different groups, but actually we shouldn't have a multicultural society. We should have one culture, which is British culture.
Yeah.
And within that, it's really important that we're super honest. Like, I'm an immigrant myself, right? And we should be very honest and say, not all immigrants are the same. Different cultures are different. Different cultures have different value systems, right? And most importantly, if something is being done by one particular group, we should be very careful not to scapegoat those people. But at the same time, we should not shy away from the reality. And that's really important. Otherwise, that's when you actually are going to encourage racism.
And that's what's happened here.
And that's what's happened here, right? We should be very, very honest. If one particular group is overrepresented, we have to find out why that is. Now, we've had people on the show to talk about the fact that it's not just Pakistanis, but it's actually Pakistanis from a very particular area of Pakistan, which is perhaps culturally more backward. It's mountainous, so it's isolated. That's kind of repeated through history. Really, mountainous cultures tend to be much more backward in that way. So we've just got to have these conversations honestly, so that justice happens in cases like this, but also so that we don't have these problems in the future. And also, if we are going to live together in one country, black, white, brown, or whatever, the only way to do that is to be honest. Because the moment you start covering things up, that's when people start having ideas about things like that, generalizing. And this has been a really terrible thing that happened to you and to other girls, but it's also a terrible thing for our country.
I mean, what I would say, Constance, I mean, when I first started speaking out, it's true that the vast majority of the abusers in these gangs are Pakistani Muslim men. Those who are not are still Muslim, but they can be Afghanistani or Iranian or from Iraq, but like you say, from very kind of from an underclass in those countries. They have a different belief system and they feel entitled that they can rape vulnerable children. So we have to open up those conversations. But if people come to this country, the laws of this country are what we live by, and we cannot avoid the difficult conversations. And what's happened with this, it's been brushed under the carpet. That's when extremists hijack a conversation because nobody else is brave enough to have them. But I see in this country at the moment, freedom of speech is critically important to me. And whether it, I would speak to anybody from any faith, any background, any belief system, left, right, middle, wherever, because you learn and you compromise. But what's happened with this is there have not been those conversations. I was having them when nobody else would speak. I remember going on the Today program and they were talking about Asian grooming gangs. And I said, well, hang on a minute, they're not from Thailand or Japan or China. They are predominantly Pakistani Muslim men. The other key part, just before I forget, because it goes out my head, the other key part, which is one of the big things I'm fighting for, is that there is no mandatory recording of the data around sexual abuse, any kind of data. So nobody can provide statistics and the reason they've done that, I highlighted that to the Home Office in 2013. The reason they don't is because they don't want the facts to show what the truth is. But
we know what the truth is.
We
the
know
stats
what the
are
truth
out.
is now.
The stats are out.
But it's taken 15 years for me to persuade people that that's the reality. Why are they not, you'd know how many burglaries there were in your street, wouldn't you? It'd just be there on a database. This is a deliberate attempt to muddy the waters.
And they think they're helping people, but they're not helping. They're not helping, and they're not protecting the people they think they're protecting. Like there's the taxi driver that I use in my town. It's a Afghani company.
Yeah.
My wife and son use that taxi company all the time. If my wife was passed out in the back of a taxi, there's no one I'd rather drive her than the guy because he's a great guy. And a lot of the people that work with him, they're wonderful people. But they are precisely the people that are going to suffer from cover-ups like this, because people will make generalizations.
Absolutely.
If people cover things up. That's why honesty is so important in this.
I mean, the other part of that is in my charity, and actually even when I was in the police, but now in the charity, we have women from those communities are coming to us for help. Because within those communities, women are a second-class citizen. Many of them don't speak English. They are very isolated. They are, there is abuse within that community, but it's hidden. You know, we've got inter-family marriages where there is a very, very high percentage of very disabled children. Those conversations have to be had.
Absolutely.
And, you know, we're not helping those women in that community. They come to us because we are seen as outside of their community. We're safe. And even in the police, I was working on cases where, I remember one case where a young girl was an eyewitness to a murder, and she was not allowed officially to speak to the police. So those are conversations we have to have, because there's good and bad everywhere. But when they are bad and they are raping children, I'm sorry. If you want to call me racist for saying that, call it me, but I'm not. It's about child protection. It's about the law. It's about the laws of our country. And we have to stand up for those laws. And those who are looking at being voted in, like you've just said, if they won't do their job properly, we have to do it for them and, you know, expose what's going on.
If we went to a different country and done what they're doing to our country, we'll get killed straight away. Like, we need that here. So, like, the brutal, our government, sorry to say, are pussies compared to every other country. Like, even our justice system are pussies compared to every other country. They wouldn't think twice about shooting us if we went over there and raped one of their kids.
No.
So why do these lot don't even get sentenced to 2 years? Half of them walk. Or get NFA. They don't even want to look into it.
You get longer for putting something, you know, a naughty tweet on Twitter, don't you?
Yeah, it's a
You know, the
joke.
girl who, what was her name?
Lucy Connolly.
Lucy Connolly.
Yeah,
she's in prison for putting in that little tweet. The guy who got Ruby pregnant, he was out of prison.
Yeah, I was
you know,
gonna show that in a little while with
13-year-old child with
Lucy
special
Connolly.
needs. We had a fetus. She was out of prison in just over.
She was
out
actually
of prison
married
just over 3
to
years.
an MP.
It just makes my blood boil, and we have to change the direction of travel.
And because it's a really important point you made there about these abusers and within their own community. Because if somebody is a paedophile who is a rapist, chances are he's not going to channel those instincts in one particular direction. He's going to be a threat wherever he goes. That's on the streets, that's out children's homes or schools, and that's also within his own home.
Absolutely.
And the fact that these people weren't prosecuted means that actually you're also making vulnerable children in that community.
Absolutely.
You're putting their lives in danger.
Absolutely. I think it's about priorities at the end of the day. And, you know, we have to have other conversations about what kind of people are in the prisons. You know, what crimes do we not need prison for? And you know, I would argue that Lucy Connolly shouldn't be in prison. That's my opinion. You know, we are using the law. You know, last year in the charity, we'd spotted a pattern of behaviour where vulnerable women, actually, and a couple of men, were being unlawfully arrested, unlawfully strip searched because they were daring to challenge the police about their investigations. So they were targeted. They're the kind of things that we need to be stopping. You know, free up the prison places for paedophiles and those who are destroying lives. You know, I mean, a conversation around drugs is another one I think we need as a country at some point, because many addicts will rob a phone because they're an addict. You know, we've got to have difficult conversations, but that costs votes.
Yeah.
And that's why they won't have them. You know, we need more prison places. We need a better criminal justice system.
100%.
We need social services to protect children. You know, children of...
Social services ain't going to do shit apart from take your fucking children from you, lie about it, get money for it, and tell you to shut the fuck up about the fucking Muslim grooming gangs, because they're literally covered by it. The government ain't going to do fuck all about it. What more to say? What I call, literally, we don't need more prison systems. We need to deport the fucking Muslim population in every single prison that's in the UK, because they're fucking converting people in prison. They're converting people outside shopping centres, outside on people's front doorsteps.
They're fucking converting kids in our schools. We need to get rid of every single fucking Muslim out of the fucking country and annihilate every single one of them. Fuck that shit.
11 shouldn't be put in a children's home with kids of 15 and 16 that are already very, very damaged. There's so many layers to this, aren't there?
And what we need above all, I think, is honesty.
Yeah.
People to be honest about things instead of covering them up and pretending they're not happening. Thank you so much, both of you, for coming on. Maggie, you're doing really important work with the Maggie Oliver Foundation. We're not, whenever we've had these conversations, we've never put any adverts in. We don't like the idea of making money from these type of discussions. Yeah. So if anybody wants to contribute financially, they should send it straight to the...
Just go to our website,
Maggie Oliver Foundation.
MaggieOliverFoundation.com.
And Jade, thank you for taking the time and for sharing your story. It is a terrible story to share, and it's terrible what you went through, but I'm really glad you're doing it. Not only because it's getting the word out there for people to really understand what's going on, but also it seems to be making a really good impact on you, actually, to feel more empowered to be able to tell people and prevent this from happening to other people.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you both. We're going to ask you questions from our supporters that they've submitted, but we really appreciate both your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Head on over to triggerpod.co.uk to hear our discussion with your questions. Are some areas and streets of many of our big cities and towns being made systematically hostile for women?
There you go. Proof that the UK's got full of fucking nonsense. Here's another one for you. As I said, Lucy Connolly.
Is a free woman, but she should never have been sent to prison in the first place.
Lucy Connolly, you pleaded guilty to the offence of distributing material with the intention of stirring up racial hatred. The sentence on count 1, therefore, is one of 31 months imprisonment.
She got 31 months after mistakenly pleading guilty to one count of inciting racial hatred. She said she did not know what she was pleading guilty to. People on the left say, oh, well, why did she plead guilty? Why did she plead guilty?
I know,
Well, I'll tell you
people
what,
are pussies.
I think she got terrible legal advice. Like I said, she's on record saying that she didn't know that. When she pleaded guilty, she was admitting that she intended to incite violence. Now, her post read, mass deportation now, set fire to all the F hotels full of the Bs, for all I care. If that makes me racist, then so be it. Now, look, obviously, I don't think anyone's condoning what she said, but it was online for just 3.5 hours before she deleted it and apologised. Now, her son tragically died around 14 years ago, apparently, and news of the murders, the massacre in Southport, had caused a resurgence of the anxiety caused by her son's death. By the way, today, it's emerged that Southport massacre monster Axel Rudiker-Barner has been given more privileges in prison in a bid to try to keep him happy behind bars. It's all a bit perverse, isn't it, this? Anyway, Lucy Connolly is out now.
Here's a funny one for you. Those dirty fuckers that are in the fucking prison system, the dirty Muslims that are in the prison system. Tommy Robinson was fucking in the same prison as Axel Rudiker-Barner. Yeah, make him fucking happy. The same prison that Axel Rudiker-Barner was in, HM something or whatever. Basically, Tommy was put in an entire fucking wing that was completely emptied out, and it was designed for terrorists. And he was put in there on cellular confinement. Yeah, for his own safety, whatever it was. Right, the whole wing was empty just for him, just because he was the only one in there. But yet these fucking terrorists, Muslim terrorists, are in open fucking wings, and they've got cells that's equivalent to a studio flat or an apartment, as you Americans like to call it. So yeah, it's pretty fucked, man. They're getting better fucking lives than we are. Fuck those fucking dirty little bastards.
now. But let's have a little look, shall we, at some of the hardened criminals who spent less time in prison, or none at all, actually, for significantly worse offences.
What do you say to your victims, Hugh Edwards?
Ex-BBC Hugh Edwards swerved jail despite being a card-carrying paedophile. A convicted child rapist avoided jail owing to the prison overcrowding crisis in 2023. Reece Newman was jailed for 2 years after being convicted of the historic rape of a child under the age of 14. And then we've also got Daniel Ashbrook, who was found to have been mentally, physically and emotionally abusive to a woman over a 3-year period. He was given 21 months in prison, suspended for 2 years. Then we've got Mansour Khan, was a top NHS consultant, a father of 4, and was deemed, quote, a pillar of society, before he was, of course, found with more than 100 abhorrent and perverted images of children on his phone. Khan was spared jail at his sentencing in 2023. He's handed 8 months, suspended for 2 years. Charles Cannon was convicted of 7 charges of possessing terrorist information, was sentenced to 18 months in prison, suspended for 2 years. I could go on and on and on here. Lucy Connolly got terrible legal advice, in my opinion, anyway, and fell victim to a political judicial system that was, again, in my view, lent on by the Prime Minister.
And I'm now expecting substantive sentencing before the end of this week. That should send a very powerful message.
Here is a picture of Lucy Connolly. There you go. And I think that she has now become the face of two-tier justice in Britain.
If you're a US resident, let's face it, things feel uncertain right now. America's national debt, over $36 trillion and climbing. Inflation, still eating away at your savings. And the dollar, down nearly 8% this year, with more countries walking away from it. Meanwhile, the markets, one day they're up, the next day, trillions gone in a blink. So it's no surprise by demanding
Let's get the thoughts of my panel. We are joined this evening by Reform Councillor for Essex, Jamie McIver, former Conservative advisor, Lauren McKevitt, and ex-Labour Party advisor, Matthew Larser. Jamie, I'll start with you on this. You know, there just seems to be an inconsistency here when you look at some of those out-and-out wrong-uns who've avoided prison, whereas Lucy Connolly was sentenced to 31 months.
I agree. We've got a lawless country at the moment. We've seen that everywhere we go. But the worst thing about this is a mother with children. This is someone that's had trauma in her life. This is someone that clearly relies, not a legal expert, somebody that relies on legal advice. And I clearly can see here that poor Lucy, in a vulnerable position, was probably made to plead guilty, told something like, the case is clean cut. And she has been fundamentally let down by that legal advice. And I think that's been the same with a lot of the people that are in prison. Obviously, what she said was inappropriate, but frankly, deleting it and apologising, I think, would be enough. And
it was worse than inappropriate, Jamie.
No, it was. It was an awful thing that she said. And I'm never going to defend what she said.
The judge was in the fucking Prime Minister's pocket.
People in this country, vile, disgusting people that actually don't deserve to be in this country. Some of these.
Or he was a lefty piece of shit.
At the British state, let them get away with it. Our justice system lets them get away with it, because if you walk into court and are found guilty of some of those vile crimes, and then you walk out again and you get to go and see your family, a suspended sentence means you get to go home and sit on the sofa with your family. Lucy hasn't been able to do that, and that is wrong. And that is wrong because what she did was nowhere near as bad as some of the other crimes that take place in this country.
Is that not demonstrably true, in the sense that what she did was nowhere near as bad as some of the people who we've just rattled off there who walked free?
I think what she did, she didn't pull a gun on anybody. She didn't commit an act of violence. But the charge that she came up for, which is inciting racial violence, I think is fairly clear within the words that she put out into the public domain. However,
I've said worse on my fucking social media, and I'm still not arrested.
Justice thing here, from my point of view, is an access to justice issue, because we had a free speech guy who did not plead at all last week, went to a jury trial, and a jury of his peers found him innocent.
Yeah.
Now, I strongly suspect that had Lucy not bowed to pressure about being told she wouldn't get bail and all of that, had she had legal advice that said, take it to trial, free speech at trial will probably do better than it will under a judge, I think that with a jury of her peers, we'd be having a very different conversation. Now, if a jury of her peers had said, yes, you incited racial violence,
yeah, well,
you
that's
are
that then.
guilty.
Well, that's that.
Then that is completely different. But the pleading out within the justice system is problematic, but it is a feature of not having enough prisons. And my party cannot, within one breath, start talking about
There's
Lucy
plenty
Connolly
of
on one
fucking
hand,
prisons
and in the
if you
next
fucking
start campaigning
deport
in Essex
every
against
fucking
prisons
Muslim
being
that's
built.
in there.
Yeah, well, quite. Yeah, no, I
Fucking
agree. Your
sentence
boss being the
every
conservative.
single one of them to death.
Yeah, for me, again, it comes down to that particular moment in time when the country was, massive. Well, it's a powder keg that had gone off a bit, actually. It wasn't
We've
until
got
that
plenty of
moment in time.
abandoned fucking
And
prisons
the Prime Minister
over
was
here.
there saying,
I've
he's
seen
now expecting
loads of them. People have
substantive
fucking
sentences to
explored
send
them.
a clear message.
Fucking
out.
open them
Lucy
back
Connolly
up.
there, who basically was just a normal woman who may or may not have had a little glass of wine and tweeted something inappropriate or whatever she's done, for which she's deleted and for which she's apologised. Getting that legal advice
Wouldn't
there,
take
with
much
the
to
fear
put
of God
fucking
being put
update
into
them a little
her,
bit.
without it being made clear to her that she was pleading guilty specifically to that charge of intent, basically intending to whip up racial hatred. I find that absolutely wild. I just find it terrible legal advice.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. The legal advice, from what we know of it, sounds to be
And every single
pretty terrible.
prison we have in the
absolutely
UK
agree
are
that
ran
she should have gone to
by
a jury
Muslims.
trial, and then we would have seen what
Literally,
happened.
the Muslim population that's in there,
clearly,
it's ran
particularly
by
with these
them.
free speech issues,
So the
jury trials,
guards
I
and
think,
the
are
fucking
important,
whatever
particularly
who's in
important
charge
for this
is being
these sort of
controlled
cases,
by the
because
Islamic
it is,
gang that are in the fucking prison.
the importance of what somebody said needs to be judged by people, frankly, who are part of the
A
audience.
huge amount of pressure there, and this is something I want to drill down on. Keir Starmer saying that at the time, I don't think that judge didn't have to, for example, sentence to 31 months.
Well, there are sentencing guidelines in place for each of these. And part of the difficulty that we have here, and what a conversation we should be having, is why are sentencing guidelines for rape so appalling?
Yeah.
And why are sentencing guidelines for issues like a tweet not, quite as stringent as this? Very clearly, we shouldn't have paedophiles out on license as soon as their case is over. Very clearly, someone who has deleted and apologized and pled out should not be going away when we have a prison space crisis. But what we need to be talking about here is the sentencing guidelines.
Oh yeah, they're releasing all the paedophiles and all the hardened criminals, but they're arresting people and sending people to prison for social media
in the last 14 years
disgusting.
has hauled the sentencing council over the coals and seems to be intent on changing a lot of that.
Yeah, absolutely.
I do have serious qualms, Jamie, about the actual state of the legal profession. So Ricky Jones, the Labour councillor, former Labour councillor, suspended Labour councillor, found not guilty. Now,
by jury.
Call me a racist, I don't give a shit. I want them all annihilated. I want every single stinking
we all
Muslim
have
dead.
to accept because it's gone to jury trial, right? However, with Lucy Connolly, she's on record saying that she basically did get bad legal advice. There was another bloke who's a former Royal Marine, he was a Welsh guy, got initial legal advice, plead guilty, you're going to be in all sorts of trouble here. Then got the Free Speech Union involved, pleaded not guilty, and a jury of his peers found him not guilty in 17 minutes. That's all it took to acquit him. It just feels to me like if you're on the left, the legal advice might be like, oh, go on, go to a jury. If you're on the right, you've got a view about immigration, it's like you better plead guilty because you're going down, mate.
Well, I've got the best example of this from Epping. So
Here's one. Every time Tommy Robinson went to prison, every time he went to court, he never had a jury. I wonder why. Because they didn't want him to fucking go to they wanted him to go to fucking prison. Yeah, it's a public jury, but they literally never had a fucking jury for Tommy Robinson. Fuck the system, fuck the government. Every single one of them should be wiped out.
there we are, peacefully protesting to close a hotel. Far left thugs get escorted in, and they're shouting for a serving member of parliament to be burnt alive. I reported that to 3 police officers on the night, 2 since. I actually contacted the chief constable about it, and nothing has happened. I haven't even been asked if they can have the photo of the person that did it. Yeah. And then you look at how some of the
because they're paid activists. The lefties are paid activists.
You're going to be arrested.
They're there for 2 hours and they get fucking £40 an hour just to fucking stand there being fucking ignorant. A hindrance to the fucking far right.
The kick in the knackers, Matthew, is that today it's emerged that Axel Rudy Cabana has been given a TV back in prison and various different other prison privileges in a bid to try to keep him happy. You know, the timing of that, given that Lucy Connolly, in the wake of what happened in Southport, has served a lengthy time behind bars, and he's being treated like he's in a Hilton.
Well, I mean, I think I'm not sure that just having a TV is. I mean, look, he's obviously an absolutely reprehensible individual. You know, I'm quite.
I
surprised
watched
he's in
that
a
live.
private cell
That was
rather than in
funny.
a cell with
Hotel set fire.
with a
That's
TV.
funny.
I don't think it's a case of two justice.
Burn
What I
the
wanna say
bastards.
is,
Burn the
Patrick, if you believe that the legal advice was bad, that means we need to put more money into legal aid. Because frankly, what you get in these cases is a very tired, very harassed solicitor.
Very who is probably not a free speech specialist.
He probably isn't a free speech specialist. And I suspect, I don't know, but some of those who may have more experience, you know, the guy who was the suspended Labour councillor probably knew the system a bit better because he was a councillor and he said no. You know, he may have written his legal advice. I don't think every lawyer is trying to get their clients jailed. What I think they're trying to do is just get through those huge number of cases they've got because the legal aid system is collapsing.
Axel Rudikana should never, ever, ever be allowed to watch TV ever again. Those poor families will never be able to watch TV with those little girls ever again. Those little girls will never be able to watch TV again. That man should never be able to watch TV. And frankly, I'd rather write a check to Donald Trump and put him in the worst prison in America where he'd actually get some justice treatment for those poor families than have the British state have to pay a penny more towards TV is a luxury. You know, there's families in this country that can't afford to put the telly on. They can't afford to have a TV license. Yeah, what a state we're in.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. I mean,
I refuse to have a TV
I
license.
imagine that Lucy Connolly was probably at some point when she's, you know, gathered herself and settled outside a bit, going to do a media round, I would have thought. And
by the way, I think a lot of this has to do with the fact she's a woman.
Oh, go on.
And there's more space in the female prison system.
Interesting.
Okay.
So there are fewer female prisoners. We know
Anyone
that. We
want
have
to join
been
the panel?
actively, as a Conservative government previously, a Labour government now, mostly trying to get women out of the prison system because for the most part, they are not in for violent crime. They are in for non-payment of bills. They are in for non-payment of television licenses. So there is a move towards getting them out of prison. There is more space in the prison footprint for women than there is for men. I don't think a man would have gone to prison for it.
Here's one for you. Our kids getting fucking well, one of them is basically showing a kid in school getting converted to Islam.
Bear witness. Bear witness. I bear witness. Bear witness. That there is no God. That there is no God. But Allah. But Allah. And I bear witness. And I bear witness. That Muhammad. That Muhammad. Peace be upon him. Peace be upon him. He's his servant. Is his servant. And final message. MashaAllah.
No, the takbir!
I bear witness.
See what I mean? Hey, Dendon. Don't troll over here. I don't accept that shit over here.
Nowadays, social media, when you try and keep a message suppressed, those that try to suppress it then suddenly realize that message becomes bigger, wider, and even more people know about it. And many of you will have heard me talk about this Tommy Robinson case and what's going on. Many people have speculated.
I'm talking about my country, what's going on in my country.
What's going on. So I thought the best thing to do is bring Tommy.
Yeah, the reason why I call for the
eradication
eradication of every single Muslim.
I'm not bad, thanks. I'm not bad.
Well, thanks for joining me. I thought people better hear it from you than me guessing and a lot of other people guessing. So lots of people have been guessing in the comments as to what's happened, what's going on. So why don't we start right at the beginning? Because we've got this short video here of this was just before you were arrested, wasn't it?
Yeah, this is the event.
So you were at this event, everything's going smoothly. You had no warning of anything happening at all?
No, totally. Everything was fine. So when I landed,
I haven't been on
when I
break
landed
today.
in Montreal, I was held for 3 to 4 hours, and I was questioned about what I was doing here, who I was meeting here. Now, speaking honestly, there was no tour arranged. Yeah? So there was no dates given.
Away from his
I
channel.
first of all, when I went to Montreal, come to meet Gad Sad. I followed Gad Sad. I spoke to him first of all 8 years ago. I follow his content, so I was meeting him and his family. I was also meeting, I don't know if you remember, Ensaf Badawi. There was a story of Raif Badawi in 2012 who went on and blogged in Saudi Arabia saying that Christians, Jews and Muslims are equal. He was sentenced to 10 years in prison and 1,000 lashes. Now, at that time, Raif's children were the same age as my children. I have been in contact since that date, 12 years ago, with his wife and children. So I was coming for dinner at their house as well to meet them for the first time. So when I landed in Canada, I was questioned about what I was doing here. I gave them the address where I was staying. They contacted the people I was staying with. And then when I rang Ezra Levant, said, Ezra, I'm in Canada. I have a schedule. I'm staying till the 4th of July. He said, let's do some events. So what the border force was saying is I wasn't entirely honest with my schedule of events. What I explained to them is nothing like this event in Calgary. I landed, I'd done what I was doing in Montreal, and within 5 days' notice, this was planned in Calgary. So I said to them, it's not like I've deceived you. Nothing entirely planned. I didn't have any concrete, because I also had another group of
Shit, sorry. Ah, shit. Didn't mean to do that. Whoops. Sorry about that, guys.
Nothing entirely planned. I didn't have any concrete, because I also had another group of women that I was meeting in Canada who wanted to host events for me, but none of them were finalised. So, but again, I just said to them, what is the problem with that anyway? Like, you've given me a 6-month pass in your country. I'm here. So, but as I said, I didn't know anything. I'd literally just finished that discussion in Calgary with a crowd, probably 150 people. We'd watched some videos. We'd had some talks about my content, my work, my journalism. And then I was just about to go get a steak, at which point 4 cars swooped up and whisked me away.
So, yeah, the interesting thing to me is when you sat down. Now, I said in my video that they would have sat you down and had lots of questions with you. Some people in the comments said, well, there wouldn't be any need to, because you were there on an Irish passport, and so you should be visa exempt. You should be there. I understand you should be there on an ETA, electronic travel authorization, which is a simple, it's a few dollars or whatever it is, documentation to put your details through. I've seen the form. I've looked at the form. I went through that form. It doesn't really ask you anything on there. So my presumption was that when you arrived, they sat down to ask you some questions.
Yeah, but they didn't ask me much. They just asked me who I was staying with, what was my purpose here, how long would I be here, where I'd be staying. I gave, because my son's godmother lives in Montreal. So they spoke to her. They asked her, is he going to stay at your house every day? She said, no, clearly not. Clearly he's not. So, but at which point then, obviously, I went from Montreal, I landed here. But if I'm honest, the officers don't seem to know. So when they detained me, they took me to the police station or to the immigration centre. And then straight away, they were talking about letting me go, which I found really strange. I was expecting to be deported, but literally instantly, and I didn't trust them. So I had a very off attitude with them at first as well. Once they arrested me, I thought, and then I had an off attitude with them at first. They said,
but they love to fucking deport people like yourself and fucking.
We want to try and find a way to get you out of here.
Or stalking shit like that.
So why have you got me in it? Why have you got me in here? And then they said, well, basically, we have to look at other avenues of freeing you rather than detaining you. Now, the options are you're going to be detained for 48 hours, then be transferred to Vancouver to prison, until all of this is sorted. But if you make an agreement with us, and I said, what's the agreement? And at that point, I don't want to go to jail here. They said, you make an agreement. Okay. They said, okay, you're not allowed to leave Calgary. You can't leave this city. I said, how long for? When can I go home? They said, well, you're actually not free to go home. So that at the minute you're not. And I said, what for? Because I haven't been charged with anything. I've got no charges. I've got no charges. But this was in the first evening. So literally within 5 hours, they went and got me a Tim Hortons, which was really surprising as well. Within 5 hours, I was back released. But I was released under conditions to stay in the room I'm in now. I have to stay in this room. And under conditions that I will not leave Calgary. And I will report to the police station 3 times a week. And
so literally again, this room.
Yeah, literally, that's it. So, and then I have to So literally, then the next day, then we got lawyers involved, and then we went back for a negotiation meeting, which we were there all day, and they seemed very open. So the lawyer come, Ezra come, and Ezra said, "Look, I'll pay whatever bond you want me to pay." Okay, he literally is going to Toronto to give a talk, and he's leaving the country. And that they were said, "Look, will you agree to leave the country on a certain date? Will you come to a negotiation with us?" I said, I showed you my return flight already. I'm already leaving on the 4th, yeah? But then they just wanted to, and then they seemed very open. They said, "Okay, leave it with us. If we can get a security bond, that helps from Ezra. If you're saying you're just going to go there and then leave." They said the problem is when they look at my previous, I don't really do what I say I'm going to do, which is open. That's what they said. So we need to.
And to be fair, I mean, you can understand why someone would think that. I mean, what we would normally advise somebody if if there's a history of something, then there's a propensity to do something again. But at the same time, they still have to look at the facts of the case and whatever is before them. So, as I said, there's been a lot of speculation as to some people saying you lied on this form or all that sort of stuff. But when I looked at the form, there isn't really an opportunity to lie about anything. It's your details, your address, where you're going, or whatever.
As Irish, you automatically have a visa. You don't have to have one. Like
no, exactly. So I'm talking about the electronic travel authorization, which is you would have filled in some form before you go. It's like a travel document. It's not a visa. If you're up to 6 months, but
and it links to your passport. So electronically links to your passport. Now, when I got there, straight away mine had flagged, and it had flagged because at that time I didn't have a return flight, and it had flagged because I'd flown from Copenhagen. So that they were the original flags why they wanted to question me. And before Copenhagen, I was in Spain. Before Spain, I was somewhere else. So they were saying, "Where have you been? What have you been doing?" That's what they were asking me. And what are you doing here? Now today, so that meeting we had the other day, they went to their seniors. We was expecting for them to relax the conditions. They come back and said, "No, basically, we're not relaxing the conditions." Our lawyers then sent them legal letters yesterday to say, we're going to give you the opportunity again before we take you to court. So we want
opportunity to what? To discuss it, negotiate, or
we're in for negotiations today at 1 o'clock.
Yes.
To negotiate, because what it is, and the first things that the officers said when I went down the second day with the solicitors is that this has blown up, majorly blown up. I said, well, if you would have just let me come and give my I had 3 little talks, small talks, not big, not really publicised either. It's not like we planned this months in advance. There would have been a few hundred people at each talk. There would have been no media attention to this event. You've made it a massive event, and your conditions are definitely trying to limit my freedom of speech in Canada. And freedom of speech in Canada is for everyone, which is what the lawyer said. And then they tried to use the excuse. What the police officer said was, "No, if you're doing speaking engagements, you have 5 days. You've done one in Calgary. Your date in Toronto is more than 5 days." But then the barrister just said, "No, it's 5 dates. It's not 5 days from the first one.
Separate dates, yes.
5 separate dates, and you're actually wrong on that." So
yeah,
if you're
I looked that up as well. So for the benefit of everybody watching that may not have followed that with respect, if you've got a day booked for one event, what I think they were trying to say is, you're telling me, not that this is advice, you know that, but what I think you're saying is that you had this one date, one event, and they were saying that you've got 5 days and then that's it, you're supposed to be gone. But that's not true. It's got to be, or it's permitted to be 5, not more than 5, then you're okay, or you should be okay. And that's presumably what the argument was the lawyer put across.
What the lawyer said you're absolutely misrepresenting the law there to try and justify your conditions, and that's not the. But they have been. They have been.
That's good to hear.
They're so nice, and in fact, they said, "Look, this is a bus, yeah." So this, and on the evening, which is what they said to me, which is I didn't trust them, is, "Look, Tommy, we want to get you out of here. Yeah, we want to get you out of here. We don't want you in here. Right? We want to get you out of here. So just agree to these conditions, and you'll be gone." And I was like, "Really?" So I said, "Okay." So I agreed to sign in. You're letting me go because I expected to be held and deported. They haven't once mentioned deporting me, not once at all.
Well, that's the other thing. They haven't charged you with anything. They haven't hinted at any charges with anything. They haven't given you any indication of any criminal allegations or immigration allegations of any sort.
No, they just seem to want to agree, which we'll find out today. I'm there in an hour. They seem to want to negotiate an agreement of the date that I leave the country and what I'm doing. And I've told them, I've said, look, just I'll go to Toronto. And where this backfires essentially is like Jordan, if I'm stuck in Calgary, people are now making plans to fly to Calgary. So to do podcast interviews, I done 2 yesterday whilst I was here with Tamara. I don't know if you knew her story's insane. This is the truckers convoy. She spent months in jail for organising a convoy of trucks to try and get the attention of the government over the mandates of vaccines, and she's facing 10 years in prison. So sort of like when I started hearing her story, I started counting my chickens, thinking actually I might be good to get out of Canada.
Yeah. Now, I mean, just to caveat that this is obviously not advice, you know that, but it sounds to me like there's a couple of things going on here. First of all, I think you caught them on the hoof a little bit, unaware as to what's going on because you didn't have the return flight. You hadn't got the events booked, which ironically, I think if they were trying to shut you down, if you did have the events booked, they might have tried to shut those down ahead of time. But because you didn't have them booked when you arrived, they then think that you sprung it on them and didn't tell them about it, perhaps. And then coupled with the lack of return flight, I think they are now in limbo. I think this is my personal opinion. I think what they've done is they've created this mountain out of a molehill. They've got you and don't know what to do with you, because I think what they've done is they've probably seen that the event that you did was quiet, as you say, nothing really happened and nothing was going to happen. I think I've watched some of your other videos, and you know, I think you understand how you're to conduct yourself when you go there, and I don't think you'd have caused yourself any problems. That's just my view. I mean, sometimes, you know, I get shot down for my views, but I call it as I see it, and I think a lot of people like and respect me for that. So that's what I do. I think they've got this wrong, in my view. I think that they've created this out of nothing and taken those bits of information, and they're worried about it. They're worried about what you might be doing and not being able to control it. And now I hope that,
by the way, he's
free speech, if nothing else,
the ball guy's meant to be a barrister, a lawyer, whatever, some shit
go
like
well, and you come back with something positive.
The problem they've got is that 30,000 students have come here and then all stayed and said they're claiming asylum. Yeah? There is a massive open border migration problem here of criminals coming through their border. None of them are detained or given cities that they're not allowed to leave. Yeah, I actually asked the officers, I said, officers, okay, as you're bringing me into an immigration centre, say, for example, I say right now I'm claiming asylum. Say I do, yeah, because I'm persecuted in my own country. Say I say that. You can't limit the city I'm allowed in. You actually just let me straight out the door, because that's what your policies are under Justin Trudeau, same as the United States of America. You're not detaining people. You're not putting them in detention centres. So how come I'm being detained and limited my access of which city I can go to and where I can talk, which is what's caused, I think, a bit of an uproar with the Canadian public, is they're seeing you're being very heavy-handed with this British activist who's come here to give a couple of talks, when you're absolutely the opposite and people have concerns about immigration and you're not doing anything about it. So I think the hypocrisy, I don't think anyone would mind if anyone who come through the borders was being detained and limited and put in different places. But I said, I'm not asking for anything from you. I'm here to do a speaking engagement. I was here for more than that. I was here, as I said, I've already seen Ansaf. I've got some great videos coming from my contact there with Gad Sad. I was here for podcasts and discussions, but again, totally calm and controlled environments with security, with not that was needed. I've faced no opposition since I've been here.
Yeah.
And from the
and that's my impression, really. And I think just to touch on the immigration thing, I mean, a lot of people talk about immigration and they get criticized when they criticize immigration. But I think when it comes to immigration, there needs to be rules. It needs to be fair. There's got to be a humanitarian aspect to it, yes, but there still has to be rules to control it so that the borders in the country is secure, and it's this back and forth. And I think one of the problems is, and this is me speaking which I don't often give my opinions, but here's one of them. I think that when people do raise criticisms like that, they get criticized for raising criticisms, and then it's just a ping pong match, and actually we get nowhere. And that's what I think the problem is. And I think that in part is what's going on here. They've sort of, it feels to me that you caught them on the hoof with the lack of booking and arrangements. And so, and coupled perhaps with the history, which is fair, they might say, well, hang on a minute, what do we do? Let's just keep him there for now and we'll figure it out. And that's how it feels to me.
The same, and they're also I don't, since I left the UK, I've been made aware that I now face prosecution for contempt of court for a film that I made. Yeah. Now, some very high profile individuals in Canada have watched that film, and they're outraged by the fact that I may go to prison for it. And there was the possibility of having, I know the British government and I know the British establishment will do anything they can to prevent the public seeing this film. I've got an injunction that faces 2 years in prison if anyone watches it. They're actually trying to prosecute me under that now because someone in America played the film 2 years ago. So I think if I was going down the rabbit hole, I think that the reason to keep me here would be to prevent the screening of a film that will humiliate the British establishment in the city of Toronto. That's partly what I think may be their agenda. Maybe if they've asked them not to get me to
the British establishment are a bunch of retards.
But even by trying to stop it, they're just going to elevate it. Whatever happens from this point on, it's going to get discussed. Whether I get to Toronto or not,
the British establishment are a bunch of retards, and they're a bunch of fucking cowards.
There's two things there to
pussies.
The first
a lot of them
is a general guidance to anybody watching, and this goes for any court injunction about anything, anywhere. If you know about an injunction and you seek to do what it restricts, you yourself can be held in contempt of court for failing to comply with the injunction. So even if you've just been told about it or you have sight of it or whatever, if it applies to everybody, then you make sure you comply with it. That's my general guidance to everybody watching. The second thing is, and hopefully this sort of round up your thoughts really before you go into your hearing today, but I think with them having you here and wondering what to do, and this Streisand effect, which I opened the video with, it's absolutely true. When someone tries to suppress something in this modern day, I mean, like you're here on my channel now, my viewers know I don't have many guests on my channel here. I've got a very good learned colleague, Alan Robertshaw, Art of Law. Yes, it rhymes. He's in the description below. I'll link him down there. He's a great guy to chat to as well. Maybe we'll get a chat with him going as well. But I felt this was right for you to have this say nicely, openly, and with this Streisand effect, when someone tries to shut down a message or whatever, it just gets discussed even more. And so I think the right thing for them to do would be to quietly resolve it, and it will quietly go away, because from what I can see, I just can't see the threat. I mean, now I don't have all the information they have. They may have something you and I both don't know behind the scenes. There might be, for all we know, there might be some other kind of threats, against you that we don't know about. And all this might be for your own protection. Being the lawyer, devil's advocate, there could be any sort of reason that we don't know.
Yeah, I remember not that long ago, he had to leave the fucking UK because he had threats on his life by ISIS.
Is so far removed from what the public would know that affects the case. And so who knows what it would be. But good luck in your hearing. All I can, guidance to you, I would say, as you always seem to be, just be open, be honest, be cooperative, be nice, and hopefully you'll get the result you want.
Cool, thanks, and yeah, hopefully I'll be in Toronto by tomorrow.
Indeed. Well, come back and let us know how it goes. Hopefully we'll be back on here again.
At least trying to find out when I can come home. So see you later.
Indeed. All right. Thanks for joining me. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
I've never seen that before, so I'll watch it. Here you are. This was 11 months ago, was it? Yeah, it was. Epping Hotel. Sorry, a place called Epping, not Luton. My dumb ass. I don't even know my own country. I don't really care. Piece of shit.
Through the brambles. Oh, let's have a look. Check it out, guys. So we're just outside the Bell Hotel, and as you can see, loads of locals have come out. Big traffic jam on the left. Look at all the people here so far. Big crowd, at least a couple hundred. So yeah, obviously everyone's pretty pissed off by what happened not too long ago after the Ethiopian migrant came into the country June 29th and then ended up in the Bell Hotel just over here. Hey lady, see your sign. Would you like to say a few words about today's protest? Send them on.
Yeah, we want to protect our kids.
Yeah. I mean, how do you feel about the recent attack on the local girl?
It's disgusting. She's in my son's class. It's absolutely disgusting. We need to protect the kids.
Why do you think it happened? Do you think it's like lack of security in this hotel?
Shouldn't be in the hotel in the first place. Illegal. Shouldn't be here.
Yeah. How do you feel he's only here for about 8 days and then it happened?
Disgusting. They're not vetted and they're just sent here, aren't they?
Absolute scumbags. You're ruining our world.
Yeah, I see the sign protect our kids. I mean, is it just the one, or has it been kind of?
They'll take it over, haven't they? Yeah, they're kind of rude.
Yeah, I mean, they've said that this hotel was meant to close in 2024. Then there was a U-turn. What has been the response since then?
I don't know, mate. We just want them out of here.
Yeah.
Scumbags, mate. They've all got stop the boats, put Keir Starmer on, and send him and all. Yeah, send Starmer out.
Obviously,
I like that one.
we're going to have
That's
to
fine.
keep protesting until justice is served.
Yeah.
If you've asked me, can I just say this is not a racial thingy or whatever like that. It's about protecting women and kids, right, from illegal immigrants or asylum seekers, which think it's okay to marry a 9-year-old. It's not on.
I used to work in there.
How was it in there?
Disgusting.
In what way? The conditions for the migrants?
Filthy, disgusting. Used to be the best hotel you could ever have.
So is your
carpet?
So is your reason for closing it down more the health and safety issue, or?
Health and safety, and just get them lot out. Don't want them here.
Yeah. Would you like them to be relocated or like to another hotel, not so close to a school, where I've heard quite a lot about today?
Yes, that is very close to that school.
Yeah.
Very. And then you've got another one up there.
Yeah.
So, easy pickings.
Thought so.
Hi guys, and then behind me you got the police presence as well in front of the Bell Hotel, completely cordoned off.
They used to go through the back end of the hotel, through a fucking field to get to a school, and there's another one just down the road.
Yeah, this is where they're housing over 100 illegal migrants, and this is why people are out here protesting. You see the police presence. Everyone is a local, I imagine, from this protest today, and this is the third one I've been told. You had Sunday, which kicked off, and then you've got the third one today, and it's midweek Thursday, so everyone's come after work, and they're not too happy. So as you can see, you've got a lot of riot bands at the minute. Maybe the police were expecting some kicking off, but as you can see right now, it's very, very peaceful. You've got a range of crowd, mothers, a few fathers as well, a real mix. I wouldn't say it's all men. I think the local community have come out today. I don't know why they've got these vans though. Let's see later on what happens. Around a mile away at Epping Station, counter-protesters had gathered, having travelled from London. The BBC appeared to be waiting to interview one of the organisers.
I would not believe the
soon
BBC.
After the group was
They're full of
escorted by
shit.
police to the Bell Hotel. So it seems like a lot of people are moving down this way. Maybe the counter-protest has arrived. I'm not too sure. But it seems like a lot of people are moving. They're going to block off this part. Maybe they don't want them here. Who knows?
It's absolutely vile and disgusting, you know, for them to be able to think they can just like go out and, you know, interfere and touch our fucking children. It's disgusting. Absolutely vile. They shouldn't be here. Yeah. Full stop. They should not be here.
What's Europe's agenda for having them here? You know, there's got to be a reason why.
Where's their women and children? They're all men that are coming over.
But whether
there must be some agenda going on.
Yeah. But were the locals told about this hotel? I mean, it's been here for 5 years. I've heard.
Big up,
was this
Mariah.
the only kind of first major process?
No, before this lot, there was a lot in there before this lot moved in there.
Yeah.
But I think this lot was moved from another hotel near Ongar because they burnt that down. and moved them in there and
say that,
started
anyway.
fire in there.
Well, yeah, there's
Yeah,
a
'cause they
man,
didn't like
I think his
the
name was
hotel, they
Abdul
set
Rahman,
fire
yeah,
to it.
he got moved to that one, he got moved to this
the
one.
army
I don't know his
barracks.
name, but you know, I heard they started a fire and they got moved and then they put them back in that one.
So it's almost as fear amongst locals, you don't know who's in your local area.
No, don't know, no. And it's absolutely disgraceful. And it's right next to the school. You know, you get them all sitting on the benches when the kids are coming out of school.
I've actually spoken to a lot of these people and everything.
Egg's been thrown at an officer. I don't know if you caught that guy. Oh, that was sick. But,
Good on you, lad, whoever
yeah,
did.
we do have eggs today. We're going to bake a cake. They have some eggs.
Fucking police need to beat him.
Obviously, it's not
Every
really to
single
do
one
with
of
the
them.
police. People are more against the
beat him in this
hotel.
country.
And obviously, they're kind of pissed off that there's a counter protest. A lot of people believe they're protecting the migrants in the hotel, or more in particular, the illegal migrant who did the sexual assault. The police are calling it on the front lines. For some reason, they're blocking off this road now. Obviously, there's way too many. Oh, here they come, here they come. You guys! Oh, he's got the pepper spray. Oh, he's got pepper spray. Okay. Okay, he's yelling. Oh, he's got a flare. Look at this guy. Check it out. Oh, bloody hell. Check it out. Oh, yeah, so he's got pepper spray. Just in front, you've got the counter protesters.
You've caused this. Let them up here. You've caused it.
Okay. Oh, guys, just squeeze through here because otherwise you're going to get sprayed in the eyes. Got the police officer videoing. So, yeah, everyone's very, very heated right now. They're kind of annoyed that the police have kind of cordoned them here, but there's a reason for it. They want to keep the two separate. Okay, a lot of chaos. Oh, okay. They're going. Oh, the lefties are here. They've made it to the other side now. Bottle's been lobbed. They're very, very close. Well, guys, I don't think we're going to be able to chat to any of the people at this point.
Come here. Come here. They're going to foul here. They're going to go.
All right, so you've got all the lefties on this side, a lot of pushing and kicking. So you've got counter protesters. There's about 50. And I met them at the station. A lot of the people who are counter protesting. Oh! We've got people in the corner there. Firecrackers have been thrown.
I bet they were fucking bust in by this
Guys,
fucking
it's really nice time to kick off now.
They were literally
They're shouting Nazi scum, as you can hear. Yeah, cool. Right, mate. Well, guys, a lot of pushing and shoving. They can't contain it. Look at this, guys. Wow, it is getting hectic. Lots of things are getting launched. Wow. Check it out, guys. So, guys, the second van is coming in, as you can see. He dropped his phone, and the police he's ran over it. Wow. You've got a field just behind me where people can easily just go round. Wow, let's keep going. There's a big gap here as well. They're being told to move. A flare has been thrown. Hey mate, how do you feel about the protest so far?
What, getting fireworks?
Yeah,
eggs thrown at us.
Yeah, what's
the violence is unnecessary. Yeah. I think it's horrible. I think it doesn't reflect the people of Epping. And it needs to end now.
Are you local to Epping?
No, I'm from Walthamstow. I have family in Epping. And, you know, we have locals here in Epping. It's horrible.
Yeah, a lot of people argue that by you guys coming here, you're almost sympathising with the person who did the sexual assault.
We need to focus on this. Violent people trying to...
Okay. So the police are definitely stretched at the minute. Obviously, it's getting a bit too dangerous, so I believe the counter-protesters are leaving. It is a bit too hectic. They're definitely getting... I mean, they came from Epping Station. It took about half an hour walk.
How many
Flares been thrown. Wow. This man's trying to get through. A lot of argy-bargy. Wow. Oh, looks like it's kicking off again. One. Okay. So far there definitely isn't enough police for the amount of protesters. You've got police on the other side who have blocked off the road, which means not many police can come over to this side. As you can see here, only about 4. She's got this sign. So he called him a Nazi. He took his sign, as you saw there.
Dirty trans business.
Zero tolerance to any counter protesting right now. A lot of argy-bargy. It's all about pushing and shoving. Oh, look at that! This driver trying to run us over. Look at this. Bottles getting thrown. Let's try to get a bit in front. So it seems like they're getting their police escort back to Epping Station. The same people that were at Epping Station are swearing, as you can see. This man saying they don't live here. One man we met said he's from Walthamstow, something like this. There we go. Locals are not happy. There we go. Is this the man we met in London not too long ago who hunted us down? Look at him now.
If you haven't been following the channel, we first ran into this protester at a trans rights demonstration, where he and a group of trans rights activists followed me around, harassing me with signs that read, "Don't talk to police."
Oh, wait, 1-0, 1-0.
Kill it.
Well, they're literally getting a police escort and an escort by the locals out of this part of Epping.
Bye. Off home. No one wants you around here. You'll never be welcome, ever. Fuck off.
Do you want to say a few words? What's the reason for coming today? Go on, mate. Do you want to say a few words?
No.
Yeah, a bit quiet now, aren't you, mate? Yeah, you're radio silence, mate. You weren't silent in London when I met you, weren't you? You mug. You absolute mug, mate. That's the same guy we met in London not too long ago. So, guys, we're quite far away from the Bell Hotel now. At least a good 5-10 minute walk.
Guys, you don't push people, mate. Obviously, don't push people.
Well.
Please, anyone on club, anyone want to do it?
The word from the locals is block the road. They're going to block the road now. Careful, Calais. What are your thoughts on illegal migrants coming to the town of Epping? Sign's been stolen. Stop it! Coffee, Coca-Cola, Lucas Atkins. Bloody hell. Stick has been launched, coins. So there, guys, it looks like they've turned up to the wrong area. You know, it was a peaceful protest up until these guys come here. A lot of the police are trying to push and shove them.
Big up KY Audit on the left there, with the big hat. KY Audit.
Water's been lobbed, soaked in his face. Here we go. So they've decided to sit down on the road. Lucas said that's the second drink we've seen so far. Coca-Cola, now a Lucasade. The chance. Wow, it is another drink has been launched.
The guy on the left holding the camera.
Wow, barges. Trying to step back.
I do want your door, don't get assaulted by illegal.
Trees getting thrown. Let's get the higher angle, guys. So. How you doing, mate? What are your thoughts on all this?
Just look, they had them down the station, right? There was 30 of them down there. They've allowed them all the way up here. It was peaceful before, absolutely fine. And they've come up here and just started antagonising everyone.
Do you believe a protest is the only way to close down the hotels? That's what I've been hearing. That's the goal.
100%. But once again, we want peaceful protests. That's what we want. But when the police are doing tactics, allowing
No,
them
what
to
you
come
should do is
next
board up every single door and window in that fucking hotel with the migrants still inside
guys, these are the locals of Essex.
with them
Obviously,
in
they
it.
pay their council tax here. That is funding the migrant hotel. Obviously, you've got the Socialist Worker newspaper, the communist newspaper. What started very peaceful has now evolved into this. Oh, he's got his tried to grab his newspaper. Not too happy.
Fucking leftist transit scum.
That's what you see,
That lot that you see on the camera right now, lefties, I hate them. Antifa there as well.
He's throwing some hands.
He just assaulted someone.
I wouldn't like to say who's coming on both sides at the minute.
There you go. Cool, right behind the lot.
Egg's been hit at the back. Egg. Yeah, all sorts have been thrown. You got milk everywhere. All their signs have been stripped to pieces. Whoa, wow, it is getting violent. I saw a stick being thrown, bit nuts, as you can see here. Milkshake. We have the milkman. The milkman is here. Semi-skimmed milk on the floor. So we got the semi-skimmed. So we've got a bit of a. We are making a cake. All we need is the flour. I've had a bit of egg.
I would have thrown it back at them.
More milk is being thrown. So, yeah, Great British Bake Off here in Essex right now. People are very frustrated. Obviously, they're kind of angry at the police now because obviously they had the police escort to this hotel. Obviously, what happened on Sunday, it seems very tame compared to what we're seeing here. Oh, a bit of argy-bargy with the girl in the yellow.
Go, fat girl! Go, fatty! Go, fatty!
It looks like this girl is just like a bull in a china shop. A lot of pushing, shoving, tossing and throwing. Oh, someone's getting arrested. Someone's getting pulled. Whoa!
Fat fuck.
Okay, now a lot of friendly fire. Guys, someone's been arrested. Someone is getting arrested. Whoa! Now.
Get them back! Get them!
Bloody hell, guys, eggs are getting thrown. I saw about 10. Must have been the large egg carton from that petrol station, but they're bringing in the van to block it now. It is getting a bit out of hand, not going to lie. People are throwing all sorts of stuff. So as you can imagine, this caused a big traffic jam, as you can see, all the way down here. Obviously, if they want to bring more officers, they're going to have to come on foot now. But I don't think they'll be doing a counter-protest here anytime soon. You've got to blame the government for this. I mean, they could have really nipped it in the bud. They've had since Sunday, it's now Thursday. They could have come up with a solution. I know the local councillor said that this should be closed. He had a meeting with the Home Office, but it's now led to this. Again, the kind of incompetence by local governments that has almost basically caused this. And obviously what happened during the week with the Afghan nationals who were brought into, well, it was leaked that they're brought into the UK. So tensions are definitely rising here.
Where are you now, you big fat nut, you coward?
More eggs. Into that person's garden. Reinforcements are here now. Reinforcements are here. A lot of the guys who we saw earlier at the station have disappeared. We saw the BBC at the station. There are definitely a few more. Oh, bloody hell. But the numbers have definitely calmed down a bit. I'd say there's at least 30 here. The police definitely have to get them out because I think they bought every... Oh, bloody hell. Another egg has been hit. Another one. More police are coming in, as you can tell. More reinforcements. So... Don't know what they're going to do. What are your thoughts on all of it, mate?
As regards what?
This protest so far, how's it kind of fall?
What gets me is this lot here said they're here to keep the peace.
Yeah.
And yet they let this lot march all the way up there towards us. Didn't stop them, but they stop us from confronting them.
What about...
Over here, look, this geezer's got a stick, a bottle. Don't do cool, mate. Don't do nothing.
What about freedom of speech, their right to counter-protest?
What about it?
I mean, that's what people always say.
I don't give a mate. That's got nothing to do with the fact as I just said to you, the police said they were here to keep. Why did they let them march down?
Right, keep it separate.
Why did they not stop them up there and stop them coming down there?
Yeah,
Why?
yeah.
We were down there having our protest. They've allowed them to come down here and disturb it.
Do you think today sends a message to the local councils?
No one sent any message, mate. They don't give a. That's why we're redoing it, because we've had enough.
So yeah, obviously this all started because illegal migrants sexually assaulted a local girl in Epping. Look there, the Tower School. We are right next to a school. It took literally about a 5-minute walk. So I didn't even realise that. That is how close we are to the local school. And then you got all these protesters here. They've been here for quite a while. Egg on the floor that's been thrown, ripped up signs. There aren't many of those signs there. Here you can see behind me, guys, you do have the riot police, at least 6. Obviously, it's very difficult to bring the vans into this part of Epping. They must have called police from different parts of London, surely, because this is a town just of 12,000 people. And they must surely be understaffed, but they can't even protect a local girl who was sexually assaulted. You don't imagine what they can do with
the police in the
protesters in the street.
Worthless and useless.
Shields there in the back. Yeah, so people throwing stuff, they have to be pretty careful because you've seen it in other videos where they don't make arrests on the actual day. They do it later on. So some people don't have face coverings here. We do have the full set now. One officer is covered in flour, so we have made a cake.
Where's the sugar?
Bit of argy-bargy, so he's trying to turn on...
Would be a lot harder.
As he's trying to turn on his camera.
It's got to stop. They've got to stop filling these hotels up. Unvetted people. They've got to stop it.
Would you be happy them being relocated to another area, not just Epping?
No, not at all, because it's only going to cause problems in another area. It should not be. Should not be.
Yeah.
It is sad to see that your children ain't safe to walk streets. It's not safe.
Yeah, but it seems to be like moving slowly because I know the local council of Epping has spoken out. He doesn't want it, but you know, what can you do?
Jamie, the local councillor, he tries his best, but it's just crazy. It's just crazy. They should never have let them out of that station. Never. It was all peaceful up there. There was nothing going on. Everyone was just standing there talking, calm, and then these all come along. It's just crazy.
So it looks like they're trying to bring them around. Argy-bargy, bit of argy-bargy. Very, very aggressive, unnecessarily. He's totally pushed him. By the looks of it, they're trying to bring more of the protesters to the left, and then they're gonna let these guys kind of escort them to the station.
A child was sexually assaulted. What are you there for? What are you there for? Child was sexually assaulted.
Oh.
I don't live here. I live there. I live there. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. Put your face out. My face is out. Check me out tomorrow. What are you there? Would you still be here? Would you still be here if it was your daughter? Would you still be here?
Have you heard any racism shouted at you? Where's the racism? Yeah, then you stand there because you can't answer. It's not about race. It's about an adult
male sexually assaulting a young minor. That's what it's about. That's why people are upset. That's it. Simple as that. You just don't get it.
So yeah, as you can see, guys, the kind of protesters kind of speechless. They come with their signs and, you know, stop the far right, refugees welcome. But you try to speak to them, you know, you ask them why they're here, and they literally have nothing to say.
The ones that are in that hotel, they're innocent people. They are raping the system. Get rid of them. Get rid of them. Get rid of them.
But how do you follow the eggs getting thrown at you then? Did you expect that today? After
they're being lied to. They're being lied to. It's the wrong. They're throwing at the wrong enemy. If I thought someone was protecting, I'd throw an egg at them. Do you know what I mean?
Right,
We're not protecting them. That's what I'm saying. If we thought people were defending, we'd attack them too. But we don't like being slandered, and we don't like that these people being lied to about us. But the entire hotel is not responsible. Do you know what I'm saying? Like an entire race is not responsible. There's white people going to Thailand, do you know what I mean? To exploit underage kids in Thailand. And
you stupid movie.
Yeah. So in general, the locals feel that this hotel should be moved. Do you agree it should be moved away from, say, a school?
I don't think it was a good idea for them to open up this hotel in Epping. Epping is one of the most racist places in England. They shouldn't have put refugees in Epping. That wasn't a good idea. But at the same time, people shouldn't be forced to leave their countries.
It dies in the wash, doesn't it? You should use that dialogue. It goes back flat.
What? All right, so it seems like they are escorting people out of the way. More bottles being lobbed again. So they have brought the riot police and dogs in now. More stuff's getting lobbed. So they are escorting them. So, more stuff's getting lobbed. Oh, bottles. So yeah, an escort to the bloody hell, to the station.
Comrades, halt! Now you're in a worse position now.
Big up, while you're it.
So the police have escorted them all the way to my front door.
Oh, guys, so it looks like the police are having a meeting just behind me. You still have the Stand Up to Racism crowd just down the street. They're completely locked off because people can get from the other side and infiltrate. It's now around 7:30. It looks like they're going to kind of be stuck here for a long time. Remember, most of these people are paid by the hour, so they will be doing overtime right now, I'm sure. They'll probably have to fork out a few more donations to, you know, accompany them for their time. As you can see, they're stuck here for the time being. But we are in a nice residential street of Epping. £1 million houses, I've been told from a few of these locals here.
It's going to take a while. It's a good old walk.
So yeah, as you can see, guys, all the officers with their shields. They're bringing in lots of police officers right now. About 4 vans are here currently. A bit of a standstill. The police stupidly brought them into like a, I don't know, cul-de-sac or dead end. No way they can get out. You've got the police van here. You know, more out. Here we go.
What base are you from?
So they brought in the London Met. So more reinforcements have come in now to deal with it all.
We don't protect us!
Fuck London, Matt.
So it is drawing a bit of a crowd.
Police officers are retarded. Fucking
got the Met police.
And you're flat.
So it looks like they're going to come over here, decide what to do.
Boys, come on the plane! Fucking scums, mate! Scum!
There we go. A lot of argy-bargy. Look at see that. So what tends to happen when more police come, more people get agitated, and now the crowd are coming this side, as you can see. So yeah, a lot more people are coming now from probably from the Bell Hotel. So I think that they did actually do an actual peaceful protest outside of the hotel, but now a lot of people have come here. Seems like.
We're not allowed to say anything. Look at the riot police here.
Yeah.
We were silently protesting down there. Apparently, it's gone online that Adam Brooks, I think, has just put up that they're going to shut it down.
Right.
They're shutting it down.
Do you think it has worked then, having this kind of protest, putting the pressure on?
During the week, so all the businesses all had to send their people home early. Mums had to come and pick the kids up from school. So yeah, it has. It's been a good thing. And we're back here on Sunday as well, I think.
Right. So guys, thank you. So guys, it seems like these protests won't end until the hotel is closed, and we don't see that too often. Usually, you know, these hotels in villages and towns get kept there for years, and now it's come to a point. 5 years in Epping, they're saying enough is enough. Oh, a bit of argy-bargy going on here. It's all pushing. Lots of stuff getting thrown. Bottles getting lobbed. Okay, let's try to chat to this guy with a big sign in a minute. But yeah, those guys literally cannot leave. They're in a kind of a, I don't know what it is. It's like a U-turn almost. So the only way is this way. The only way is Essex. We have this guy. We demand that Epping Council close down the Bell Hotel and deport all unchecked illegal men immediately to ensure the safety of our women and children. Hey, mate, I see your sign. What's the kind of feeling amongst women and children in general right now?
I think they're scared, as they should be.
Yeah.
And they should be living here scared. They should be able to walk to school. Should be able to walk to school safe and trouble-free.
Yeah. Would you be okay? Would you be okay of relocating this hotel not so close to a school, if you know, as a solution to the problem?
Should be here anyway. These people are unchecked. They're coming here attacking our children.
Yeah.
Relocation isn't the answer. Deportation is the answer.
Yeah. And what kind of area is Epping though? People, you know, you hear the counter protesters. This is quite a far right area, they like to say.
I don't really care what right area is. Left, right. The only right that should be is children and women should be safe and be able to walk up from school.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be about politicalness. It should be about the safety of our children.
Yeah.
If you're left and this happened to your child, how would you feel? It's got nothing to do with race, religion.
Yeah.
It should be about the safety of our women and children.
All right, guys. Oh, eggs are thrown again. Waitrose. Whoa! You got the bums out, guys. Wow. We've seen that before. I didn't bring my helmet. Didn't think it would turn to that. A lot of argy-bargy. A lot of argy-bargy. So I would say, guys, this all started when more and more police came. They called in the London Met. There is an argument that these guys shouldn't have been here in the first place. What are your thoughts on all this?
Terrible.
And is there kind of a fear amongst children and mothers right now?
Yeah, my daughter's seen all these immigrants. They've been following her down the street when she goes to meet her friends.
Let's start to move. What's going on? She's banging there. He's punching. They're smashing. Holy. They're smashing the van out. Wow. They're denting it, they're kicking it. Doors open. They're getting chased out. Wow. I've never seen anything like it. They're getting chased out. Oh, he jumped onto the front window. Wow. Oh, yes, Christ. This is going absolutely insane. They're beating the van. Wow. I have eggs on the side. Smashing. Oh my goodness me. This man's parked here. He's ripped off the wing mirror. Whoa! He's climbing onto the top of it. WWE. Whoa! Jesus Christ. Cone 6'5" man in the bottles being lobbed. Jesus.
I'd keep that right, Shield.
They obviously brought police in for the Met Police, probably from central London, and now they've been chased out of Essex. This man out of his van, I don't know if he's trying to get through. There's a little boy in the car, must be very scared.
Where are you on the street protecting that girl?
Wow.
Where are you? Where's the police station?
Wow. This man's got a shield.
How many of you got kids, nephews, nieces, grandchildren? What? It's all right, yeah? It's all right. Of course it ain't.
They hit the cans, guys. I honestly think that's all it's going to take now. One incident will cause, stuff like this. Think of the hundreds of migrant hotels across the UK. If one happens, this kind of sets the tone for the rest of summer, I'm guessing, 100%. Police officers are now staying in the van. That one is going. They've decided to leave. You still have the counter protesters at the back, and I don't know, they might even miss the last train home. Look at this, guys. All we need now is a wheelie bin. We haven't seen a wheelie bin today. It's a staple in these kind of protests.
Oh, yeah. There's a video of the police. There's an actual video of the police arresting the fucking weed.
Yeah, it looks like some of the protesters have come on to this side. See, it's getting lobbed. So 1, 2, 3, 4 vans are leaving. Everyone's in this pub over here. This guy's scooter here. Look out. So yeah, they decided to leave. Let's see what happens. Oh, we have the wheelie bin, guys. The wheelie bin has arrived. Who knows if anyone will set it on fire? Go straight for... Oh! Let's see. All sorts of getting lobbed. They're getting chased out. The police are getting chased out. Whoa. They're all getting chased out. Someone's got took up in the air. Oh, I know, he's been run over by his foot apparently. Wow. So yeah, the police can't protect the local community. They have been kicked out of the area now. Bloody hell, this guy's got stolen the sign. So guys, yeah, absolute carnage so far. It's always a little burst, and it seems to be when the police start to go. But they have kind of parked around here. I don't know if more vans are coming, but they've definitely lost a lot of their wing mirrors. As you saw, people would kick it, lob beer and all sorts.
I know, but that is a bit of gas.
Oh, mate. Mate, it's broken. Oh, bloody hell. Guys, I'll blur that out, but literally a guy got run over by the police van, as you saw, absolutely reckless. It really didn't have to turn to that. I don't know the reason for the police van leaving this part of Epping. They weren't under attack. They were just kind of cordoning this part off. And this guy is literally... Oh, mate, you got to get an ambulance, mate. Should we call one?
Whilst locals were busy getting run over by the police, the counter-protesters were getting escorted to Epping Station.
Buses. They're calling them buses. They're calling them buses. You know what they say? You wait 15 minutes for a bus and then 3 come all along at once. Look, they're all cramming in. You got a spare bus down there? Make sure you got your bus passes. No, she said they're all local. If they're local, why don't they walk home? They're all getting buses. No, that's where I'm going wrong. Instead of calling the police, I need to call for a bus.
We have Spider-Man.
Go on, get out there, Spider-Man. Go on, give him a hand, Gav. Go on,
what's he doing?
Go on, Spider-Man. Oh, Spider-Man, love it.
Bloody hell. This guy loves to climb the hotel the other day. Okay, King of the Castle. It was actually top of a school. Very interesting. Look at it. So what, you're the local councillor in the area, but
not for exactly here. So I'm the councillor for the neighbouring town where we also have a hotel. And as you can see from what you've seen today, firstly, I just want to say that this is local people here. Yeah. They are fed up, they are angry. I do not condone any kind of violence or bad behaviour, but I have to say it's been encouraged by the far left people that turned up for trouble, and all that taxpayer money that is being spent right now on protecting them, 23 police officers just in a line there, is all because people turned up for trouble tonight. But it wasn't the people of Epping that turned up for trouble. It's the far left wrong-uns that showed up who have no moral argument as to why that hotel should be here, nor why it should be housing people that enter the country illegally, that we know are a danger to our society generally and have proven to be a danger to this town. And I speak on behalf of probably every single person in Essex as an Essex County Councillor, and frankly as the only county councillor standing up to this, when I say the government needs to control our borders. We have uncontrolled mass immigration to this country, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of young fighting age men every day coming to a community near you if this doesn't stop, and we have to get this hotel closed.
What kind of message does it send if it only takes 9 to 8 days for someone to commit a sexual assault, having come from where, Ethiopia, was it? I mean, what kind of message does that send to every other hotel across the country?
Well, of course, we need to let that trial do its thing. I'm not going to comment on that that specific. But what we do know is that people that come into this country illegally, they do commit offences, including crimes like sexual assault. We know, for example, Afghans are statistically most likely to commit those offences, and we've just had the wholesale importation of them secretly. But what is more important is that we know there's a direct correlation between illegal immigration and crime in communities like Epping. And that has got to stop.
Yeah, but how do you feel that this one was an Ethiopian, so he doesn't really fit the mold if you look at the sexual assaults, you know, Afghanistan, Eritreans are up there, but not Ethiopians. So how do you know who's going to commit these crimes, right? If you're going to base off nationalities and ethnicities. The sexual assaults, you know, Afghanistan, Eritreans are up there, but not Ethiopians. So how do you know who's going to commit these crimes, right? If you're going to base off nationalities and ethnicities.
How many from the UK do it? Yeah. That's the answer to the question, isn't it? Do people from the UK behave like that? Are people from the UK brought up to behave like that? And I'm not saying that anyone that's not from the UK is brought up to do other things, but Britain has its own culture, England has its own culture, and people in this country are brought up a certain way and behave a certain way. Other cultures are not compatible with this country, and that is clear from the way some people behave. But also, this is what happens when people fail to do integration. Now, immigration as a whole has done great things for this country. It has never built this country, but it's done great things for this country. And we all know that. We see second, third generation immigrants here today protesting because their families came here and contributed and helped make this country better.
I can't care less that they contributed. They brought the fucking lot of
British people, because we're over generous and we're a soft touch, and no government, previous or current, has ever taken a stance to stop that. And the only way people feel they can get listened to is to protest, because no one else is listening. People write to their MPs, people write to the Home Office, people write to the council. Where are the other politicians here listening to people? Why am I the only councillor here today? There are loads of councillors that represent this very patch of the planet. Where are they? Why are they not here? Why are they not here? Why does it have to take a neighbouring councillor to come and listen to concerned residents? Because they don't give a shit. They do not care. Because if they cared, they'd be here.
Oh, trying to run him over. It would have been the second person we've seen run over. Hi guys, so it looks like the police are going back to the Bell Hotel. A lot of the vans we saw earlier have left. Windscreens were kicked, the back doors were left open, but it looks like they're going to be driving into the Bell Hotel. As you can see here, we've got about 4 cars, definitely not enough officers. These guys are blocking the road.
Protect our kids! Protect our kids!
There's a hotel down the road from me.
A bit of a grape juice into a bit of Ribena there.
Full of immigrants.
The police, this guy's obviously got a point to prove now. This officer, having just been embarrassed with Ribena, he's pushing and shoving now. A bit of argy-bargy, bit of pushing. So guys, we are now at the Bell Hotel. This has been here for quite a while. Obviously, the main message for today was protect our kids, as you see with this sign just here. Now we are at the Bell Hotel. I'm sure some migrants are watching from their window. They do have security in there as well, as you can imagine. A lot of pushing and shoving, guys, that we're seeing. A lot of pushing and shoving. Oh, guys, sort of. Whoa, it wasn't him. I got that camera, mate. It wasn't you. Oh, bloody hell. There's been thrown. The blue. What's this? Chelsea. Chelsea. So you don't know what the police are going to do. Got this old man. Oh. This old man.
And again,
it does seem only when the police arrived that they start to throw stuff. Before that, it was pretty calm. Got the black cab.
No, the public through.
So as you can see, guys, the flares are out at the Bell Hotel. Obviously, they've got this fencing just here to make sure people don't go into the Bell Hotel. You can imagine how angry a lot of these people are. You know, this is a local community where sexual assault happened, as well as that arson from another migrant who got moved here as well. They really don't know who is actually in this hotel at all.
All you're doing is protecting it all. You're on the wrong side of it.
A lot of people saying that.
Scared of the Home Office and stand up for what you want.
Hopefully, don't run anyone over. Up. Red light.
Run him over.
Two lads.
Run him over. Fucking do it.
They will run you over.
Run people over.
Things are getting smashed on. Oh, look at that wind mirror there, completely knocked off. Oh, it looks like it's actually going into the. Looks like it's actually going into the hotel. Oh. They are now destroying the Bell Hotel sign. Locals have had enough. They are destroying the sign. I really don't know how they're going to make these guys disperse. People are putting on some riot gear here, arm pads, body pads, a lot. Got this guy here trying to go.
It's not looking good for you. It's one of your colleagues just throwing a flag. Oh, you what? Oh, no. Who threw the flag on the floor, mate?
Two guys have made their way into the hotel. Looks like they've made it.
Let's try and get our carrier in here, okay?
Alright guys, so they're gonna make sure the police can't get into the Bell Hotel. So yeah guys, you see that the forming line behind us, tight grip. This guy loves to kick windshields.
Over this way, over this way.
I hear some bottles getting thrown, all sorts getting lobbed. They're letting this pass through. This lady's crying, she's very scared. Another one's gone. Must be at least 20. Great lights getting smashed.
Everywhere we go! 8,000 in the room. Whoa!
Look at this. They are smashing the windshield of the van. You hear the chant? Cars are trying to get through. Well, here we go. Glasses everywhere, bits of plastic, as you can see. A firecracker has been thrown. Everyone is getting pretty excited. Whoa, glass bottles getting thrown.
Take that! Someone! Come on! You need a job in the Home Office, that's why you're here. John!
They've knocked his teeth out. Every one of you.
They're not, I mean, like, they're not his teeth out.
Every one of them. Fuming, mate.
Oh, it sounds like they're flattening. Whoa! Things been thrown.
Look at this, guys. Watch it, guys.
Oh! It looks like they're flattening the tyre, letting all the air out of the police cars, as you can see here. They are going to be stuck here with a flat tyre.
He's getting this in 4K.
Another one as well, so it looks like it needs a box. Oh, guys, look at that. You can see all the flares. What a sight. So yeah, this definitely sets the tone for other hotels across the country. If this is the only way that locals can protest, this is what it's going to come to. And Epping locals have really had enough. Who knows if this is the first of many or if this is the last one? But
Smash the cops in the face, every single one of them.
They surely can't keep any of the migrants here. So guys, as you can see, the tyre is completely flat now. Need to change the tyres. So as you see, more reinforcements are here. Excuse me, mate, you got your teeth knocked out by the police?
Yeah, 77569. 77569.
How do they do that? You punched you?
With his shield. With his shield. I was trying to talk to him and he smashed me in the face.
Witnessed it. Completely unprovoked attack. He just whacked him with his shield.
Where's your teeth gone?
In my pocket.
Go on.
Bro, he's not lying.
Bloody hell.
Completely unprovoked attack, just whacked him straight in the face with his right shield.
They were expensive crowns, bro. They're not even my real teeth. He's knocked my crowns out. Chances are I won't be able to have new ones. Goes on,
so we've got 2 teeth missing, guys.
From
the police, and we've got some guys climbing up on the police van here. Wow, the police are not safe here. The window is completely gone.
Police here a few months ago.
Shattered windscreen.
They fucking called the police because there was an argument.
As you can tell, I don't know if people actually go into the hotel. You can definitely go around the back of it.
No, mate, you're not coming in my fucking car. I don't trust
more
you.
damage to the back.
Please fuck off.
It is becoming vandalism at this point. He's taking the number plate off, just about.
That's just minor problem.
Oh, police dog is out. Police dog is out. Oh, the dog is very scared. Oh, he's buying it. He's buying it.
I was afraid it was going to bite the owner.
Get in! Police dog is losing control.
Lovely.
We just saw a police dog attacking the police officer. Oh, police is using it as a mallet, hammering down on the protesters. Stuff is getting thrown. Whoa. A lot of stuff. Wow, look how angry these guys are. So guys, this is what happens when illegal migrants sexually assault girls in the local area. Look how passionate this guy is. Ambulances coming through, which they are allowing to come through.
All right, let it through.
So yeah, a bit of positive energy and then straight away back on the police. Another van is coming, as you can see, for backup. 3. I'm sure they're not the same ones. They look pretty new. 4 vans are here now. So yeah, they've got the Met Police. So the police vans have come down from London. At least 50 officers have arrived now. So guys, it is now 9:30, and yeah, whatever kind of police come, these guys over here will kick. Whoa! Will kick kicked the van, and the police came and he ran away pretty quick. We don't know how long this is going to go on for. At the minute, they're just picking up anything they can find and throwing it at the police. But they have got their shields. The police aren't really retaliating that much. Mate, I saw you earlier on the knee. How's your knee, mate? How do you feel about the...
How do I feel? I think the police are acting extremely violent, to be honest with you, and they're using the vans as a weapon.
Yeah, and you got run over. Is that what's happened here?
I'm not sure whether the van hit me or not. It was just all such a panic. They hit a gentleman head on. They just drove straight into him, like in the centre of the bonnet, and took him up the road. That's maybe what the ambulance is for. I don't know. It was that really worried me.
Well, I hope you're right, mate.
And just as I looked like that, another van was sort of...
Yeah, they came...
And I'm panicking, and I think if Chris hadn't have dragged me out of the way, I think I would have.
But it didn't look good earlier, mate. I hope you're all right.
Thanks, Wes.
Good to see you, mate. So, guys, there's glass all on the floor, but as you can see, look how many officers are literally protecting the whole line, so no one can get through to the hotel. I don't think the message today was to, like, burn the hotel or anything like that. It was just to come here, just to peacefully, express how angry they are in this local community. But look at it, Bell Hotel completely covered with police. Have you been at the other protests throughout last week as well?
Yeah.
Yeah. How does this one compare? Do you understand the kind of anger?
It's bigger, it's more intense, and it's going to just get worse. Because you know what else as well? This is epic. You're going to have people, next time you're going to have people from Harlow, you're going to have people from all over. Come here.
So you reckon these protests will continue until it's closed? Is that the only answer?
That's the only answer. Yeah. I'll be here every week until it's over. I don't know why you're doing it. I don't know why you're doing this. Don't sit on the fence. You know, if you used your minds and you all used like with your riot shields and your helmets, just step back and take the fall.
Well, guys, look at the reaction from the locals. The police are saying something. I really can't hear anything from this, but they're saying something about arresting criminal offence. Do you know what was said there, mate?
Half past 10, they have to leave. When they are not,
okay.
It's a criminal offence, and they...
So dispersal order, okay. We don't know what time yet, but apparently they've been told to leave. Okay, so the police have issued a dispersal order, so everyone has to leave at 10:30. It's literally 10:29. Who's Tracy?
Tracy, my missus.
All right, go on. We're not live.
Hello, Tracy. Live.
Big up, Tracy. Yeah, guys. So obviously you saw that all the locals came out, and obviously they had a decision to make today. Do they stand up for their kids, or run the risk of being called far right, racist, usual sort of stuff? Instead, they came out in numbers. It was very peaceful, and then it turned into what you saw. But is this the future of England, where you're going to have vigilante groups in communities like Epping, in these small towns, that the only solution when the police, don't stand up for the locals, that they feel unheard, the councillors don't do anything, the Home Office doesn't do anything? Will we just see local community groups coming out like we saw today, vigilantes in the future? And does this kind of set the tone for the rest of summer? Who knows? But guys, this was the Bell Hotel. Apparently there's going to be more protests coming up, so we'll see what happens there.
Do you see what I mean by what everything's going on? Anyone here still? Please say something in the chat. I want to know what you think of that shit that's been going on. I've been going 6 hours and I've still not been shown any love. Oh, come on, people. Told everyone people on the internet fucking hate me. Fuck them. What we got? What we got? Who's live? Oh, holy shit! Holy shit! The story just changed on Andy and Whittaker, what the fucking name is? Story just changed on her. What the fuck? Holy shit! I thought it was a white man who stabbed her.
When it comes to you, chances are you find the Anne Widdecombe situation very suspicious. And I gotta tell you, mate, most of the country are with you. Most of the country thinks that this situation absolutely stinks. Because it says that the police continue to question the suspect over the Anne Widdecombe situation. And I gotta tell you, this really is shocking to see. In fact, in a moment, I'll show you a map of the route this guy took. And it's really not something that the average person would be doing on a morning. But it says that the police are continuing to question the suspect who ended.
Well, it doesn't help that the fact that she showed her own house and where she lived on a TV show a few days earlier, from what I was told and from what I've seen.
Anne Widdecombe. And it says a white British man. Right now, you know, when it comes to the BBC, I don't mean to get sidetracked here. They very rarely tell us the race of the other people.
Yeah.
But it turns out to be a white guy. And they've put it in sentence number 2.
Yeah, because they're lefty fucks.
They're more than happy to tell you when it's a white guy. But anyone else?
Islamic people,
no,
the government.
They keep that information reserved. But it says that he's from Rotherham, South Yorkshire, and he was originally arrested on Saturday before being rearrested on Monday on suspicion of commission, preparation, or instigation of those acts there. And that really is quite a high charge. And we'll have a look at that map in a moment. But it just goes to show that if you think it's suspicious, and the police are counting it as a counter T situation,
terrorism,
well, I think you're absolutely right to call it suspicious. Because there's been a lot of talk about the timeline and a lot of talk about the map as well. And you can see on screen the route that this guy took. And like, honestly speaking, right, I don't like politicians. I can't stand them. And I despise them all.
Oh, fuck.
There's politicians. They
Newton. That's down, I think that's Plymouth. Portsmouth, something like that, down there.
They make me
I'm only fucking about 40, 50 miles from there.
Sick. But a 263-mile drive at 8 in the morning to drive to Anne Widdecombe's house, of all people. What a weird selection. A very weird and a strange choice. But he made that journey, 263 miles.
Why didn't he just kill the Prime Minister?
Apparently did the deed completely alone, on his own free will, and then came back all that way. It just don't make sense. Unless they get there and is just, I don't know, posters of Anne Widdecombe and stuff like that. Either this guy is absolutely insane, or something seriously suspicious is going on. Maybe a mixture of the two. I don't know. But I'll be sure to keep you updated. That is after my 263-mile drive. I'm joking. Oh my goodness.
Some people go and subscribe to this guy. It's pretty good. But this shit's fucked, man. This shit is absolutely fucked. What the fuck is my country coming to? Oh, this is funny. Fucking dirty Muslim. How long ago was this? Oh, this was a year ago. Not seen this one.
A lot of it is the Labour Party, I would say, essentially praising themselves and telling us all that their plan is working. This particular one caught my eye. Let's watch.
You asked us what we're doing to tackle illegal migration. This is our answer. Since July, we've already returned over 24,000 people with no right to be here. The highest return in 8 years. We're dismantling the people smuggling
There you are, boat full of men.
All boat crossings at their source.
Where's the women and children?
We're cracking down on illegal working with tougher laws, requiring all companies to carry out proper eligibility to work checks, or face fines and prison
All
time.
Muslims are fucking pussies.
But we know there's more to do. We will go further and faster to take back control of our borders. This is our plan for change in action.
Well, firstly, I don't mean to be rude, but whoever that was doing that voiceover, he sounded bored out of his brain. I mean, if that was me trying to sell to everybody what I'm achieving, I would like to think I'd sound a little bit more upbeat than that poor fella. He sounded like he'd just been grabbed off the street, handed a piece of paper and told, read this and do it right now. It was very odd. Anyway, Matt Goodwin, the messaging behind there, despite the fella's turn, do you agree with it? Is their plan working?
No, of course it's not working. Keir Starmer and Labour's plan is riddled with problems, riddled with holes.
Keir Starmer's a dumbass
numbers
fucking
as a start
cunt.
are up nearly
Always has
50% on the same time last year. They're
Father
up nearly
of the toolmaker and
80%
his father
on the same
fucking
time in
made the worst
2023. We don't
fucking
have a
fool of them
viable
all.
plan. We don't have a deterrent. We're giving too much welfare to
Starmer's a
people who are
faggot.
breaking our laws.
Correct.
But then we've got Keir
No,
Starmer
that's now
and Labour
Oliver
communications
Van
directors in
Eyck.
number 10 running around trying to basically mislead the British public. They're basically gaslighting
Trying
the
to
country,
refrain from
claiming
using
they're getting
words in
control
my
of this
channel.
crisis when they are very visibly not doing so. And to be honest, Michelle, I haven't said this before, I'm actually worried about what Keir Starmer and the Labour government are doing to trust in the system and trust in democracy, because they're claiming they're dealing with this issue, but the numbers are going through the roof, and it's a British taxpayer who is having to pay the associated cost, £15 billion over the next 10 years on hotel and accommodation costs. And Keir Starmer's not being truthful with them about this.
Come on, guys, show some love to the
Did you
channel.
have any truth? Did you have any trust, sorry, should I say, in democracy and politicians at the start of this to erode? I don't know, get in touch and tell me your thoughts. Fahima, your thoughts?
Well, I think, the problem here is Labour used to be the party of the people. Now it seems to be the party of the professionals, and it's copying reform. Instead of leading, it's chasing, and it's mimicking things that people did not vote for them in the first place. And I think that is the real problem. And also, it's not just about the fact that they're not actually clamping down on immigration. There are so many other issues that needs to be raised, which the Labour Party stands for, like welfare, education, the NHS. We've got so much shortage of skilled people to fill in even the NHS with over 100,000 vacancies. And, expenses are still high. They're targeting very vulnerable people at the moment. And it's not the way to go, across by just basically coming off the back of the by-elections of what they think that the people want, which is just reform.
Fahima, two things happened this week. Firstly, we learned immigration is the #1 issue in this country.
Only because that's the only thing we've told and spoken about.
Okay. So this is what's interesting, Michelle. This is the left narrative. We're all
no, it's not. I'm not the left. Why do you call me the left?
Can I finish? We're all talking about immigration, and that's the reason.
Well, we're not all talking about immigration.
Can I finish? We're all talking about immigration. That's why immigration is the #1 issue, as opposed to it's nothing to do with the record numbers of people who are actually coming into our country. And the second thing we've learned this week is 85% of Brits want net migration reduced below 100,000, and nearly half the country want zero migration. And you're acting as though Keir Starmer is kind of speaking up for this mad extreme fringe. Most people in this country want less immigration. It's not that hard.
Well, I'm sorry. Now I really do feel that you are basically trying to talk for everyone when it's not the case. Everywhere else,
It is for everyone. We all want them gone.
It is much more. It's the only rhetoric that I hear from people like yourself. And I'm not calling you far right or right or anything, so don't call me that, because there's certain things that I even agree with when it comes to the other side. It's not about that. We have to do so much more to get this country back in order than just immigration. And that's not going to erase any of the economics and the problems that are there.
So
it is really not that. It's just what you want to raise and everyone else.
And as I say, it's the #1 issue in the country. That's the British people.
Because that's the telescope right now that's been put on.
That's the British people who are saying we don't want to have to deal with these record numbers of people, many of whom
get rid of fucking every single immigrant in the fucking country. If they're Muslim,
being asked to pay
or ex-Muslim, just get rid of the fuckers
over the next 10 years. 5 million a day for hotels and accommodation. You talk about economics. How about we
£5
take
million
that 15
a day?
billion by
Holy
fixing
shit.
the illegal migration crisis?
On a hotel
and how
for
about we
migrants.
have 10 new hospitals for the British people. Why don't we do that?
Well, why can't we also fix the processes in the first place? It's been
We
so
don't need to
long
fix
where
the
people are
processes. We
waiting
just need to
for
deport
their
every single
immigration
one of them
status.
and
They are
close the
not actually
fucking
being
borders and
processed
stop every
properly.
cunt
We
from
don't
coming
have
to
the
the
staff. We do
UK.
not have all of that. But all
Stupid
everyone
bitch.
is talking about, like as if it's just the migrants' fault themselves. There's the smugglers. There's the fact there's also foreign policy that plays a part. It is not just people that are coming
Easy.
there and all of
I
them
put a
are
fucking
criminals
easy
as you
thing out.
think, because
Build
they're
a
not
fucking
arrested when
massive
they
wall
arrive. They are there
20
because they
miles out
seek
to sea,
refuge, because
covering
some
the
of them,
fucking area so that they can't come
probably
across,
not here just for the right
and then
reasons,
put
but
fucking
majority
guards
of
up
them
on the
are, and you
fucking
cannot just put
walls,
all of them in
and then
one
just
sort of
fucking
scope.
shoot
That's
the
what you're saying.
fuckers if they come try and come into the UK.
Yeah,
Simple
but
as
you
that.
have one thing and say it's
Pop them
about
20 miles
everyone.
outside the
It's so easy
outside
for
the
you to
sea.
do that and brush everyone under the same carpet when it's not like that.
Pop
You
the
cannot
boats
do that,
in the middle of
and
the
it's not
sea. I don't
fair
care.
to do
Let the
to
fuckers
say
drown.
that if minorities are actually causing those things, it applies to everyone.
I hear you endlessly talk about fairness. My question is very simple. What about what is fair for the British people who are supporting this entire system? They are the ones who are having to pay the cost of this. And you're saying we have 160,000 people who have entered this country illegally. Their first act on entering this country is to break the law. Those people should be taken outside of the UK. They should be processed offshore, like the Rwanda plan would have done. It wasn't perfect. It needed changes. We should have processed them offshore, away from the British people, because now we have this absurd situation where this is not fair. The state is now taking British taxpayers' money, giving it to private companies like Serco, who are outbidding the British people in their own housing market to give more favourable contracts to illegal migrants and asylum seekers. You talk about fairness. My question is, how is that fair?
They are not doing that for everyone. At the end of the day, you have to understand they are all not criminals. They are all not here living in hotels. They all don't have the benefits like you think. A lot of them are willing to work. They're just not given the process to do that.
That's absolute bollocks, you stupid Muslim bitch. Seriously. Me and my other half have been trying to fucking get fucking disability for fucking nearly fucking 8 years now. Yeah? And literally, they are giving those fuckers, as soon as they step foot on the land, they're giving them universal credit. They're giving them PIP. They're giving them fucking bus passes. They're giving them fucking sports centre shit. They're giving them fucking every single thing that British people have been paying for into their system in their entire fucking lives. The British people are being fucking left out, you stupid bitch. You should be deported like the rest of them, you stupid fucking slut.
So needing to
Do you think they should go out to work?
Well, if they are going through a process and they are actually filling the sort of criteria that meant to be, because at the end of the day, every country has taken a certain amount. I do not think that it should be overly exaggerated with regards to everyone being criminal, everyone here being economic migrants, and they are just here to cause havoc.
Bullshit. They skipped 16 fucking countries to come to the UK because we're a soft touch. Bullshit. They fucking skipped 16 countries coming from apparently war-torn countries. Yeah? Where's the women and children? It's just men coming to the UK, you stupid bitch. Seriously. Fucking grow a fucking pair and open your fucking eyes, you stupid fucking brown bitch.
There are so many of them that are actually also fleeing because of the foreign policies that we have to do.
Safe and legal routes?
Because there are none.
There are, of course there are.
There are none. There are none, and they're not really doing.
Bullshit. Bullshit. When they're leaving the war-torn countries, they're supposed to go to the nearest, safest fucking country. Yeah? But they don't. They skip those 16 fucking countries to come to the UK. They're coming to the UK, risking their own fucking lives in fucking dinghies with, that's only supposed to have like 10 to 15 people in it. And there's like fucking 40 to 60 of them, all piled on. For fuck's sake. You dumbass bitch.
Doing that.
I don't know, 300,000 refugees over the last 3 or 4 years.
Well, you know what? At the end of the day, we have to understand that they are doing what they feel that they can. They don't have the means all of the time to come through certain...
Bullshit. They have plenty of fucking means. Stay in other countries. Stay in France. I don't care. Just fuck off from the UK. We gave last year. We were giving fucking £10 million a fucking month to fucking France, the police, to stop this fucking shit. But no, which we later on found out that the police were actually escorting them over to literally the border in the middle of the fucking sea to get to the fucking UK. Fuck off, you stupid ass cow.
They should just do what they want. Everybody
No,
should
it's
just do
not.
what they
There
want.
should be tougher sort of legal processes here, done quicker, and they also need to be much more tougher laws with regards to making sure that they are not all seen like how you say, which they're not. Otherwise, they will be charged and
We don't even want them to come through the fucking legal route, just deport the fucking lot of them.
Because they're not seen as criminals. They are seen as someone who needs refuge. So we need to be able to process that. I don't believe that the boat is the best way to come. Obviously, it's causing so much damage when it comes to people losing their lives. It's not obviously the legal route, but at the same time, if you are fleeing and you are needing help and you wanting it, just because we're sitting here and we don't
they throw their IDs and their mobile phones in the fucking ocean as they're crossing the fucking border.
Just criminalize them and make them all when they are actually also very vulnerable.
Your starting point is always, what about the rights and the sense of fairness for people who are coming from outside
British
the country
values
who are breaking...
We shouldn't be helping the people outside the fucking UK. We should be thinking of ourselves. Fuck every other country.
No, you live in a very different land.
The British culture is based on the notion of fair play, which is if people come into the country...
Which is humanitarian as well, refuge. And it's also Christian
God,
for you to also not be so hostile like you and talk like you and put everyone in that sort of boat like they are.
300,000 refugees in recent years, and you're sat there saying that we are not humanitarian. What planet are you living on?
I'm saying what you're saying now is not humanitarian.
What, that we should control our own borders? That's not right.
I'm saying that we should obviously control our own borders.
Right.
No one's saying that we shouldn't.
You are.
But the way you're saying it, you're taking me out of context. I'm saying the way you're saying it is that when they're coming in, or if they're coming in, they're all criminals. They're all wrong. They're all going to do something.
They come
they're
in,
all
they
taking
should
our money.
deport
They're
straight
all there
back
because they
out.
just want economic sort of gain. It's not like that for everyone. And even if they
We
want
should
to,
be
they
doing
want
what
a
the
better
fucking
life
Irish are doing, or Poland's fucking doing. Taking a fucking boat into the middle of the ocean, stay there until you see one of them come along and fucking ram into them.
Is not being, bombed, and
that's what I'd be fucking doing.
The crisis. I'm a taxpayer.
So
I work hard.
If I owned a fucking yacht, I'd be fucking running fucking yacht straight into them. Fuck them. I don't want them in my country. This is my fucking home.
Well, then it's not their fault. It is the politicians' fault to get it right and to get those processes right.
Politicians are fucking useless. They ain't doing
don't
shit.
just blame the sort of migrants that are coming. It is to do with the politicians and people like yourself who are in these kind of, big sort of parties.
I blame the politicians. I blame the migrants.
The wrong people and the wrong side.
We should not be giving benefits or housing
decisions
or
that is
fucking
also
refuge
within
to
rights of the
fucking dirty
humanitarian
little
sort of, and
migrants.
international law and looking after the British values. Not to say that some of them are going to be criminal.
Oh yeah,
again, you
I'm
put
not
everyone
going to
under.
take lectures on what are British values.
I'm not giving you a lecture. I'm just giving you my point of view, like how you're giving me.
Well, there you go. Two very different points of view. You at home will have a very strong opinion as well. As I just said at the start, you're always welcome.
Fucking dirty little bitch. Let's watch this.
Good evening. First, a warning that some of the information I'm about to share may be very distressing to some viewers. 2 illegal migrants raped a child in a park just months after breaking into Britain on a small boat.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Afghan asylum seekers Jan Jahanzeb and Isra Niazal committed the horrific attack on a 15-year-old schoolgirl in a park in Leamington Spa. Now, today, they were sentenced to jail terms of 10 years.
It's a crazy one. I don't know if you guys saw this on fucking last night on Bulba's channel, but you're gonna not like this one. This fucking dirty little fucking migrant fucking grabbed hold of his nuts in front of this fucking young girl, and her parents fucking caught up with him.
To my 10-year-old fucking daughter grabbing your cock. To my 10-year-old fucking daughter grabbing your cock. Don't fucking act the fucking innocent. You grabbed your fucking cock to my 10-year-old fucking daughter. To my fucking daughter, you grabbed your fucking penis. To my 10-year-old little fucking girl. Right? You've been a fucking honest. Don't fucking deny it. Give me my phone.
I hate fucking Muslims. I hate them all.
My daughter's 10. Yes, it's fucking you. My daughter. My 10-year-old fucking daughter.
Yeah, that was disgusting and disturbing. I don't know if you guys fucking saw that last night.
Years and 8 months and 9 years and 10 months, respectively. Now, at the time of the attack, they were living in taxpayer-funded asylum accommodation. So you were paying for their accommodation when they went outside and they raped a schoolgirl. Again, some of the details I'm about to reveal are very graphic, but I think that they need to be heard. And as you're about to hear, well, I very nearly wasn't allowed to tell you about any of them. One of the Afghans managed to drag the girl away to a secluded area. He then rang the other Afghan and told him to come quick, where they made her perform a sex act on them. She had the presence of mind to record the start and the aftermath of that depraved attack, and a statement from her lawyer says, the video footage is of a highly distressing nature. She's heard screaming for help. She wants her friends. She wants to go home. She's heard explicitly saying, you are going to rape me, let me go. She's pleading for help from passers-by, but tragically that plea for help went unanswered. During the video, Jahanzeb is heard telling her to shush. He can be seen to put his hand over her mouth, presumably in an effort to silence her. She recalls being terrified and wanting the ordeal to be over quickly. Both illegal migrants admitted a single charge of rape of a child under 16 when they appeared before magistrates in Coventry in October. But the reason we're allowed to report on it now is because the judge has lifted reporting restrictions. The barristers for both of these Afghan child rapists had claimed that if we knew their names, their nationality, and the fact that they were small boat migrants, then it might lead to widespread public disorder. Well, thankfully, the judge said that it was in the public interest for us to know what really happened and, crucially, who these monsters are. In fact, let's just have a little look at how they were originally described when they were charged. They were described in the press as two 17-year-old boys from Leamington. That's how they were described. Two 17-year-old boys from Leamington. And it turns out, of course, that those two 17-year-old boys from Leamington were actually from Afghanistan and had arrived in this country illegally on small boats before committing that horrendous attack. One of the rapists, Jahanzeb, turns 18 in less than a month and will automatically be deported after serving his sentence. He tried to get to Britain 3 times on a small boat, but failed. In fact, twice his boat was apparently slashed by the French. But he got in at the 4th attempt in January. Niazal pleaded guilty to the rape a day before he turned 17, meaning he cannot be automatically deported. In fact, his barrister even claimed that he might still be able to make a life for himself after he served his sentence. I'm going to read you the victim impact statement here from that 15-year-old victim. She said, the day I was raped changed me as a person. I'm no longer a happy, carefree teenager. This was my first sexual experience. Now, every time I go out, I don't feel safe. This has also impacted my education and school life and the worst possible time as I'm taking my GCSEs. The thought of facing people at school makes me feel physically sick. Watching my older siblings and mum feeling crushed as they believe they should have been there or done something is particularly painful for me. I hate that I'm now looked at as a victim, even though that's exactly what I am. How many more of these cases have there been? How many will we never know about because the judge decided that they actually weren't going to lift reporting restrictions? And that's one of the key aspects to this. In how many cases has the judge decided that it was not in the public interest to know about illegal migrants raping or doing something else towards people in this country? If the truth is...
It's a bit like the case of the Sikh guy last year who's just been arrested. Yeah, several months later on. This happened a few weeks back. Well, probably about a month ago now, probably. A Sikh man, and they were allowed to carry their knives as they're basically ceremonial knives. They're allowed to carry them around in public. Yeah. This 18-year-old lad minding his own business, doing blah, blah, blah. The Sikh guy turned around, phoned up the police saying it's a racial attack. The kid didn't do fuck all. And the Sikh guy stabbed him in the fucking neck. Okay? The mother of that Sikh guy took the blade and hid it. His brother and his cousin and his other brother covered it up, saying it was a racial attack, racial attack, racial attack, racial attack. The police automatically, because they are Asian and because they have a brown skin, they arrest the white young lad who was stabbed in the neck. The kid needed an ambulance, needed medical attention fast. He's saying multiple times, I cannot breathe, I cannot breathe. I have been stabbed, I have been stabbed. The police didn't care. Later that night, he died in police custody. Fuck this government, fuck the police, fuck foreigners, get them the fuck out of my country.
It's so awful that it might cause public unrest. The solution is to sort the problem out.
That was in December, 3rd of December
we
last
never
year.
find out.
Let's
get thoughts from our panel. Daily Express columnist Carol Malone. We have got Reform member and former Conservative Party chairman Sir Jake Berry and Labour councillor Sebastian Sala. So, Carol, lots to unpack here. Firstly, I would actually like to thank the judge in this case for, I think, doing the right thing and deeming that that this is in the public interest, that we know all of this. But how do you feel about the fact that it was, I suppose, attempted to cover up the names, the nationalities and the mode of entry into prison from these two people?
Interesting that it was a female judge who lifted these restrictions, because she, unlike a man, might understand the impact of rape on a young woman. You know, that impact statement there, it's heartbreaking, because that's a young life ruined. That girl will never get over what has happened to her. She was a virgin when this happened to her. She will never get over this. And her mother said in her impact statement, she said, something broke in us all that day. And that's what these kind of crimes do to families. It's the victim suffers the most clearly, but it's the family around and the guilt they feel in not being able to help their daughter. It is astonishing that these two barristers, one of them is called Joshua Ratcliffe. He's the guy who said that one of the rapists might come out of prison and have a lovely life. He doesn't deserve a life because he's wrecked a life. He's wrecked a life of an innocent girl. But the fact that the barristers try to say that to make this public could cause widespread disorder, they're not getting it. They're not getting what's happened. The disorder isn't the problem. The girl's rape is the problem and what is going to happen to her. And this is why a lot of the courts aren't just getting, and you're right, how many more of these do we not know? We know that girls have been sexually assaulted. We always knew this was going to happen, and this will not be the last time. And it probably isn't the first time either. And it's time our justice system opened up and actually looked after British citizens and British people and not the people who come here illegally.
We have depressingly had several cases that have been very, very similar to this. I mean, there was one recently of an Iranian man who was found guilty, been in the country not long at all, and he raped a 15-year-old girl in a park in Oxford. This keeps happening, Jay. It does keep happening.
Well, it does. I mean, of course, there's the Epping Hotel, the migrant sucking a young woman around the Epping Hotel, which we all heard so much about over the summer. This is going to keep happening as long as we have no hard border in our country, as long as people from around the world are coming here with no history, no documents, no knowledge about their background. And let's make no bones about it, lots of these people are trying to import to the UK a medieval culture when it comes to women and women's rights. You know, one we wouldn't recognise in this country, where women aren't even second-class citizens, they're third or fourth-class citizens. And it's that sort of mindset, I believe, that means that people who come to this country feel that they can behave in this way. It's completely alien to our culture. Now, guess what? There's a reason they want to come to the UK, because it is a better place to live than Iran or Afghanistan or Somalia or wherever else it may be. But that's not part of the deal. If you come to our country, number one, you should come in legally. But if you do come in illegally and you want to claim asylum funded by the British taxpayer. Don't play by our rules. Come to our country, play by the laws of the country you so desperately want to come and live in.
Shouldn't have been here, those.
They're fucking cut. Everything in this country is all based around them. They want Sharia law. We don't. Fuck those dirty little Muslims. Every single fucking Muslim in my country. As a matter of fact, every single Muslim in the fucking world, I hope you all fucking die. Painful death. I don't care. But this shit in my country, this fucking halal meat bullshit, bacon sandwiches being taken off of fucking cafe fucking menus, restaurant menus, all that sort of shit. It's all been taken off. You're not even allowed to ask for it. Yeah? Halal meat being put in every fucking store around the country. Yeah? London, signs being changed to Arabic. Fuck off. Go back to your own country. This is a Christian country, English country. You come to this country, I don't want you in my country. You're not welcome. Go back home to your third world piece of shit country. You are not welcome here. Even the ones that were born here. Fuck off where your parents come from. Fucking go back to your own countries where you should be. You're Muslim? This is a Christian country, not a Jewish country, not a Buddhism country, not a Catholic. Probably is a Catholic, but it's a Christian country. That's it. Yeah? Fuck off, the lot of you. I do not want you fuckers in my country. Same as most of fucking Britain. Same as most of Ireland, Northern Ireland, Wales, Scotland, London, Birmingham, a lot of them. Yeah? Muslims, get the fuck out of my country, you bunch of dirty little cunts.
Of course they shouldn't have been, Carol.
Yes, Sebastian, what do you make of their barristers' attempts to have their names, their nationality, and their mode of entry into the UK? Basically, have it, I suppose you could say, covered up about the fact that they were illegal migrants and their nationality. What do you make of the barristers' attempts to have that happen?
Well, I'm pleased that the judge said no and made that call, and we know who they are. I think it's fair that the judge did that. I'm not surprised the barristers did it. At the end of the day, their job is protecting the person that they are working for. So, of course, they're going to try and make those arguments as to the nature of the legal system, really. I think what's important here is that, sadly, you talk about these attitudes being imported. Sadly, a lot of people who are born in Britain and who live in Britain and are from Britain also have those attitudes, and that is a real problem.
But trying to hide the nationality, it's cynical and it's insidious. It's not actually protecting, it's not about protecting their clients, it's about protecting the nationality of their clients. Because we know that in this country, through data, that Afghans are 22 times more likely.
Oh no, Carol, don't use that statistic.
Yes,
no, don't do it. It's been debunked.
Well, I've done it.
Okay,
I've done it.
Okay, let's talk about this because this is important. Because you've just used a number that is provably wrong. Please talk me through that number.
What do you mean, talk you through?
So how do you reach the figure?
It's government statistic.
No, it's not a government statistic. How did you reach that figure? Okay, so there are two numbers there. The first is the...
But let's concentrate on the rape of the girl, actually.
Of course, that is above all else, that is important. But let's not change the subject. You're trying to take me...
This is a statistic that's been repeated time and time again.
Yes, falsely.
Is it
falsely?
Okay, so just on that, are you claiming, Sebastian, that Afghans are, in fact, no more likely to sexually assault women and girls, or are you disputing the sheer volume?
I'm specifically disputing the 20 times.
Right, so you actually are acknowledging that really...
What I'm saying is I don't know.
I would accuse you there is I would accuse you maybe of splitting hairs.
Yes.
Because they are more likely, aren't they? They just might not be 20 times more likely.
We don't know. Is the point, because we don't even know how many Afghans there are in the country. That is one of the fundamental numbers you need to know to be able to reach that conclusion.
It's that kind of rationale that lets these people get away with what they're getting away with. And what this does for me now, this strengthens the argument that we should not...
Nobody should...
That's the second time you've been rude.
Carol, I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just trying to... Nobody should get away with rape. Anybody who rapes somebody should face justice.
This strengthens the argument for processing these people offshore. They shouldn't be... People...
Really?
said people from a different culture who treat young women like meat, which these men do and have done.
Yes, exactly.
Do you understand that this has wrecked a girl's life?
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
What do you mean when I say men? Are you saying because they're teenagers?
No. What I'm saying is the problem is men.
The problem
is men raping women. That is an endemic in our country. Violence against women is a scourge, and that's what we have to tackle. Do not tar all asylum seekers with the same brush.
No, let's deal with that, because as a man, I get quite offended when people say that the problem is men. I've never had a desire to rape a woman in my life. I've never had a desire to sexually.
Exactly. So think about how Afghans feel, who also haven't had that, but are being maligned.
But what I would say is, right, why is it so common then in Afghanistan, in Pakistan, in parts of Sudan, in huge swathes of the Muslim world? Why is it?
What I'm telling you, Patrick, is it's common here as well.
Okay.
Not quite. I think the real question is, though, looking at this poor 15-year-old girl, is if the government had control of our borders, or alternatively, if these people who've entered the country illegally have been arrested on a beach in Kent and put in a offshore, or had been put in a camp to be processed there, would this girl have been raped? And the answer to that is no. She wouldn't have been raped by these individuals, and that tells you the really important thing about this isn't about this poor young girl or these
taken to an island and just fucking
rapists. It's about actually a call coming out from the British people to say these people should not be here. They shouldn't be here. They shouldn't have the chance to commit this crime, whether they're more likely to or not. They just shouldn't be here.
On that logic, surely you'd support a curfew for men.
And then shoot them.
Of course it's not. Of course it's not. Because you're saying these are people are the problem, let's remove them. And I'm telling you, men are the problem. So why don't we remove them?
Well, this girl would not have been raped if these people hadn't come to this country. She wouldn't have been raped by these people.
Correct.
Her parents and the British public have a legitimate call to say they shouldn't be on us. They shouldn't be in our country. Full stop. If they're here, they shouldn't be on our streets. So what I would support is a curfew for asylum seekers.
Why not all men? Why not all men?
Well, because we have a right to be in this country.
So do they.
Are you?
They have a right to claim asylum.
They broke into our. They are criminals. They broke into our
international asylum system. You know this.
There are safe and legal routes, and these people have broken into.
What safe and legal routes are there?
There are safe and legal routes in Afghanistan. There are safe and legal routes in Afghanistan.
To Britain, no, we closed that.
No, we didn't. In fact, you're absolutely wrong. And in fact, the Labour government has increased the number of safe and legal routes. So you're saying that the Home Secretary was lying when she stood up in the House of Commons and said there are safe and legal routes from Afghanistan? Is that your point? That Shabana Mahmood misled the House of Commons, lying, saying there were safe and legal routes? Is that your point?
If you tell me that some of those routes are still open, I'm answering your question, Jake. Please have the courtesy to listen. If that's what you're telling me,
I'm not telling you. The Home Secretary told you.
I'm willing to believe you.
Oh, you're willing to believe Shabana Mahmood?
No, I'm willing to believe you. I'm willing to believe you. Please don't put words in my mouth. It's incredibly rude.
People should not be.
It's incredibly rude.
But also the people who crossed these two boys who crossed the channel, they were of an age where they could have been, and probably maybe already have been, put into schools where there are lots of young girls. These people are a danger. They do not recognize the rules, the laws, the culture of this country. And I can say that with total confidence because they took this girl and they dragged her away from her friends. That's not right. And I've got to tell you what also shocked me.
Of course it's not right.
The people,
of course rape is wrong.
By as well. This is the other thing I can't believe. This girl was screaming for help. And people, including a woman, walked by and didn't help her. I mean, that's kind of bad. That's a blooming disgrace as well. But these men, these boys, do not follow the rules of this country and the laws of this country. They think women are meat and there for the taking. And if you're saying that's normal in this country, it's not. That is not all men.
No, it's not all men. You're right about that.
That is certain cultures.
You're right about that. But in this country, it is overwhelmingly British men who commit those awful crimes. And we have to do something about it.
It's overwhelmingly Afghans. And the truth is, you're prepared to sit on this sofa, per capita, yes. That's a mathematical concept.
Yes, but math doesn't stop you getting raped, Jake. There are many men out there who do awful things, and I'm concerned about them, and you are apologising for them.
I'm not.
You are. Of course you are, because every time I mention white British men, you start talking about Afghans again.
Well, that's what these two individuals are. Let me finish, because this is important. So I think the thing is, which I find completely wrong, and I'm sure the viewers will as well, is you're prepared to condemn the crime, this appalling crime. Of
course I am.
But you are not prepared to support anything that would see the perpetrators, these perpetrators, not come into our country or deported or processed
Because
offshore.
what I'm saying is we
So
mustn't tar them all with the same brush.
You hate the crime, but you're not prepared to do anything about it.
Would you automatically deport both of these two now?
So the guy who's over 18, I think, right to deport him. I don't really know where the law stands among
No,
minors.
I'm not bothered about where the law stands. I want to know you in your heart.
Yeah.
Because a
Doesn't matter what
15-year-old
age they are,
girl
just fucking
has been
deport them back on
brutally
the boat
raped.
they
So
came
you
from.
tell me
We don't want 'em.
right now whether one of the blokes that raped her should be deported.
Of course.
So
if you are a
think-
foreign
But the other
criminal
one
in this
shouldn't.
country, you should be deported.
So you think both of them should be deported?
I don't know about the guy who's because I don't know what the law is about.
What do you mean about what?
It's about right and wrong. It's about right and wrong.
Stop. I want to get to the heart of this. I'm not going to let you weasel out of it. In your heart of hearts, do you think that the individual who is under 17 who did the raping should or should not be deported?
So I can't comment on this because I don't know the specific details on this case, but the principle is that if you commit Carol, please can I just answer a question rather than you shouting over me?
Do you want to know the specific
If you commit a crime in this country and you're from another country and it's a serious crime, you should be deported.
Why can't you say that he should be deported? Why? So you think that that's the specific guy, 17, should be deported? Yes or no?
So the one who was an adult,
right? But the other one, you know the one I'm talking.
I don't know because I don't know what the law is around children in this country.
Can I tell you what the law is? Do you really want
to? Go and tell me what the law is.
The law is this lad pleaded guilty to rape the day before he turned 70 because he knew, his lawyer knew, that meant he couldn't be deported after he served the sentence. That's the law.
All right. Well,
it's about right and wrong, not the law. That's the truth.
Well, that's what I was trying. Look, I was trying to just get to the core of how of morally how we feel, because I find it often people on the left like to throw morals around, and I think morally being unable to answer a question about whether or not a 17-year-old rapist should be deported back to Afghanistan. Look, personally, I'll be honest with you, mate, I find it a bit squiffy, but yeah, there we go. Yet again.
As promised, I'll show you that murder of that poor young boy. The one on the screen now, the one on the right is the poor 18-year-old, and the murderer on the left.
He was just 18 years old, a first-year university student with dreams of building a career in finance, a son, a friend, and a teenager beginning a new chapter of his life hundreds of miles from home. But on a cold December night in Southampton, Henry Nowak's future was stolen forever. So who was Henry Nowak? Henry Nowak was an 18-year-old British-Polish student from Chafford Hundred in Essex. Friends and family remember him as a young man full of ambition and excitement about the future. After successfully finishing school, Henry enrolled at the University of Southampton, where he began studying accountancy and finance. Like thousands of students across Britain, he had recently moved away from home to start university life. By December 2025, Henry had just completed his first term and was looking forward to the future. But everything changed on the night of December 3. Shortly before 11:30 p.m., Henry was walking back to his student accommodation after a night out in Southampton's Portswood area. According to prosecutors, a chance encounter on Belmont Road turned deadly. Henry and 23-year-old Vikram Digwa brushed past each other on the pavement. What should have been a brief interaction escalated into a violent confrontation. Moments later, Henry had been stabbed multiple times. Despite suffering devastating injuries, he desperately tried to escape. The court heard he climbed over a fence in an attempt to get away before eventually collapsing. Emergency services rushed to the scene, but the teenager could not be saved. The tragedy shocked not only Southampton, but communities across Britain. During the trial,
They were
Digwell
never
claimed he
called.
acted in self-defense and alleged that Henry had been aggressive. But after examining the evidence, the jury rejected those claims. Digwell was found guilty of murder and possessing a knife in public. A judge later sentenced him to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 21 years. The court also heard that
Hank should have
Digwell's
been
mother,
deported.
Kieran Kaur, removed the murder weapon from the scene after the attack. She was later convicted of assisting an offender. But for Henry's loved ones, the convictions cannot undo the loss. An 18-year-old student who had just begun building his future never got the chance to finish his education, start a career, or fulfill his ambitions. Henry Nowak arrived in Southampton as a teenager, chasing opportunities and dreams. Today, he's remembered not for the way he died, but for the life he never got the chance to live. A promising student, a beloved son, and a future that ended far too soon.
We want justice for Henry Novak. So that's the end of the show, guys. Hit the like, subscribe, and share. I'll be very grateful if you donate to the channel as well. But hey, no one shows love to me because I'm a cunt. So see you guys later. Please stay safe.